Just need a couple hundred. Oh, yeah. Right now we're at support. I'm going to 1-2 rivets right down here. 550, 57. Oh, yeah.
You got this.
I got it. She said I got it. What she said.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Check out the price of crude at this hour. Back over $83 a barrel, up nearly 16% now for the year, but still in a decent place. Decent. But now
I'm about to have Sorkin.
We're coming right back after this, that live shot of New York City. Hazy, day after July 4th.
Scott Gottlieb will be next. Yes, the original Scott Gottlieb. Well, doing well. It's going to be a fun day today. I like that a lot. Interesting.
Yes, now.
New study finding that people taking Ozempic and Wegovy may be at an increased risk of developing an eye condition that can cause irreversible vision loss. The author's saying, however, that more studies are needed to confirm a link. Join us now. Dr. Scott Gottlieb, former FDA commissioner and a CNBC contributor. What do you know about this, doctor? And I assume it's so widely used now, we would know if it was any type of significant percentage as far as a risk, but I mean, even a slight risk of something like that seems like it's something that we need to talk about or think about.
I think that's right, Joe. I think if this was very
Dr. Gottlieb.
given this population of patients now on these drugs, this was a well-done study by a group of physicians at Massachusetts Eye and Ear. They had observed anecdotal reports of this condition, non-arteritic anterior ischemic optic neuropathy, in patients who are on the drug.
Dr.
And they decided to
Gottlieb.
go back and look at the hospital's records to see whether or not there was a correlation between patients who are taking these drugs and a higher incidence of this this really devastating side effect where
Whoa.
you get ischemia to the optic nerve and it could cause temporary.
Okay,
permanent
it's
blindness.
devastating.
And they did find an increased incidence of the condition in patients who were prescribed the drug either for diabetes or obesity. That doesn't
shit.
establish a causal relationship. They're going to need to do better studies now going forward.
yeah.
think
I mean,
gonna
this is
trigger
bad
further
news.
Investigations, and there's also a randomized study underway by
Dr.
Novo,
Gottlieb.
looking at whether or not there's an association between diabetic retinopathy and these drugs. And so that study is probably going to be amended to look for this side effect as well, I would imagine. So there's going to be a lot of investigations going forward. I think regulators are going to get to the bottom of this. I'm sure they're looking
I
at
hope
this
they do
study.
get to the bottom of
But
this.
it's certainly intriguing, and I think it's certainly
Todd Canning.
follow-up given the care that these physicians took in doing this retrospective study.
No pun intended.
It is a little perplexing because these drugs are thought to protect against inflammation. And
this is
be
horrible.
Protective, and so it's perplexing what the exact mechanism would be. But we do know that vision disturbances are already in the labels of these drugs. When you get rapid correction in metabolic parameters, and particularly blood glucose,
my.
that can cause visual changes. And there's also been suggestions that there's a correlation with diabetic retinopathy, which with potentiating that condition as well.
Oh.
So we already knew that there was some association between these drugs and visual disturbance, just not this condition.
Wow.
Woo!
It's a lot to chew over, Dr. Yates. It's, I think, a little bit concerning that, initially it was for diabetes, right? And the mechanism that we're using here, and there's already something, diabetic retinopathy already. So you can see how there is at least the possibility that something could be going on here. Whether, you mentioned that it seems to be actually a positive for neuroinflammation. So that doesn't make sense. But when you have a drug and you're using one thing, it works really good for another thing, and then all of a sudden everybody's taking it for this other thing when you're not really sure why it's working and the mechanism isn't totally played out. We haven't had it for like 10, 15, 20 years. We don't know. And now we see something like this. I mean, would you caution people that may need to lose 10 or 15 pounds? This might not be the way to do it.
Well, look, these drugs have been around for a long time, the active ingredient, as long as the iPhone, so that gives you a sense of how long these drugs have been on the market. What hasn't been as prevalent is the use of high doses of these drugs for weight loss.
Yeah.
Typically, when these drugs were used historically, it was for diabetes. So at these much higher doses, I think we're going to find more side effects. Now, again, I think nobody should be taking this drug unless they're properly indicated for it. I've had concerns around some of the compounding that's going on because I think that's more marginal use. When you look at the average BMI of patients who are on the prescription drugs, Novo reported data recently, it's quite high. So I think the patients who are getting the prescription drugs by and large are properly indicated for it because insurance isn't going to cover it otherwise. I think with some of the more marginal utilizations happening is on the compounded drugs. Now, not all of it, but I think more of it's happening there where patients are going online and getting prescriptions even in instances where they might not have BMIs that probably put them squarely within the target.
We just talked about BMIs. Talking about it with Sorkin. So, what kind of BMIs are you talking about? And I'm not
Asking for a friend.
I'm asking for a friend. What kind of BMIs are something over 30? Do you need over 30 to take this? Would you say?
Yeah, I think that's the labeled indication. But the average BMI when Nova reported data, and this is a little bit of a while ago, so I suspect maybe it's come down as utilization's expanded, but it was in the high 30s if I remember correctly.
High 30s.
I would like to see what the average BMI is of some of the telemedicine, the compounded versions. I would suspect it's lower.
Yeah. Yeah. 25 to 30 is sort of, what is that called? That's like, you're not really obese, but you're like getting there, right? 25 to 30. What is 24.9? That's pretty damn good, isn't it? That's, what are you laughing about? That's solid, isn't it? 24.9. I mean, if you're well, work in progress. Sorkin?
Yeah, that's good. I once could quote offhand what the correlation was between height and weight, but I can't anymore.
Okay. But high 30s. Whoa. Yeah. Push yourself back from the table when you're listening to the band. The band's talking to you, if you get one. We know that one guy did not listen to the band. Doctor, thank you. Good to have you on.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Time. It is just past 7 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. Happy July 4th if you're just waking up with us after some firecrackers and other things last night. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin, along with Joe Kernan. Becky is off today. We might have our own firecrackers a little bit later. We're going to be getting the jobs report at 8:30, but right now we have some firecrackers coming out of the UK, an historic outcome in the elections in that country. The country's Labour Party winning a landslide victory. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak conceding defeat this morning. He's apologizing right now to his party for the scale of that loss. Labour Party leader Keir Starmer replacing Sunak less than 2 years after taking over as Prime Minister, now clearing the path for what looks like control of that country for at least quite some time, maybe a little bit more stability in the UK. Meantime, parent company of Saks Fifth Avenue buying rival Neiman Marcus as the high-end retailers now trying to navigate through slowing demand and rising competition from fast fashion brands. HBC buying Neiman, which of course owns its namesake department store. Also Bergdorf Goodman for roughly $2.6 billion. Amazon is going to be holding a minority stake in the combined companies, by the way. And a hacker getting access to OpenAI's internal messaging system last year and stole details about the company's technology. The New York Times now reporting the hacker lifted the information from an online forum, but didn't get into the systems where OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, houses and builds its AI. The company told employees and the board about the breach, but decided not to share the news publicly, as no information about customers or partners is stolen. That was the rationale.
And you've probably seen it go by at the bottom of the screen and said, what? Yikes. Bitcoin trading at its lowest level since late February, shedding more than $170 billion in market cap just in the past 24 hours. The rest of, now 55, it's actually bounced. It was below 55 for a while, but down over 5%. Been weak, obviously. That chart. 70, does that really show 70 to 55? Terrible. Also under print, but the colors are pretty.
I had the problem last week. I was trying to show a story of something that didn't work.
The June employment report is due out in just about 90 minutes. Steve Leisman, who we hope will remain employed here, is going to join us now.
Thank you, Joe. Yes.
Join us now with more. So what did we do last month?
272.
272. 200's good.
200's good. That's why we're talking about a modest slowing in the
It's going to
job
be hot,
market.
though. It's going to be hotter than 200.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Otherwise, if we did, we would.
I'll tell you why. We're going to talk about this in just a second, but we're looking for a modest slowing in the jobs market. Meanwhile, some Fed officials are saying it's time to look out or pay more attention to the possibility of a broader slowing in employment. Here's what we're looking for. 200 versus 272. Unemployment unchanged though at 4%. It is up from 3.5, but it's not. It's still a low level. Average hourly wages, a lot of attention always paid to that because we want to know if the job gains are inflationary. and there's 3.9 coming down year over year. That would be a good development here. Some of the signs we've seen of slowing. ISM service employment below 50 for 5 months now. Some rise in the jobless claims, and of course, the reason why nobody knows, Joe, is slowing immigration. Immigration has been a major wild card in the jobs numbers ever since the pandemic. We had increases in both legal and illegal immigration. They partly explain how the U.S. has posted job gains far above the growth of the native born labor force, but the numbers have come down sharply to the point where Morgan Stanley is writing this morning, the March decline in immigration should begin to affect construction and leisure payrolls in June or soon after. They see a 3 or 4 month lag from what's happened at the border recently to slowing job growth. Some Fed officials have noted that with inflation still above target but coming down, that it's time to start paying more attention to the employment side of the mandate. San Francisco President Mary Daly said last week that the economy is closer to a place where it can't count on the job market not suffering from the strong rise in rates. Here are the probabilities that we have going out there. I don't know if we have them here. 74%. Anyway, we go into this meeting with little chance of a July cut, but a 75% chance of one in September, and a 71% probability of a second cut by December. Key for Fed, wage and labor data. It doesn't need to see weak job growth if there are enough bodies to fill the jobs, and do so in a ways that doesn't push up inflation. Joe, this immigration thing, I don't think anybody has a good count of it. I think the more or less, once adjusted, the payroll numbers are giving us what is happening, but we don't know about the supply of labor.
But it just seems like it's a really good problem to have, that you're saying we may be able to shift our attention back to employment and we're only at 4% unemployment. I mean, if inflation is really giving them the opportunity to say, okay, we kind of have like we're doing what we need to do with inflation. Now we can refocus and make sure we keep full employment. When you're starting from 4, we're not starting from 6 or 7 or 8 or something like that. Isn't 4 pretty good?
It is good. And if I could just, could we forget about that discussion we had about the body mass index? Because I went to the Stop and Shop to get fried chicken to bring on the boat to have for July 4th. I know that's bad.
Fried?
I don't think you should be sharing this information with the viewer. But
Just
okay.
once. Don't see here we do this. Once a year.
Is there news you can use for
It's
the audience?
cold.
What else besides that?
Potato salad.
Potato salad?
Okay. Yeah, none of this is good.
But it's just it's July 4th.
Chocolate shakes?
No, we didn't have chocolate shakes. But
Just donuts?
No donuts. No. But
you-
here's what I want to tell you.
Yeah.
Tell it.
When I walked into the Stop and Shop, there was a big sign there. It said, "We have lowered prices on," cross out dozens, cross out hundreds, thousands of products.
Lowered prices.
Lowered prices.
Gougers.
Well, I just think it's interesting, and I think that maybe that would
Do
be
you think
something.
they really lowered prices on thousands, or do you think they just said they were going to
Could be
lower?
I think they probably
shrinkflation.
did.
Could be shrinkflation.
I think they probably did lower prices on thousands.
Did you have
of
all
products.
crappy dark meat?
I like dark meat. Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. Rob is so pissed about this.
I ignore him.
What did you have, Cantino?
Yeah.
What did you eat? Hamburgers and hot dogs.
He's furious we're talking BMI. Believe me.
Oh, is that what he's mad about?
Yeah. Oh,
Can we get a shot of Cantino in the control
yeah.
room?
He's like,
Let's get a shot of Cantino.
he thinks we're talking directly about.
No shot of Cantino. We're going to give all of you shots of Ozempic is what we're going to do. Okay.
All right,
come
I shouldn't
back.
have had the fried chicken. I'm sorry.
We're going to see Steve in just a little bit when we get that jobs number at 8:30. Meantime, when we come back, plead guilty to a felony fraud or go to trial. Boeing has until the close of business today to respond to the DOJ about what it's going to do. Former United CEO Oscar Munoz is going to join us to talk about that and much more. All that's happening in the airline industry. Then later, you don't want to miss this. Frank Luntz joining us with the latest on the race for the White House. He's got some new polling results. He's talking to people and got a unique perspective on all of it. We're coming right back after this.
What are you waiting for?
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Today marking Boeing's deadline to either plead guilty to a felony fraud charge or go to trial against the Justice Department stemming from its door panel blowout and subsequent quality control issues. Joining us right now is Oscar Munoz. He's former United Airlines chairman and CEO, and of course now a CNBC contributor. Oscar, I'm putting you in charge of Boeing. You get to make the decision. What do you do?
Well, that's a nice hypothetical. Good morning and happy day after 4th. That is a hypothetical that I don't think anybody wants to be part of, for sure. What a difficult situation for them. Do you, on one hand, put it behind you, right? Go ahead and plead guilty, work the plea deal, pay the fines, and then move forward, or take a chance on a very high-profile, court case. It's going to last forever, and will continue to drag your brand through the mud. And of course, you're looking for a CEO. You're looking for your customers to regain their trust, and the whole combination of issues is a really daunting one. And I'm not a lawyer, so I can't advise on that. But facing that decision is clearly a difficult one. And if I'm in charge, I don't know. I don't know what I do. I don't know. I don't have all the details.
Well, so Oscar, here's my question. What do you think the brand damage is to pleading guilty? What does it do? I don't know. Contractually, are there the equivalent of like key man provisions in any contracts with different airlines or others that say, okay, if you are a convicted felon, though I know it's a corporate felon, that somehow could undo deals or other things that have been made in the past?
Yeah, there's a host of downstream effects. Clearly, the brand imagery, like everything else, the news cycle is what it is, and that thing fades. You'll always be referred to as the convicted. You'll have all those references, but you can get on with life, and depending on the conditions, you can somewhat manage. The conditions aren't great. You have people in your offices for a long period of time. You have a lot of scrutiny with regards to your continued government contracts, but all of those are somewhat manageable. It is the same things you're going to face if you're convicted, and so there's a roll of the dice. It's like if the same things are going to happen if I get convicted or not. Do I just go ahead and go through with a very expensive trial? So again, it is very, very complicated a decision to make.
Things definitely. I mean, after the initial 2 accidents, they were very, just killed a lot of people bad. The worst thing that can happen. So you get on probation where you know that you're going to be watched very closely, and you need to comply with whatever it is, somewhat stringent safety regulations. So when you see what happened with those bolts that they weren't even put on, and it just seems like you don't really need to know a whole lot else to see that you can make that stick in a trial, don't you think, Oscar? How does something like that happen? And there's other things too. That's not the only thing, but that's the most flagrant thing that shows that they did not take the safety protocols seriously.
Again, none of us are attorneys, I don't believe. Anything can happen in a court case. Facts can get presented in very different ways. Your particular example of the bolts, there could be a host of different situations that are specific to that plant, to that facility, to that time slot of the people that were working. That could be seen that it's an isolated item. Everyone is not a wholesale culture. Yes, and then you bring in all the other things and the hundreds of whistleblowers that are showing up. So clearly the facts are not with you. But again, none of us on this call or even listening are privy to all of the information that's there. And we all just see the headlines, which tend to be sensational. So I don't know those facts. And if you're comfortable with those facts, then you go ahead and go for the court case. But I don't know. It's fighting the U.S. government. Don't ever think that's a really good idea because it lasts for so long. So again, depending on what the plea deal holds, if I were a betting man, I'd go 50.005% in favor of that. There's going to be a plea deal. Now that one will also have to be approved by people, and unless it's really a tough plea, there's going to be a lot of pushback, certainly from the affected families, for lack of, for a very specific case. So Even going the plea deal route is not an easy one, and it'll be fraught with more issues in the near future.
Yeah, Oscar. Separate question, just on the airline industry for the summer right now. It appears that there's been enough capacity put on, or maybe you could argue maybe too much capacity, insofar as prices are down marginally in terms of where we are right now. Do you think they're going to go down further? What's your take on where we stand just from a capacity perspective?
It depends on, it's so weird to be able to talk about pricing now that I'm not part of the industry specifically. But you're right. I mean, prices right now domestically tend to be, it depends on where you're going, like anything else. Right. Europe, and far off places are down because there's a huge amount of demand and plenty of capacity. But comparatively speaking to other times, it is down. So it's hard to tell. It is all such competition.
And then finally, what do you make of the competition now? And Delta's just sort of thrown down a new gauntlet. You probably saw last week or a week and a half ago now. This new Delta One lounge at JFK. They're spending a lot of money to put these now in LA, New York. I think they're going to put them in some other places as well. United is either going to try to catch up or says it's trying to catch up in this sort of super premium space. Does that make sense to you? Can you make the math work? What do you think?
Well, and I have flown Delta One, and I have flown, of course, Global Service, and the clubs themselves have just improved mightily. You see this across the board. I haven't seen a lot of American airline new clubs, but both Deltas and Uniteds are just spectacular. The ones that are being rebuilt, for sure. The Delta One experience with the you have a security function that gets you into this club. Once you get into that main club, when you have to get to your gate, it's still kind of far away. And so, yes, all of that makes a difference. It's very special. You get into a special door. Global Service has that same for United, so they're kind of equal in that regard, but that's a biased statement. Here's the big issue. You still have to fly the darn airline appropriately. My Delta One experience was great until I got to the flight, which was delayed by over an hour and a half, which happens to everyone for some reason.
But do you think the lock-in effect is real? Meaning people are not sitting on kayak trying to choose the lowest fare or the fare that the scheduled flight that makes the most sense?
Yeah, no, this industry is always, it's not as sticky as you think. It's sticky if you're a frequent flyer in a particular location, meaning out of Houston or Chicago or any of the United hubs or Atlanta for Delta. You're going to be beholden to that airline because that's where you can get to the most places at the most time, to your point, on schedule. And so you're beholden to them in that regard. So that has a whole broader, like LA is a market that's very widely, the shares widely distributed. So I think it does make a difference there. But again, it all depends on where you're going and when you can get back. If you're going from LA to Boston, which I was doing, it was the only way I could really fly that day to get there. So I chose them. But I can see how both Global Service and Line, and I suspect Concierge Key, whatever American flies, is an important one. And it's, by the way, on a tangential note, something that even someone like a Southwest is going to have to consider, because to your point of stickiness, customers are actually liking and wanting more of this for their things. So it does have an effect for sure. Otherwise, nobody would do it.
Oscar Munoz, we appreciate your perspective on all of this. We want to wish you a happy July 4th, and we will see what Boeing ultimately decides to do or not later this afternoon.
I'm sure we'll be back to talk about that. Have a good one, gentlemen, and everyone. Bye-bye.
Coming up, putting AI models up to the test. You always talk about the stack. You love saying it, the stack. That's like who's best, who's worst.
Stack rank.
The stack
rank them.
Yeah.
So rank them.
You love that. That's what we're going to do. Deepwater Asset Management publishing a study about which artificial intelligence platforms are the most accurate. Details next. Check out the futures ahead of the jobs report. Dow's now down 38 points. NASDAQ up. S&P off a little bit. We'll be right back.
Time now for today's Aflac trivia question. Originally making black gunpowder, what company was founded by French immigrants in Delaware? The answer when Squawk Box returns. now. And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. Originally making black gunpowder, what company was founded by French immigrants in Delaware? The answer? DuPont.
And Google will win the AI arms race. This is according to a new study published by Deepwater Asset Management today. The company tested ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, and Claude with the same 40 questions to determine who would give the most accurate answers. Joining us now with more, Gene Munster, Deepwater Asset Management Managing Partner. I just want to read one quote because it's exactly what I thought. What's most important for the future is the ability to allow third parties to create unique, deep, and conversational experiences that deliver insights beyond search. That doesn't exist today. And that's what I've seen. It's like, thank you, but I could have Googled this and put it all together, Googled it a couple of different places, gone to the sources, stuck them together, hodgepodge, and you're giving me no insight, no analysis, you're not distilling anything. Are any of them any good at this point, Gene? They're not impressive to me at this point.
Well, I think they definitely do an important role in terms of getting to the answer more quickly, but I do think we're in this kind of still early stage. If you kind of a scale of 1 to 100, we're probably in the teens in terms of their ability to really deliver something that's unique. And so I want to break down the topic into two pieces. Number one, you led with our belief that Google is going to win at search, and that is a powerful statement given some of the concerns that investors have about the $185 billion in revenue that they're going to do this year in search, and that potentially getting displaced by other generative AI search products. OpenAI is going to come out with a chatbot this year. But our findings are that the intelligence of these models, even though it's called 15 on a scale of 100 right now, the intelligence is comparable. And why that's so important for Google investors is that if it's comparable to OpenAI and Grok and Claude, that means that those 4 billion daily active search users really aren't going to be motivated to make that switch. And so I kind of think about this topic in two pieces. Google's search franchise is intact, no need to worry. Second is, what does that mean for if the search kind of opportunity and that commerce opportunity gets taken off the table, what does it mean for the other models? And ultimately, as you said, is that AI chatbots still need to make a leap forward from what they're doing today, giving simple answers, to really to the point where you're getting that, as you described it, this kind of deep conversation. And why is a deep conversation important is because the true unlock with chatbots is going to be getting to an insight that you wouldn't get from a single answer. And so I think that chapter 1 going well for Google and will continue because it's smart, comparable to the others. Chapter 2 is still wide open for these generative bots to add much more value than we're getting today.
So that I was wondering how you could make a determination of who is going to win when we don't know who's going to be able to get to that next step that you just mentioned. But you think because they're already entrenched with all the search users that
two different.
Even if they're comparable to the others because of their existing position, that makes them the eventual winner. Is that how you're thinking of it?
We're thinking about, there's two pieces to the topic. On the search side, that's correct. Is that since Gemini is comparable by our scoring, it's within 4%. All of the models are basically comparable intelligence. And since it's comparable, there's no real motivation. It's not 10x better for this habitual search behavior that we have around Google to change. And so that search piece is in a good place. But then there's another part of the conversation that emerged in our testing, which is that what's happening in search and will continue to be generative search in the future really isn't the true unlock related to a chatbot, and that true unlock still hasn't happened. And I think that that's the opportunity for all four of them, is to build a model that just has that conversation piece that still doesn't exist today.
Gene, but can you just break it down for other functionality, or did you not look at other functionality?
We did. We basically, as I mentioned, their intelligence are comparable.
No, but I just say, so I use this stuff all the time. I would tell you if I was going to write something, and I don't do this, we actually don't do this professionally, but if you're going to write something or play with writing it, I would use Anthropic, I would use Claude. right? It seems more human. The sort of wordsmithing of it all seems a little bit more. There's sort of something, feels something.
Not for your column, you're not doing
No, I'm just saying if
You
you were
haven't
gonna-
done this yet, have you?
No, I'm saying if you were going to try to write something or use it to write something,
don't do that.
Anthropic to
I'll
me,
be able to tell.
I would probably use Anthropic or maybe ChatGPT. I would actually Gemini would be the third on my
Stack.
list. On my if I was stack
Stack it.
rank them, if you will.
Stack rank.
If you wanted
Yes.
to use numbers or to create charts or to create tables, you might actually use. I think you'd use ChatGPT probably first.
Oh, yeah,
of all those things.
Probably.
So we
So go ahead,
did
Gene.
look at that in terms of what they're good at. And so as I mentioned, their broader intelligence is similar, but like you said, each model does better. For example, Google does best at commerce. And then in the category, we had a category of future projections. And that tended to be GPT, and Grok did well with that. Claude, as you said, does well with more of the kind of those writing types of features. And so each model does have a strength. Grok is the only one with what we describe as a true personality. It doesn't give the bullet point responses. It's
Right.
not scientific. So just if that's more of your personality, you're going to gravitate more towards Grok. But they do have individual strengths. Their broader intelligence is relatively comparable.
It's okay. Well, I just want to know, when, and really if it makes that next leap, because so the chips are fast, they're really fast, but when does it make that, to sentience of some kind, or to insight? I mean, we're all gonna hear there's gonna be a sound all of a sudden when we get, because that's going to be not a singularity necessarily. That's going to be a whole new thing that
Exactly.
Well, how long? Ever?
Well,
And we gotta
how long is that going to take to get there? The way we think about it is, it's going to come. It's probably by the end of the decade. Of don't use Elon as a good benchmark in terms of time. He says that we're like within a year or two, so it's probably 5-6 years. But it's going to happen. And Joe, to your point too, everything we're talking is generative. When you get to general intelligence, it's a step function. It's a step function improvement.
Quantum.
In what you can do.
That'd be quantum. And
Yeah,
we sort of
thank you.
rushed it because, AI's been around. I mean, computer-aided design and all that was all sort of people said that Waze was an AI program. And until we get to that next thing where, and I haven't seen it yet. I read this. It's like, oh, great.
It's not there.
You Googled a bunch of crap and you stuck it all together. That's not that impressive. Thanks, Gene.
Thank you.
Okay. Coming up, we are going to talk politics and the race for the White House. Pollster Frank Luntz is going to be with us. And then later, it's been 30 years since Amazon went into business, and 3 years since Andy Jassy has now been the CEO. A look at what's next for the company in the Jassy era. Squawk Box returns after this.
humanly possible.
A pair of buyout firms are reportedly raising their takeover offer for Macy's to just under $7 billion. Wall Street Journal says Ark House Management and Brigade Capital would be buying shares of the department store that they don't already own. Macy's ended a board fight with those firms in April by adding 2 of their nominees to the board. We're back to break for a second, but after that, you don't want to miss it. Pollster Frank Luntz is going to join us as pressure mounts on President Biden to step aside in the presidential election. Then later, the June jobs report is going to be released. It's the first Friday of July. The numbers and the instant market reaction is straight ahead. Squawk Box coming right back.
Now.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. For more on the 2024 election, join us right now is pollster and political strategist Frank Luntz. Frank, it is great to see you. Want to get your thoughts. A couple of days now out from the debate. We're going to see President Biden tonight. George Stephanopoulos is going to be interviewing him. So important.
I thought that we're going to have 2 big nights.
Yep.
Conventions don't matter. That the 2 debates, I don't think there's going to be a second debate. And that tonight's interview could actually be even more important. If he doesn't come across strong, focused, and most importantly,
right.
This is the single biggest complaint that all voters had, regardless of whether you're Republican or Democrat. All they did is fight about the past. What are you going to do for me now, next month, next year?
You mean what can be unburdened by what has been?
Oh, that's a good line. I'm not going to... It's a good line. It's philosophical.
But here's my question to you. You're seeing some of the donor class already step away.
By the way, it's
from
a
the
lot.
from the president.
And I know that you're a journalist.
Yep.
Not just a host. The donor class is abandoning him. The members of Congress are afraid. The governors are afraid. I talk to them, and they're trying to figure out what the hell we can do. The donor class is not afraid, and they are shocked at what happened, and it's continuing.
Okay, before we get to the prospect of whether he gets replaced or he steps away, just what is he going to have to say tonight? And if he puts on a good performance, does that change the dynamic? And also, George Stephanopoulos is going to have to push him, and push him pretty hard, I
And if he
imagine.
doesn't, he's going to be condemned by everyone, so he's got a lot of pressure on him. So I wrote a couple things down. He can't say I had a bad night.
He can't say it. He's going to have to say he had a bad night. If he
No.
doesn't say he had a bad night, then what's he going to say?
Because that I didn't do what I wanted to do. I didn't say what I wanted to say. I communicated. It was such an important night, and I didn't communicate the values, the priorities that are so essential for this country.
Okay, how would you answer?
That's how I would start it.
Right.
Then I would do 3 questions. Just as Reagan did, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? I'd ask a question. Do you want chaos and confusion?
Right.
Or do you want stability and predictability? Give me 3 questions like that, then give me the priorities.
How do you answer this following question? Mr. President, you are the commander-in-chief of this country. There are going to be real-time crises which you are going to have to handle, and some of them are going to be after 8 p.m., and I don't say that facetiously or critically, but there are going to be times where you're going to have to be up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're going to have to make a super critical decision about American lives and folks and military folks who are out there.
Is there anyone who's watching who's not gotten a cold or not gotten sick on the day that you absolutely had to be healthy? On your wedding day, burying a very close friend or family relative. That's what happened.
And you think that answer...
You said not to use the "I had a bad night."
No, you don't use the words "I had a bad night," but you have to be able to explain it away. I'm a word guy, and the precise words that he uses absolutely does matter.
To the extent that there is obviously a conversation, a side conversation happening right now about whether he should step away, and if he does, who would replace him. How do you see that?
As utter chaos, has to go to the delegates. It cannot go to a nationwide primary. There's simply no time.
But you don't think that he and Joe Biden are going to ultimately have to anoint somebody?
I don't believe he's going to go. I trust those who say that his son and his wife are adamant, as is he, that he's the best. I don't believe this, but he firmly believes he's the best candidate.
Can he stay? Because he's got the delegates?
That's why tonight is so important.
No, but can he? Even if he screws up tonight? You think the pressure could be so great? Do you think he's really said to 2 people that I may or may not stay, and then puts on a brave face for everyone else? But do you think he's conceded that maybe it doesn't work out?
Not yet, not yet.
Not even the 2 people.
Not yet.
That was the reporting, was that he's kind of implied to them that if I don't really kill it for the next 2 weeks, I could be gone. But if he doesn't want to go, can he really stay? Could he make the decision to stay without donors, without, even if Schumer and Pelosi say something, could he still?
When he announces, I'm going nowhere, and the focus, look, my voice right now.
Right.
This is an important interview for me, and I'm having trouble right now. These things do happen. We're human beings, and he needs to be able to communicate that. Your challenge is a good one, and that's what Stephanopoulos should say. But if he's determined to stay, he can stay. If he waffles, then they will push him out.
If he gets pushed, do you believe the vice president steps into that role and that the Democrats ultimately support her in that position? Or do you think we're talking about a completely different team?
Once again, who's going to step up? I can name you 6 people who would be better than her right now, but I'm talking to them and nobody wants to challenge her because nobody... Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to be direct.
Yep.
God help me. You may never have me on the show again.
You don't even have to say it. We understand.
Nobody wants to knock out an African-American woman
Right.
and be held responsible for that.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that is the truth. And that's something that maybe I shouldn't, maybe I'm going to be criticized when I walk off of here. But she's got such a strong position because of that. And here's the issue. Her favorability is still, she's the most unpopular vice president since Dan Quayle.
Okay.
And he was the most unpopular vice president since Aaron Burr.
Okay, if all of what you say is
And that's
true,
a
let's
good-
just
that's
make
a-
the supposition that that's true. Is there somebody that you would pair her with that you think that would make them an unbeatable team?
I think of the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore. I think of the senator of New Jersey, Cory Booker. I think of the single best retail politician, Mitch Landrieu. All of them would do a better job than she would because they get the public.
Right.
It's not funny to them, it's serious to them.
Let me ask you a final question. You brought some cadets from West Point today, and you've been talking to them, teaching a class there. What are you telling this class about sort of where we are in America?
Well, they're telling me where we are. I'm pessimistic, as you guys have heard me say. They're optimistic. They're committed to service, sacrifice, courage, and conviction. They're committed to doing the right thing for the right reasons at the right time and the right way. I would ask our elected officials, you show me why you deserve the support of West Point, not the other way around. These are the finest young men and women. They're dedicated to this country and they support the Constitution. They don't support the president. They're not there for the country, they're there for the Constitution, and they are knowledgeable and they are strong and they succeed. There is no failure at West Point. You have to succeed because it's our country and our Constitution at stake. I would love to show you the video. I know we've been having trouble this morning. I will tell you that last night, 4th of July, was my best 4th of July ever because I was surrounded by people who I so deeply respect and admire. I never served. They serve every single day.
Frank Luntz, happy July 4th. We appreciate your perspective on all of this.
Same to you
and
guys.
thank you. Okay, when we come back, a lot more coming up on Squawk Box in just a moment. Amazon under the Jassy era. We're going to talk about it, a look at where the company stands since its inception 30 years ago. We are coming right back live from Times Square.
You've got this.
Today marks 3 years since Andy Jassy took the CEO job at Amazon, taking over the e-commerce and tech giant from founder Jeff Bezos. And Kate Rooney is here with more on Amazon's Jassy area. Hey, Kate.
Hey, Joe. Good morning. Yeah, so Amazon's gotten a lot leaner, a lot more efficient under Andy Jassy. Investors see the CEO's biggest wins as e-commerce profitability and advertising, but they still need some convincing that Jassy hasn't missed the boat when it comes to AI. He was handpicked by founder Jeff Bezos for the CEO job 3 years ago. Jassy's been at Amazon for almost 3 decades and founded the successful cloud business, AWS, within Amazon. Mark Mahaney of Evercore and then Gene Munster both pointed out some of the irony of Jassy's success as CEO. It's been more actually on the e-commerce side, while AWS, which is what he's really known for, where he built his career at Amazon, has seen a few more challenges. Cloud growth, for example, stalled a couple of years ago, falling from around 30% growth to around 13%. It has bounced back. It's now closer to 15%. Amazon was a first mover in cloud, but now faces a lot more competition at this point from Microsoft and Google. Amazon's e-commerce margins, though, have expanded after falling into negative territory right around the pandemic. Efforts in logistics have helped bring down cost per package and then delivery times as well. Sports is another big area where Jassy's been leaning in for Amazon, spending big and getting those NFL and NBA rights for Prime. Advertising within Prime has been widely applauded by Wall Street, seen as a big opportunity. And Jassy's also doubled down on healthcare, acquiring One Medical and then expanding into Amazon clinics. But his team has been pulling back on things like Amazon Go stores that just walk out, payment technology, and then brick and mortar bookstores, with multiple rounds of employee layoffs across Amazon in the past few years. Andy Jassy has also trimmed in at least one area where Jeff Bezos may not have. That would be Alexa. It's the big example. Former employees tell me this was Bezos's pet project, and while Alexa's something Jassy wants to see major improvements on, especially when it comes to what it's capable of in AI. AI, though, that is still really the big open question for investors, who tell me that's going to be Jassy's biggest task going forward, is to prove that Amazon is going to lead in this area, guys. Back to you.
All right, I'm told we got to go. Kate, no crosstalk. Good to have you on this morning. We'll see you. See you soon.
Okay.
Good to see you, Joe. Thanks, yeah.
Coming up, the cost of tariffs on the American consumer. Former Commerce Secretary Carlos Gutierrez is going to join us right after the break to discuss what may or may not happen, whether it's a negotiating ploy or whether it is real. We're coming right back.
now.
President Biden and former President Trump both support tariff policies aimed at protecting domestic industries, but these tariffs have significant economic costs, including billions of dollars in expenses for U.S. consumers. Joining us now is Carlos Gutierrez, former Commerce Secretary, CNBC contributor. It's not just us either. It's not just the last administration. It's the current administration, maybe more targeted, maybe not. We hear what former President Trump's saying about 10% across the board. Just today, Carlos, the EU, looking at the way China subsidizes that EV industry, the EU levying tariffs just today. It's everywhere. It's almost a fact of life. What are we to think?
It's pretty much out of control, and sorry, Joe, I just have a little bit of it's out of control. It's just people are doing what they want to do. I don't really get what this 10% is going to do for us. We have put tariffs on over the last several years, and you look at the deficit, it really hasn't moved. It hasn't achieved its intended goal. But to your point, Joe, this just starts a domino effect. If the U.S. can do it, China can do it. The European Union's tariffs were anywhere from 17 to 37, which suggests they calculated something. Ours were going to be 50, and then we decided it's going to be 100. So it's become this random decision. How much do you want? Do you want 70? You want 120? There's no longer a fundamental methodology that we've all agreed to use. So this is bad. This is bad. I think he will put it on. I don't believe it could be a negotiating tactic for later, but I believe he will do it if he becomes president.
Well, let's just talk about the ones that are already there. And some of them were put on by Trump, left on by Biden. There's some new ones from Biden. A, do you believe that it's just a tax? Eventually it hits consumers? And then B, I would say there's plenty of taxes that we levy with a desired outcome, to try to force behavior in some way. Sometimes what we're dealing with China or dumpers, whether it's North Korea, steel, sometimes it's so egregious, you could almost make the case that even if it is a tax on consumers, it's worth it to let these countries know that it's unacceptable, their trade practices. Does that never make sense, even if it is a tax on consumers?
Yeah. As long as it hurts, as long as they really see it as a remedy, as long as it really has an impact. That's what we have not seen, is what has been the impact of those tariffs. On one hand, some Chinese companies may just pay them. But essentially, it's the U.S. consumer, right? The company who imports pays for them, and they, again, charge consumers. And most likely, they will mark up their price to offset those tariffs. The U.S. government doesn't see the penny. So this is all about the economy. It's about building a wall around the U.S. And I think we have to think about, what does that look like in 5-10 years? We have this commercial wall around the U.S. What will our economy be like?
Carlos, you may be surprised that I'm asking this question, but there's part of me that thinks that former President Trump is, I don't want to say bluffing, but maybe bluffing is part of a negotiating ploy, right? That his intention isn't necessarily to put on tariffs, at least at this scale, but that he thinks by talking about tariffs this way suggests the U.S. is strong, and perhaps it becomes a negotiating point for other things that we may want from China. What do you think about that? And whether the CBO and everybody else who's trying to score these things should be scoring them just on the merits of what they look like on their face relative to what they might actually be in practice?
Yeah. So it's interesting you mentioned that, Andrew, because that is a well-used tactic, and it's been used on us. So I hope at some point we're going to be using it as well. Someone says, look, I'm going to slap 40% tariffs on a specific industry. And we work hard to negotiate and to convince them not to do it. And in that process, we give them something, so that they don't put 40% tariffs on an industry, and in the end, they don't put anything on an industry, and we feel like we won. That happens all the time. I don't think that President Trump uses that. I don't think that is. I don't think that would have as much impact as putting in the 10% and then using that to negotiate. And I think he wants impact. I think he wants a little bit of shock and awe. But this is a very well-known tactic, Andrew. It's a good point.
Carlos, I want to thank you for your perspective. I want to wish you a happy July 4th and enjoy the rest of that weekend.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you all.
Took you away from the weekend for a little bit. It was a long weekend for some. You bet.
Thank you.
Meantime, it is just now after 8 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin, along with Joe Kernan. Becky is off today. Got a whole bunch of big stories coming at you, including, by the way, the jobs number, which is coming in just under 30 minutes. But take a look right now at Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies deep in the red this morning. In focus for investors, a payout of nearly $9 billion to users of the crypto exchange Mt. Gox. And that's that coin there, $55,347. You can check out some of the other crypto-related companies feeling the pain across the board. In other news, the parent of Saks Fifth Avenue saying it will acquire department store Neiman Marcus in a $2.65 billion transaction. The companies say Amazon and Salesforce will also be investors in the combined businesses to be known as Saks Global. And the head of Chase Bank, this is important, warning customers it could start having to pay for their checking accounts. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, JP Morgan Consumer Banking CEO Marianne Lake saying Chase is planning to start charging for some services that are now free if government regulations take effect in their current form. She says she expects others in the banking industry to also start charging. So I think part of what she's arguing is call your congressman or congresswoman in this case. Take a look at futures right now. Dow off about 41 points, NASDAQ up about 7.5 points. The S&P 500, we're going to call it almost done, but down about 5 points. All of this may change in literally under half an hour when we get the unemployment or the employment numbers and the unemployment numbers. But before we do all of that, I want to get to Mike Santoli, who is working this morning hard at the New York Stock Exchange. Mike.
Yeah, Andrew, and ahead of those jobs numbers, we have the most important indexes at record highs. How did we get here? S&P 500, a relatively small subset of the big growth stocks, levitating on most days. You had a couple of broad rallies on Tuesday and Wednesday. The rest of the market kind of churning in place. That's what this shows. The S&P 500 up 24.5% over a 12-month basis. And you see the equal-weighted version up 9.5%. Nothing terribly wrong with that, but it shows you that it really hasn't done much for a few months right here. So holding in place with these gains, also running at around a 9% annualized gain for the current calendar year. So it doesn't look like much next to the growth stock-led, mega cap-dominated S&P 500, but still kind of hanging in there is the way I would characterize it. Now, on the consumer side, consumer discretionary, very similar story. So that's the consumer discretionary sector. This is the equal-weighted version of it. You see how they've diverged just in the last little while. What's going on there? Well, Amazon and Tesla are going on, and that's their 40% of the market cap weighted consumer discretionary basket. The rest of discretionary consumer cyclicals softening up a little bit. There's a lot more sensitivity to signs of a slowing in the economy. We saw that in a bunch of the numbers, the ISM numbers, the services numbers last week. Obviously, that's one of the reasons that the jobs number in focus. Take a look at the payroll processors. Speaking of the labor market, ADP and Paychex, 5-year chart. Look at amazingly stable, and that kind of shows you we've been sort of steady around full employment, and we're up 7 million jobs since the Fed started tightening in 2022, but it's been kind of decelerating. So not much of a tell here on which way the numbers go, but interesting that we've been hovering near highs for these companies as well, guys.
Okay. Mike, thank you for that. I'm sure we'll be talking and watching you throughout the rest of the day.
And a changing of the guard in British politics today. Sky News anchor and CNBC contributor Wilfred Frost joins us with the latest on the UK election. Good morning again, Wilf.
Hey, Joe. Yeah, so the changing of the guard is now complete. A few hours ago, Rishi Sunak offered his resignation to the King, which was accepted, and then the King invited Keir Starmer to form a government. Starmer then returned to Downing Street moments ago and gave a speech. We should have a bit of that to come a little bit later during the morning. And what stood out for me in Keir Starmer's first speech as Prime Minister was that, A, he and Sunak both thanked each other underlining the smooth transition of power, of course, and the very swift transition of power, all taking place this morning. And also that he said he wanted to govern for all. Of course, a little bit of an acknowledgement there that he has got a huge majority on a relatively small percentage of the vote. Let's listen now to Sir Keir Starmer speaking moments ago in Downing Street.
But whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Politics can be a force for good. We will show that. We've changed the Labour Party, returned it to service, and that is how we will govern. Country first, party second.
And with 412 of the 650 seats, 63% of the seats in all, he has the ability to govern as he sees fit. And he will get straight to it. We expect him to start picking his cabinet today and straight into action. Not just on domestic policy, guys, where we do expect an overall pro-business administration to form and pro-business policies to come, but on the international stage as well. Of course, the G7 gathering taking place next week, and he will be a leader, perhaps most powerful, domestically at least, at that gathering, given, of course, that he's not about to face an imminent election like President Biden, or indeed in the middle of one like President Macron of France, or in a weak position like Olaf Scholz of Germany. And all of a sudden, somewhat out of nowhere, at least in international images, Sir Keir Starmer now one of the most powerful leaders in the Western world.
Interesting. Well, from this, trying to figure out what changes we'd be likely to see. You remember the last time the UK looked seriously at deficits and taxes and spending and everything else? That didn't go well for that prime minister, as you might recall. Would it go better now if they really are pro-business? And it's the same question here in the United States. The things are unsustainable that we're dealing with.
Well, Liz Truss, I guess, showed, certainly in the UK, but even the other Western worlds, that if you do push the boundaries too much, the market might fall out of bed, and borrowing costs, not just at the short end, at the long end of the curve as well, can soar. Now, I think there was a lot to her mini-budget that was quite so disastrous, including massive spending on energy bailouts for consumers, as well as tax cuts. And it was the speed with which she did everything at once, with no warning to the market, that contributed to the way that bond yields spiked as much as anything else. Keir Starmer versus Rishi Sunak, they're actually relatively similar in terms of wanting fiscal discipline overall. At the margin, Starmer wants to put a few taxes up and spend a bit more, versus Sunak was saying he wanted to cut a few taxes. I think most significant now in the UK for business, Joe, is that we have a clear path of what's to come for the next 5 years, an overall pro-business administration with certainty and ability to deliver, and that tends to be a good thing for markets and for business.
He likes, most important for you, he likes Arsenal. Have I got that right?
He does indeed. He plays, he's 61, he makes him relatively old, Joe, compared to recent prime ministers. The last 4 were in their 40s when they took office. 2 were in their 50s. He's 61, and but he keeps fit. He plays five-a-side soccer every single week. He goes to Arsenal as often as he can, and from my perspective, as you say, at least that shows he's got good judgment, supports the best team in the world.
Exactly. I know that you were heartened by that. All right. Thanks, Wolf.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
Still 20 years younger than our guys.
20 years. Yeah. Unbelievable. I know when he said 61, I'm like, yeah, that's a baby.
Coming up, June jobs. We're counting down to the government's latest employment report that's coming up at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. But next, Wharton School professor and behavioral psychologist Adam Grant is going to join us. He's got a new op-ed in which he tries to articulate the trap that President Biden has fallen into following last week's disastrous debate. It's an important piece. You don't want to go anywhere. He's going to be with us right after this.
humanly possible.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. We've got futures up there for you to look at. Not a lot happening. In 17 minutes, we get the jobs report. Meantime,
President Biden has fallen into a trap following what was widely perceived as a disastrous debate performance last week. That's according to Wharton School professor Adam Grant. He says it's an escalation of commitment to a losing course of action. He wrote about it in a new op-ed in the New York Times. Joining us right now to explain is Professor Adam Grant. He's the author, of course, of Think Again, and a longtime friend of the Squawk program. Adam, it's great to see you. I read your piece, from top to bottom with great fascination. Before we even get into the dynamics at play with which you describe, I'm curious just how you thought about even writing that down on paper, because I think there's been a lot of folks who haven't wanted to say what you said.
Well, I think that there's no value in staying quiet in a moment like this, right? I think there is such a thing as strategic silence and waiting for the right moment, but a lot of people have been waiting over a year to raise the question of, should the president rethink this decision to run? And I think after the debate performance, just felt like it was time to speak up.
And just to put one fine point on that before we get into some of the organizational psychology issues you describe, the president is going to be on television this evening with George Stephanopoulos. Is there anything you believe he could say which would change your mind?
Well, I don't have a clear view of, should he walk away immediately? Should he, stay in the race? Should he wait another few days? I think that, though, the writing seems to be on the wall. And I think at this point, even if, he's able to demonstrate a lot of vigor and cognitive clarity, there's an open question about whether voters will change their mind. And I think that's a question that needs to be weighed a lot more seriously than it has been so far.
Adam, if you knew now, if I could tell you that Kamala Harris would be the nominee in spite of Joe Biden, and that she would lose as well to Donald Trump, would that change your mind on whether President Biden should go?
I don't know. I think it's really hard to say at this point, right? It's July. We're trying to forecast November. That's a difficult task.
No, but
we know that the polls aren't.
This is really about Trump, though, right? I mean, this is really about Trump. I mean, you think Biden's going to lose to Trump, so you would run a potted plan if you could, if you thought that they could beat Trump. This is all about the bad orange man for you, is it not?
I wouldn't have phrased it that way, Joe, but look, I think that there are a lot of people who are worried about the state of democracy, and so I think the big question for the Democrats
except at the Washington Post, they're more worried about the state of democracy under Biden than under Trump. You saw that piece, I guess.
Yeah, I did. But look, I think the question here for Democrats is who's the best candidate to defeat Donald Trump, and I think so far, what I'm seeing from President Biden's advisors is they're more trying to focus on the question of, should he run or should he not run, as opposed to asking, if we're really concerned that democracy is on the line, who is the best person to save it?
Adam, speak to this. In the piece, you talk about what you call this trap, the escalation of commitment to a losing course of action. And you say that's a formal name or a technical name. Walk us through that thinking. Also walk us through that thinking in terms of the team that's around him. And to the degree you think their credibility is in question, if they pursue this path, what happens later if, in fact, they have to switch?
Okay, so escalation of commitment in the last half century of research is the finding that when people are facing possible or likely failure, instead of rethinking their decisions, they tend to double down and invest more, and they end up throwing good money after bad. It sounds like a sunk cost problem, but the biggest drivers of escalation are not economic, they're emotional. It's about ego, identity, and image. So we've heard President Biden talk about how he's a fighter. He doesn't want to feel or look like a quitter. And I think that's potentially the wrong frame for this decision. Instead of thinking about it as a loss to withdraw, he should be thinking about it as an opportunity, not just to pass the torch, but to ignite the flame, to be a selfless steward for the next generation to rise.
But Adam, the complication is he's also surrounded by a whole group of people who may not walk away as winners. He could walk away as winner potentially, depending on how you think this is all perceived. but the team around him ultimately are not going to have a job, right? And they are not going to have the power that they once had. And so there's sort of this interesting sort of team dynamic, and those around them, I imagine, whispering in his ear as well. And I'm curious how you think they should be thinking about this.
Well, I would probably ask them to think about their own reasoning. We've heard from Team Biden over the last 4 years that they're upset with Republicans for putting their own jobs over what might be the right thing to do, and saying, look, we're going to back Trump because he has the base, and we want to stay in Congress. So this is a chance to reflect on: do you want to make the same mistake? Or are you actually going to take the high road and risk your own job for the good of the country?
Adam, I don't know if you read, but Reid Hoffman put out a note last Friday, effectively saying, what Democrats need to rally around the current president. That actually Republicans, by the way, you were talking about loyalty, Joe, that Republicans, when there's a problem, they rally around their people. They don't walk from their people. And that it's just a classic sort of Democrat thing to do, to sort of, drop one person and go to the next.
Stay in power, exactly.
No, not to stay in power. Not
for the party to stay in power.
Well, one way is
doesn't matter who the figurehead is, and how long has Joe Biden really been in charge anyway?
You really think that Republicans are
think
rallying around their person so they don't stay in power just because they're loyal? We can have that debate a different day. Right. Adam, I just speak to the extent that there's a debate happening in the Democratic Party, and you do have people, donors like Reid Hoffman on one side, saying that the party needs to rally around him, and you have Reed Hastings on the other side saying that he needs to step away.
Well, look, I don't think this is a question of philosophy at this point. It's a question of strategy, right? The question is, who is the best candidate to rally behind? And my worry is that discussion is not getting the attention it deserves. I think there's a lot of discussion about polls right now. I think what we need are not pollsters, but forecasters. A group of experts, and there's a whole community of people who compete in tournaments to do this, to try to figure out what's likely to change in the next 4 months. And what's going to sway voters. And I think that too much is around, well, here's what Republicans do. And so Democrats need to follow that lead because it's effective. And there should be a much bigger emphasis on, well, what are the likely events between now and November that would ultimately affect probably the 7 swing states that will decide this election, and who's the candidate that's going to put the Democratic Party in the best position to end up on top.
So, Ed, have you met any pro-Trump professor? I mean, you got about half the country is backing him. Have you met a pro-Trump professor, either at Penn or elsewhere? Do you know any? And it's not correlated with the kind of stuff we saw a couple of months ago, is it? In terms of, a lot of the major Ivy Leagues didn't comport themselves very well during, after October 7th. Any correlation there?
I've interacted with quite a few professors who are planning to vote for Trump, and I do think that number has gone up since we saw the presidential testimonies in Congress and what was seen as an ineffective response to the tragedy and terrorist attack of October 7th.
Hope so.
But still a pretty small number from my interactions.
Okay. Adam Grant, we appreciate you joining us. I wish you a happy 4th. Thank you.
All right, coming up, the June jobs report. Economists expecting a gain of 200,000 jobs last month. We'll get the numbers and the instant market reaction in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
and Peacock.
Up next, the number of the morning. We're just a few minutes away from the June jobs report. We're going to have it for you right after the break. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk, and this is CNBC.
What are you waiting for? Welcome back to Squawk Box. We are approaching the government's June employment report. Ahead of that data, let's bring in our jobs panel. Elizabeth Pancati is Director of Special Initiatives at the Roosevelt Institute. Douglas Holtz-Aiken, President of the American Action Forum. Stephanie Link, Hightower Chief Investment Strategist and a CNBC contributor. Our own Steve Leisman is back, and just to complete the 6 box, because how are we going to get any decent analysis with less than 6? I'm not sure we can do a 6.
5 is right out.
5 is
right out.
5, there's just no way.
If you get to 5, go to 6.
You got to go to 6. I'd like to go to 9 if we could. Let's start though. Rick, Steve says 200. Where are you? Rick.
225 to 250. 225 to 250 here.
Steph?
190.
190. Douglas Holtz-Aiken, your comments?
197, a little tick up of the unemployment rate.
All right, and we'll get the rest of the estimates in just a second. I'm going to head it down to you. We'll get everybody in eventually for the actual report, and sometimes it seeps out kind of slowly, Rick, so why don't you take it away?
Absolutely. I know, of course, everybody's going to be debating the breakdown between part-time, full-time, good jobs. It's the quality of jobs that we don't get from the report, and it is hitting the wires. June jobs report. Non-farm payrolls expands 206,000, and that, of course, is benchmarked against the rearview mirror, which right now is going to be revised. Minus 111,000 is the 2-month revision. And if we look at the unemployment rate, he nailed it. Our buddy nailed it up 0.1% from 4% to 4.1%. 4.1% is the hottest, and we have to go back a ways. Last time we were at 4.1 was November of 21. So you have to go back now to October of 21 to find a higher rate, which was 4.5. Now, let's look at the hourly earnings from a month-over-month perspective. Up 0.3%. That's 1/10 lighter than the rearview mirror. It's exactly as expectations. And just to put a face on it, last month was up 0.4, as I said. The month before that, of course, April, was only up 0.2. So you can see we're kind of running right in between. And if we look at the year-over-year perspective on hourly earnings, 3.9%. That dips below the 4.1% in the rearview mirror. And let's look at the way back machine. 3.9 equals April of 21. To find a lower number than that, you have to go back to May of 21 when it was 2.3%. Now, let's consider average hourly work week, 34.3. That's exactly as expected, exactly as last time. And if we continue to kind of look over the last 12 months, it's the highest frequency, 34.3. The labor force participation rate, always important, 62.6%. Economists and analysts had it right. That's what they were expecting. It is 1/10 better than our last look at 62.5. 62.6 is the best level going back to just April when it was 62.7. If you recall, last month, of course, was the dip to 62.5, and that was the lowest level going all the way back to January of 23. And finally, U6. Okay, U3 is the unemployment rate that moved up to 4.1. U6 is the underemployment rate, and that remains at 7.4%. 7.4% is the hottest or the highest since Nov of 21. The response in the marketplace has been twofold. Initially, it popped up. Now it is lower. So 10-year notes were 432 prior to the number, Joe. They're now at 428. 428, and that means we are now down a dozen basis points on the week for a 10-year note, and at 463 for a 2, which was at 467, you're looking at down 13 basis points on the week. So rather dramatic drops, especially considering the long end was pushing 4.5% prior to the holiday. Let's throw it back to the panel for some comments.
Steve's been here, and you know that while you're doing that, you're actually asking questions and answering your own and talking to yourself.
Am I talking to myself while this is going on?
Yeah, that's okay, though. But you saw, Elizabeth, I'm sorry I didn't get to you right away. I'm coming right to you after I hear what Steve decided with Steve.
So here's what I was able to calculate while Rick was talking, which is that 74% of the jobs came from government and healthcare and education. So that's where the bulk of the jobs are. Okay. The rest of the jobs not doing quite so well. Leisure and hospitality, which have been a big source of job growth, just 7,000. Retail, we'd had some strength there, down 8,500. And then temporary help, which is a potential leading sign, minus 48,000. So you have this kind of dual sector economy. By the way, it's not the federal government. A lot of it is local government jobs. They seem to be still hiring in those places or those municipalities. And it's the hospitals up 22,000. So that's where a lot of the job growth is coming from. I think the other data that Rick was talking about, the increase in the participation rate, along with the idea that wages of the year over year went down again to where it was in the prior month or 2 months ago, plus the revisions. Again, this idea of gathering weakness but not being weak, I think, is the theme from the payroll report.
All right, Elizabeth, the floor is yours. I'm sorry I didn't get to you earlier.
That's okay. My forecast is 195, so I think we roughly were all around.
You should have said 203 or 206 or whatever it was.
I think I agree with some of the cracks showing underneath the surface. I think if we look back at the last week of data also, you've got GDP now cast at just 1.5%. ISM employment and orders came in lower than expected. You've got slowing wage growth here year over year at 3.9%, steady job gains, something we would have been happy about in 2019, but slowing. And I think the May PCE reading all should give the Fed the confidence they need for a September cut. Things are steady, and we need to keep it that way.
Douglas Holtaken, earlier I mentioned it's a pretty good position to be for the Fed to be able to refocus on employment with inflation coming down when we're talking about refocusing on employment from very low levels of unemployment. Pretty good. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Well, I think the Fed is now back to being a dual mandate Fed. I mean, they had the luxury for a couple of years of focusing exclusively on inflation. Now they've got to weigh these trade-offs. How much of the real weakness that we're seeing in the household sector is going to spill over into the labor market over the next couple of months? I think that's a real tough call. But, you know, the Fed doesn't like to move in election years. I think in this election year, they're especially loath to move. They've set up expectations for a single preemptive cut. That looks like after the election. So now I think the issue is, why do they cut? Not when do they cut. And if they have to cut because of a material deterioration in the economy, they can do that before the election. But they can't make a preemptive cut beforehand. So I expect them to stay on hold till after the election. And, you know, they still have some work to do. Inflation expectations are still 3%. Inflation's been stubbornly between 2 and 3. So it's not like they've got a real mandate to be going lower just yet.
Stephanie, what would market participants take away from this, do you think? At least we got a cut coming?
Well, yeah, I think we definitely have a cut coming, and I've been in the camp that we wouldn't see a cut this year, but we have seen the economic data points over the last couple of weeks see a deterioration. And I've been a bull on the growth in the economy, and it was the right call, but we are absolutely seeing a slowdown and mix in housing. The ISM services fell 5 points month over month, and in contraction 2 out of the last 3 months. Across the board jobs, initial claims are up, JOLTS were weak, ADP weak. So non-farm payrolls today with the revisions I thought was very soft. Not a surprise based on all the other data points that I just mentioned. But we're seeing a slowdown in the economy, Joe, and that's helping inflation. But we better not slow anymore because then we're going to be in real problem territory.
Rick, I'm just going to go back to you for a second because we've been increasingly having a conversation about inflation and the election coming up, and it's a little bit concerning because most people think that I guess now we can't assume it's going to be President Biden, but both Democrats and former President Trump are talking about some inflationary things. Are we going to be back to raising rates in a couple of years?
You know, that's a really good question. To me, that's the conversation we should be having. And when I talk about inflation with both administrations, no matter who's at the helm with regard to the Democrats, what I see isn't necessarily new programs. I think that the amount of spending has finally reached the average American, the average voter understands that we're over our skis in that area. I'm talking about all the welfare, all the different programs that we pay out for. When you look at baseline spending pre-COVID and what it is today, we really have run off the rails there. So the point is that all these programs, just to give you an idea, you know, whether it was child care, all the programs that we brought forth and made larger because of COVID to try to take care of people's needs during a time when they needed extra assistance. Many are reticent in Washington and all the local municipalities to push that money back down to the pre-COVID levels where it was enhanced. And I think that's going to continue to haunt us on spending. So there's going to be a big push to look at where the money's going. And some programs are going to have to be cut. And I think that's the issue with both administrations, no matter who wins, that is going to be a tough job. It's never easy to cut back on programs. There's never sunsets on government spending, and that's the problem we're in.
Yes, Steve?
I have long maintained that the solution to our deficit issue comes from both sides of the equation, which is the spending side and the tax side. I mean, we did cut taxes. We have some issues of our deficit related to our revenue side, and we have some related to the spending side, and I go down the middle on that one, and I think that it would, I don't think the public wants
But
the government to solve
the numbers aren't close.
the benefit.
The numbers aren't close. We're 18% of revenue. That's what we average. We're 24% on spending. We've never averaged that.
22.
24, yeah. 23.9.
Okay. All right. I'll take your word
versus
for it.
18.
I'll take your word for it.
Right, Aiken?
Yeah, well, the problem here is just that you shouldn't be running deficits that are 5 and 6% of GDP when you're at full employment, and we are, and so it's way out of the ballpark. They have to get serious, as Steve said, on how they raise the revenue and how much they raise, and finally take on the spending. There's been no appetite for dealing with spending growth, and that's a necessary thing for better long-term economic growth. We have really had poor growth in the 21st century, largely because we have not controlled the federal budget. And it's time to get serious.
Doug, I don't know if you're positioned to answer this, but I think Biden's solution in the debate to the Social Security issue, I think that solves it, right? There was an increase in the amount paid by wealthier taxpayers into the Social Security Trust Fund, and it does solve the problem. I mean, that's the easy one, right?
That sets the predicate that you solve all the problems by not touching the spending, which I think is really the wrong message to send. I don't understand why it's absolutely easy to tax the rich people, but it's impossible to cut their Social Security benefits. I mean, why not get serious on both sides of the budget?
Oh, I advocate both. I advocate both, Doug. I'm just saying that there is that in the panoply of problems that we have, the Social Security Trust Fund.
Social Security's
is the easy one.
You're right about the mechanics. I mean, Social Security is easy to fix mechanically, no question about it. That's also why it's hard politically. It's very transparent who wins and who loses, and Social Security reform gets really hard as a result. But Medicare and the health programs is where the money is and is growing most rapidly, and those are the things that have to be serious about.
But what you can say is, if we're going to solve these problems, having people working is a good part of the solution, right? That's a good thing.
Growth.
Yes.
Elizabeth, if you end up on top of the Democratic ticket, I mean, it's wide open. But if you were to be the person in charge, how would you close the gap between spending and revenue?
You know, I think we've cut 4 percentage points of GDP on the revenue side over the last 2 decades. We've got a ton of room to make up for there. There are $4, $5, $6 trillion worth of tax cuts to make up for, and I think there are some spending programs where we can make cuts and make efficiencies. But on Medicare, you've got prescription drug reforms that could do miles to solve the problems there. I just want to go back to a point made earlier about cutting, childcare spending and programs that President Biden put in place through the American Rescue Plan. Many of those programs did sunset. The child tax credit was just for a year. Child care programs have expired. We are seeing those expire, and I think that's why you're feeling some pain in some household levels. And so I think there's a solution of we need to spend better and we need to tax much better and much more at the top.
Okay, we're going to end it there. I think it was pretty good for 6. I think we didn't. You think 8, 7, 8 would have been better, Leisman?
I'd like to see the 10 box. It's been a while. I just visually, I think it'd be interesting.
If we put Paris Hilton and other
put some other people in it just randomly.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
We had Carl.
There's 7. Can we put Jerry in there? Garcia? Is that possible?
We had Carl's dog, but Lucky's now. Along with Pongo up at the bridge.
Well, Carl's dog, my analysis, it's a toss-up.
Or someone saying, that's hot. That's hot. Yeah, that was
Could go either way. Everybody have a great weekend. It's just about here.
Thanks, Elizabeth, Doug, Stephanie, Rick, and Stephen. Speaking of hot. Andrew.
Thanks.
You're hot.
Coming up, we're going to get into what the jobs report could mean for the Fed as central bankers gauge the economy and what they may or may not do with interest rates. The one that's gotten it right from the very beginning, former Fed Vice Chairman Roger Ferguson, is going to join us next. Don't go anywhere.
SquawkBox.com.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. June U.S. employment report showing 206,000 jobs were added last month. The unemployment rate now at 4.1%, slightly above estimates. Treasury yields, let's show you where things stand right now. The 10-year note at 4.296, the 2-year at 4.635. Let's show you where equities are too. Can we actually just flip the board around? I want to talk about what all of this means for the jobs number, and what the jobs number can mean for the Fed, and therefore what it might mean for equities. I wish we could show that board. There you have it. Everything up except for the S&P, by the way, off still marginally. Joining us is former Fed Vice Chairman Roger Ferguson. He's the former president, of course, and the CEO of TIAA, Vice Chairman of the Business Council, and a CNBC contributor. And as I said for a long time, Roger, the one who's called it right. So you read the number, you saw the number. Jay Powell has now seen the number. What do you think of the number, and what do you think the Fed does about the number?
Look, I think the number is on balance, a good number, not a great number. 206,000 is not a sign of an economy that's falling out of bed. They did some adjustments looking backward, obviously. And finally, I'd also say that the labor force participation rate is also a sign of an economy that's sort of coming back into balance. So if I were looking at this number as a policymaker, I'd say, this is pretty good news. The economy is not falling out of bed. We don't need to rush to cut to do it that side of the mandate. Let's measure closely on inflation. And I would argue, frankly, September, while the market thinks it's the time to go, I think it's more 50-50. It's also possible to wait for a bit more data to be certain about the inflation continuing to slow. So we've seen signs of slowing, but from a high level. So from my standpoint, good number, not great number, not sure that it's the all clear that we must cut, that the Fed must cut in September.
What percentage would you put on a November rate cut? And of course, we should mention that rate cut would happen after the election.
Obviously, the Fed is very data dependent, so I think as we get further and further in the year, assuming things continue to unfold this way and inflation gets under control, we're going to see a rising likelihood of a cut this year. November might be on the table. Obviously, we'd get a lot of political howling on both sides. Consequently, December might be more likely. But it really does depend, very importantly, on how things unfold. And I think we ought to be very clear the Fed is going to try to be as apolitical as possible, look closely at the data, and be prepared to move at any one of the next 3 meetings if that's how they interpret the data.
It still appears that both economists and the market seem to think that September is in the offing. I mean, it also seems that the market's been ahead of itself pretty much the whole time on this.
Well, that's exactly the point I was about to make. Yes, the market, for lots of obvious reasons, would like to see a cut. Frankly, I would like to see a cut too, because that would say inflation is clearly, under control and moving towards that 2% target convincingly. But I would also argue that, as you just pointed out, the market's been a little optimistic about a cut, and I would say this data 50-50, not to say zero chance, but I think the market again might be a little optimistic because I don't see anything here that says the economy is really weak. I see an economy that is either weakening or getting back into better balance more sustainably.
So here's a slightly different question, because we keep talking politics all morning. Obviously, we're in the middle of this election, and there's a big question about whether President Biden stays in the race. Of course, he says he will. But how do you judge this economy today, Roger? And how do you judge this economy between now and November? Because there's sort of one version of judging it on the basis of the way the Fed might judge things, if you will, and maybe the way the market might judge it. And then there's actually the underlying economy itself.
So look, I think the underlying economy is good. I think it's solid. One might even say strong. These numbers that we're seeing in terms of unemployment at 4%, that's not a sign of a weak economy. And certainly, job growth in the 200,000 or so, roughly every month, is not a sign of a weak economy. I think the challenge, however, is one, inflation's already done its dirty work. And so people think about price levels, not just the changes. So while central banks say, well, inflation is coming down, average households and certainly low and middle income houses say, but already prices have gone way up. So I think there's a whole cadre of people, and the Fed is aware of it, who feel the economy is not good because they have seen their prices go up. more so than their wages. And I think we see the other side of this economy that it's pretty unbalanced. You know, most of the growth is coming from the top two quartiles or top two quartiles of income, and the bottom are not doing so well. And so I think it is overall a good economy, but one that is uneven, and that I think creates a lot of the dissonance and noise and the ability to talk about the economy one way or the other, depending on where you sit in the income distribution.
Roger, always want to thank you for your insight on all of this, and we look forward to talking to you again very, very soon. Have a great weekend and happy 4th.
Thank you, Andrew.
Coming up, more on the markets following the June jobs report. Stephanie Link will rejoin us next. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
What are you waiting for?
A little more than half an hour now till the opening bell on Wall Street. Rejoining us now, Stephanie Link, for a. This is almost like they clap enough at the concert and they come. Sometimes they come back a second time. So you may be on Squawk. It'll be like a third time on Squawk on the Street. Hightower Advisors, Chief Investment Strategist, CNBC contributor. I don't want to rush things, Stephanie, because there's a weekend. But I'm told next week we're getting the banks. So it's going to come fast enough. But let's go ahead and talk. What should we be looking for? That could be the next market-moving event, do you think, for tone?
Yeah, and this is my lucky day to be on twice with you, so thank you. I think in a GDP world of like 2%-ish, you're going to see 8 to 10% earnings growth. So I think I can't wait to hear from the companies, and always the first ones to report are the banks. And I think that since they are at the front line of the economy, they see everything. we're going to get great real-time information about the consumer and about the industrial economy and the growth overall. And so I'm kind of excited. And in addition, the steepening yield curve should help at not this quarter, but net interest income and net interest margins next quarter. So I think maybe guidance might be better than people think on that front. But overall, investment banking fees should be up double digits. M&A completed transaction volumes up 17% year over year in the quarter. Equity capital markets are up 9%, and debt capital markets up about 17%. All of this should lead to better earnings. You know these companies successfully had the results of the stress test. They successfully passed. That's a good thing. And I like Bank of America and Morgan Stanley. They actually both raised their dividends 8% and 9% respectively. You have a $20 billion buyback at Morgan Stanley that was just announced. So I think that there's real value, but I'm also really looking forward to listening to what the companies say on a real-time basis.
And we know what comes after the banks, and that's everybody else. It's going to be earnings season again, isn't it? What are there macro themes there that you can give us in like a minute?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be very interesting to hear from the industrials because they've actually held up pretty well. And I want to hear about the themes about power, grid, electrification, the backlogs, the bookings. That'll be important. Technology, of course, is very important. Anything AI, but anything cybersecurity is also piquing my interest, and a PC upgrade cycle. And on the consumer front, I'm going to watch for discretionary spend and where we see the consumer in that regard.
All right, Steph, and we've seen the highs in the 10-year now. Do you think near term?
I think we definitely have seen the highs in the 10-year, but I think what's more important to watch, Joe, is the steepening yield curve. And I think it's because of the Trump possibility of him winning the election and his growth policies going forward. We'll see. We have a long way to go, though, on the political front.
Okay. Steph, thanks. Appreciate it. It's sticking around.
Thank you.
And before, after, during, all the numbers today. Final check on the markets. Quick look. Wow. Riveting. Up 9 on the Dow, a little bit on the NASDAQ. That was not a huge shocker, obviously, the jobs report.
Bitcoin's a huge shocker, though.
That is a shocker. It was a 54 for a while. Looks flat on that chart, doesn't it? Looks like sort of unchanged for the last 6 weeks. Make sure you join us next week. Happy Friday. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber with Leslie Picker and Mike Santoli. We're live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. You just had a look at futures. Joe called it riveting. Tend to agree. Yeah, that's very exciting right there. But our show will be exciting, unlike perhaps what the market looks like.
So, that's riveting, even if it's not moving much.
If it's getting Mike Santoli excited, then you got something going on. Let's get to our roadmap. It does begin with continued job market resilience, not slowing the tech stock rally. Microsoft, Amazon, and Alphabet all set to notch new highs at the open.
Plus, Tesla's bounce back, shares rallying again, on track for an 8-day win streak. It's the longest since June of last year. And the Labour landslide, the UK's opposition party winning a huge parliamentary majority in the country's general election, unseating the Conservatives after 14 years.
All right, let's get to that June employment report. Non-farm payrolls rose by 206,000. That was ahead of forecast. Job growth estimates for May and April, though, were revised downward. The combination there of those 2 months, 111,000 fewer jobs than had been previously reported. The unemployment rate hit 4.1%, and according to Rick Santelli, when I was listening earlier, last time we saw that number, or that high, was November of 21. Looking through the report as well, and obviously they analyzed it at length on Squawk Box. 74% of the jobs, government, education, and healthcare. And Mike, listen, we've been paying attention, of course, to yields in the bond market this week in terms of potential tell. I'm curious to sort of get your take on both the employment report and the impact on the on the bond market and hence the stock market.
Yeah, the net takeaway is it's softer than not under the surface. So downward revisions to the prior 2 months of more than 100,000 jobs. There had been this somewhat perceived disconnect between the payroll report and the household report, which drives unemployment rate, somewhat weaker. So there's been a little bit of convergence there. Yeah, private sector job creation was below expectations. Average hourly earnings softened up. So in general, it still paints the picture of a cooling labor market. Bond market immediate reaction was yields rush lower. Now, not to anything alarming, but basically 2-year yield down at 4.64, something like that. It's like where it was 3 months ago. So you had this little bit of a scare that maybe there was going to be this higher for longer story. It really does intensify the what should the Fed do in the July meeting, perhaps to set the stage for a September rate cut. I think you're starting to have that chorus sing a little bit more loudly in the sense that the preference is for the Fed to be somewhat orderly and proactive and deliberate in how it decides to ease off of these restrictive levels of rates. It still says it's restrictive, and if you'd want to go sooner than later, so you're not rushing to rescue an economy that's really in trouble. I keep measuring things market-wise and economy-wise by the magic desired 1995 soft landing scenario. That's always been the idealized version of how you do it. Because unemployment actually didn't go up during the tightening cycle back then. It really didn't go up this time during the tightening cycle. You had 2 quarters of stalling economic growth in 95. Sub 2%. In fact, I think one initial report was below 1%. And so there was a growth scare. One cut, then another one several months later. It wasn't really a big easing cycle. It was just taking the pressure off. And of course, equities were at all-time highs, as they are right now. And so this general sense of, you can kind of loosen things up while you have the luxury of an economy that's still functioning pretty well at near full employment.
Yeah, another concern that people are pointing to was temporary help, declining 49K in June. And the swaps market, to your point, now predicting 72% probability for a rate cut in September, which, of course, we've seen this movie before with the swaps market being wrong in terms of when to expect rate cuts. But notable that you believe that there was potentially enough kind of friction in this report to suggest that September is still a likelihood.
Incrementally, yeah, and I guess the case is building is the way I would put it. Now, next week you have the CPI report. That's probably got to get thrown into that mix as well, and we've been surprised at the stickiness of inflation along the way. But really it is, the cumulative evidence is, and we've seen the downside surprises in general economic data for weeks now. ISM services the other day as well. So all of that fits together into a similar story of, hey, we thought the economy would and should decelerate to some degree. How much it will remains to be seen. It's kind of showing that to be happening right now. Now, what's interesting too is that private sector profit growth is still expected to be really good and in fact start to pick up in a lot of areas of the economy. So there's been this kind of asynchronous way that the profit cycle and the, let's say, labor market cycle have been operating.
You mentioned 95, of course, right?
Yeah.
And that does bring you to tech stocks as well.
Yes,
it was the beginning then. It's interesting to sort of put that in perspective of an incredible rally that I can well remember.
Yeah, I would say 95, we didn't have much of an inkling of the kind of multi-year, multi-decade tech renaissance that you might have.
But it was fueled by, obviously, a so-called revolution. Then it was the internet. Now it's AI, which does get us to these stocks you're looking at right there. Microsoft, all-time high. It's up 10% in the last month. You can see it. Apple has finally sort of found its footing after what sort of was a difficult year for the stock to a certain extent. But take a look at that gain over the last 3 months. And then Alphabet as well. And it goes on from there. Tesla also, of course, we talked about earlier this week, Mike, with significant gains. I think it's 7 straight sessions.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just the same story.
Yeah.
Didn't even mention NVIDIA here, though.
That's right. Well, NVIDIA is the one that obviously, massive overshoot to the upside. I mean, overshoot relative to everything else in the market, basically. And it's trading, double digits below its high. So that's the one that's kind of consolidating after this massive move. The rest of them, it is this impression of a market that keeps sort of discounting the same well-known news every day when it comes to these stocks, which is all the things we know about how they're in the right place, right time, they can invest for any scenario. And as I like to say, they live in a world without painful trade-offs. It's not like well, if we do this CapEx, we can't do the buybacks, and we can't do, we have to lay people up. No, they can kind of afford it all at this stage, and at the moment, the market's rewarding them for that long-term perspective. Now, I think the bull case really for the market is that other companies outside of that cohort start to actually show better earnings growth, start to kind of justify maybe a little bit more help on the valuation, but it hasn't really come to pass, basically.
Well, I thought of you this morning, though, because I know in the past we've talked about the correlation between Bitcoin and at least NVIDIA, and it seems like that has decoupled this week, with Bitcoin set to reach its lowest level since February, worst week in over a year in terms of performance. So
it's definitely decoupled with regard to the overall market or the NASDAQ, and the degree of decline in Bitcoin from the high, it's like down 25% off the highs, is certainly exceeds anything we've seen in any of those big stocks. That said, NVIDIA peaked right around when Bitcoin peaked. It's not so much that they go step for step, but it is a similar cadence. And of course, there's some unique factors with Bitcoin. People expect this supply of these sort of seized Bitcoin to hit the market. But to me, that's more excuse than cause usually, because it just shows you this market needed to back off a bit.
Let's get further reaction from the Biden administration to the latest jobs report. Joining us from Washington, D.C. is Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su. Nice to have you. A strong report, as we've been saying, although perhaps some signs of at least a weakening economy. I'm curious to get your take, particularly given a great deal of the jobs were added in both government, education, and healthcare. Travel and leisure, for example, seem to abate a bit in terms of its addition of workers.
Yeah, we saw growth in construction as well. Again, these are signs of a strong economy and a historic economic recovery. The 206,000 jobs created brings the total now since President Biden came into office to nearly 16 million. None of this was promised. None of this was inevitable. They are the result of leadership and economic policies that include a plan to invest in America and America's workers. And again, we are seeing the impact of that month after month. And the unemployment rate remains at really historic lows. We did see a slight uptick in prime age workforce participation. That often can be associated with slightly higher unemployment rates also. That's people in the labor market looking for jobs. We're seeing that it's taking a little bit longer for people to get those jobs, but that's why the work that we are doing to ensure that there is a clear pathway for everybody to get a good job in their community remains so important.
Yeah, you mentioned, of course, that we're now 4.1% in terms of the unemployment rate, the highest we have been since November of 2021, so that is a bit of time ago. You mentioned the participation rate going up, so is it a concern for you at all? I mean, obviously, most economies, we would be happy with 4.1%, but it is up from where we had been in terms of historic lows recently.
I mean, exactly to your point about most economies, right? We had an unemployment rate at or below 4% for the longest stretch since Neil Armstrong stepped onto the moon. And now it's ticked up slightly to 4.1%. And as you said, this is still a really historically low number. By comparison, let's just remember, on this day in 2020, during the last administration, the unemployment rate was nearly 12%. And so we've come roaring back from that time period. And most people, celebrated July 4th. I'm here in DC, seeing people, get together with their families, come outside. In 2020, people were told to stay home and stay away from everybody. So this is the kind of economic recovery that is only possible when there is wisdom, experience, leadership, and real investments, which is what we've done and what we'll continue to do.
That said, economists have been pointing to the fact that today's report technically triggers the SOM rule, which says that the economy is entering a recession if the 3-month moving average of the unemployment rate rises 50 basis points above the trough. Do you see any evidence that a recession may be around the corner?
I don't. And we have been, hearing about potential recession pretty much since 2021, and that has never come to pass. I would say that based on the numbers we've seen, not just this last month, but that I come here every month to talk about, if this isn't a soft landing, I don't know what is.
I guess the counter to that might be that it almost always looks like a soft landing until it becomes something a little bit worse than that. So, what would you hope to do to try and ensure that it doesn't happen? And honestly, in terms of even practical, sort of policies, it feels as if the policies from the administration are kind of in place and not necessarily in train.
That is the right question. So let's look ahead, right? What the president has always said and always known and helped make possible is historic investments in our country's infrastructure, in fixing hundreds of thousands of miles of roads, of bridges, of ensuring that every family has clean drinking water when they turn on the faucet, of putting high-speed internet into every single community. Those are the kinds of investments that we are delivering on every single day. But the reversal of decades-long disinvestment in American industry, in American jobs, in American workers, it doesn't happen overnight. So the fact that we've had these numbers now for as long as we've had is a sign that the president's economic strategy is the right one. We're on the right track. But we do have more work to do, and the good thing is we have a plan, we have investments in place, and we're gonna keep at it.
President Biden is trailing significantly in the polls to his rival, former President Trump. Now, there can be any number of reasons for that, but certainly perhaps his failure to successfully articulate what you are saying, which is that there has been a historic addition of jobs, could be contributing to that. Is it a frustration for you in the administration that perhaps you're not getting the credit at least you believe you deserve?
I mean, the president talks about this all the time. He has said from day one, the way to build a strong economy is to invest in America's workers, is to create American jobs. And these jobs numbers reveal time and time again just how solid that economic strategy is. If your question is what I'm concerned about, I have the same concerns that the president has. Whether workers are getting a fair share, how to combat the massive gap between CEO pay and frontline worker pay, where CEOs make in a week what their workers have to work years to make, making sure that we are cutting the cost of prescription drugs, making sure that student loan debt is forgiven so people can look toward their future with hope, ensuring retirement security so American workers can retire with security, saving pension funds, giving workers a raise. Just this past week, over 1 million workers became eligible for overtime because of this president's policies. And so I don't think it could be clearer what we stand for and what we're trying to do. And we know that the work is not done, and that's why we're so focused on doing the work.
All right. Thank you for your time, Acting Secretary Sue. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, the Labour Party's landslide victory in yesterday's UK elections. A look at what to expect after 14 years of Conservatives being in power. Let's give you another look at futures. Getting more and more exciting by the moment, isn't it? Wow. More Squawk in the Street straight ahead.
Glassman.
Welcome back. A changing of the guard across the Atlantic. The Labour Party winning yesterday's UK elections in a landslide, marking an end to 14 years of Conservative rule. Wilfred Frost is here with the latest. 14 years.
14 years, but on to a new start, because the UK's got a new Prime Minister and a very powerful Prime Minister at that. Sir Keir Starmer and his Labour Party won 412 of the 650 seats available, and he'll now be able to govern pretty much as he sees fit. His majority of 175, on par with that of Tony Blair when Labour last took power in 1997. The defeat for the Conservatives, losing 244 seats and winning just 121 seats on just 24% of the vote, was historically bad. Starmer, by the way, won his 63% of the seats on just 34% of the vote. That is a record discrepancy. Why? Well, in part because Nigel Farage's Reform Party took 14% of the vote. Thus, Sunak oversaw a split of the vote on the right compared to the way in which Boris Johnson united the right 4.5 years ago. Turnout too, by the way, was lower than normal. It was in the low 60s. Typically, it's in the high 60s. Well, here is Sir Keir Starmer in Downing Street giving his first speech as Prime Minister about an hour ago.
But whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Politics can be a force for good. We will show that. We've changed the Labour Party, returned it to service, and that is how we will govern. Country first, party second.
So Starmer is the most powerful Prime Minister domestically for a generation, but also somewhat out of nowhere in the eyes of the rest of the world. He heads to the NATO summit next week as one of the most powerful leaders there, of course, in stark contrast to President Macron of France and reasonable contrast to Olaf Scholz of Germany, and I guess President Biden here too, of course.
You guys do not give your outgoing Prime Minister a lot of time to pack up.
No.
Wow.
No time to pack up. I mean, by the way, the positive thing, both Sunak in his goodbye speech and Starmer in his arrival speech, they both commended each other.
Yeah.
Very smooth and conciliatory handover of power. But yeah, very swift handover of power. No delay until Inauguration Day.
No, nothing like that. All right, but more importantly...
Well, you also get the indignity of the Prime Minister goes to Buckingham Palace as Prime Minister in a government car, and he has to leave out the back in his own vehicle as just an MP, so it's quite brutal as well.
Yeah, it's certainly reality hitting you. What can we expect though from this Labour government in terms of important initiatives that will be undertaken?
So already the house building stocks are up sharply today, because that is something that the country has desperately needed, more homes, but under the Tories never got round to it because it would disappoint their base if you change planning laws. It's expected that will be one of the first things they do, even as early as July in the Parliament before it goes on break for August. Again, big issue for business will be the EU renegotiation in 2025. It comes early in his term. It gives him a lot of cover to perhaps do more than has been talked about on the campaign trail. Certainly won't rejoin the EU, but perhaps tighten the trade ties which have been broken. That could be good for business. On the sort of overall fiscal plan, there's not much money to spend, and he wanted to play things safe because he thought it would lead to a big victory, and clearly it has. And there hasn't been much promises on more taxes, more spend, so we'll see how close he sticks to that. But they're both seen, Sunak and Starmer, coming into this election as ultimately centrist and pro-business.
All right. Well, we'll see you in the next hour as well. Thank you. So that's Wilfred Frost. Coming up right here, what to expect from the energy sector in the second half of 2024. The group did underperform the S&P, at least it has so far this year. You can see that on that chart. We got a lot more Squawk on the Street for you straight ahead.
theaters now.
Take a look at the gainers as we head into a full session today, by the way. Of course, on Wednesday, we had a abbreviated session, full session of trading today, 5 minutes from now. And Tesla, quite a week it's having. That stock, at least, erasing virtually all the losses, that the stock has seen for the year. We're back red for this. And don't forget, by the way, you can watch us anytime and anywhere by listening to and following the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Had a little pop there off the numbers, didn't we? Unchanged. Well, the market liked it. The algorithms did. I see it consolidating, the SPY. Not so much bearish, but we definitely pulled back to support. We got 1 minute here. I'm gonna wait.
Boeing is facing a key deadline. The company must decide by the close of business today whether to plead guilty to a felony fraud charge. That's in relation to those fatal crashes of 737 MAX planes in 2018 and 2019. If it doesn't, it could face a criminal trial. The Justice Department has until Sunday to determine whether to prosecute.
You better make up your mind, boys.
The January 2021 agreement, which would have shielded the jet maker in connection with those crashes. Mike, I don't know how to gauge this in terms of impact on the stock.
I wonder if the key question is how, if at all, it affects the CEO search. You know, I mean, you could probably game that out either way. I mean, you would want a CEO to know what he or she were walking into in terms of that side of things. But no, I really don't. I think it's down to these levels where it's like, oh, we're trading off of the long-term duopoly value here. We don't really know what the impact is. The Spirit Aerosystems thing, fine. That was a loose end that was tied up. But in general, it feels like, you know, kind of this limbo situation, and the market's treating it as that.
Yeah, and to your point, new CEO search being led by Steve Molotov, who used to run Qualcomm, and is obviously leading that search as a board member of both.
Rightfully done. We've got
Technologies. That's a recent IPO. Merchant Marine Academy, based in Kings Point, right out, not far from the border of New York City.
That's right. Yeah, right on the border.
And on the water, as you might expect.
Yes,
as well.
exactly.
It makes sense.
It does. I think the key thing in the outset is how the bond market's script has been scrambled a little bit in the last few days. I mean, remember, we were just a couple days away.
So Tesla hit a target.
We were dealing with, we have another melt up in yield, people focus on the fiscal situation, maybe handicapping the presidential outcome. And now, this run of softer economic numbers has created this undertow in Treasury yields once again. So down to 430 on the U.S. Treasury, which is this kind of median area of this neutral zone we've been fine with for a while. The 2-year yield
AMD
collapsing a little bit,
and Apple
really does create a little more of sharpness to the debate about what the Fed ought to do. And what's interesting is, do we see the parts of the stock market that theoretically should rally on increased Fed rate cut odds do so? And it's been a mixed picture. I mean, small cap stocks, for example, have not really taken the bait in a consistent basis because of all the other things, overhanging it. Nobody's really quite sure if it's gonna, if that playbook really applies in the current cycle.
Well, it feels like riskiness is gradually being inserted back into the rate complex, given just the uncertainties involving the U.S. election, the potential for increased deficit spending, what that
AMD
means,
really looking nice.
those cuts. Obviously since Thursday, that's been a key part of the conversation and what it means for people hoping to get some semblance of gains in their bond portfolio now that's more called into question over the last week or so.
For sure. And again, it's we're still just kind of like meandering around this range for the most part. I think it's been okay, but it feels as if there's a little more urgency to this question of maybe, the Fed's been dealing as if it had the luxury of patience and there wasn't a lot of risk to inaction for a while, waiting for the data to come through. And again, next week's inflation numbers are going to matter a fair bit for swaying that one way or the other.
And it's the usual suspects that are up: Apple, Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, Microsoft actually up just 1 cent, and then Tesla continuing what, as we said, has been a very strong week for the automaker. Although Elon Musk would not like to hear it called that, prefer to call it an AI company with a robotics arm and that happens to also make some EVs.
Sure,
I think is what he'd prefer. But the delivery
That's what I prefer too, you idiot.
well that we got earlier in the week, and the stock is now, let's call it flat.
It's not an auto company.
Approaching an $800 billion market value yet again.
Yes.
What it hasn't seen in some time.
To the point of whether it's, in here and now a car company,
It's
the
not.
data, I think, probably had the effect of taking a little bit of risk out of the earnings report, which is coming.
Listen to the CEO.
And the idea that you could start to make the case that things are bottoming, demand is responding to, more financing incentives and things like that. And in general, we've maybe seen the worst of the declines in terms of volume growth expectations.
SPY holding up right now.
A laggard in the mega cap tech-related beta trade, and those laggards are getting bought. And there has to be some place for the wild, sky's the limit energy that was fueling NVIDIA to go. And one place it goes is Tesla. There's also lots of overlap. I don't know how we can handicap this. There's a lot of overlap between people who would be excited for a second President Trump administration and people who generally are excited about anything Elon Musk touches. So I'm not saying that's the whole story or even most of it, but it's all traveling in a similar direction, I would argue. And then you have this August 8th robo-taxi event, and Tesla stock does best when there is something dangling out there that says, hey, this is when they're going to tell you how they're creating the future. Whether it happens or not, whether the timeline is plausible or not, it doesn't matter until you get there.
Yeah, August 8th, of course, is when we hear about the robo-taxi.
I really don't want to listen to you talk about Tesla.
More details in terms of full self-driving.
But before then, guys, I don't know if you realize
You idiots are never going to apologize.
I know what you're going to say, bank earnings.
Season a week from today.
Yeah.
And we've already started to get a slew of preview notes, kind of giving us a sense of what to expect. We got one from Mike Mayo of Wells Fargo on Wednesday, shortened trading day, but that is not stopping the research from coming out. He actually Mike Mayo increased second quarter estimates on capital markets oriented players. I know that'll pique your interest, David.
Yeah.
JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and lowered on several regionals, including KeyCorp, Comerica, and Truist. Those downward revisions on the regionals reflected some weaker net interest income commentary, which I believe we saw out of some conferences, including the Morgan Stanley Financials Conference a few weeks ago. There's been this overarching question, and this kind of goes back to our rates discussion about when you'll see that inflection point, when you'll see that trough in net interest income. And a reminder to our viewers, that's the profitability metric from loan making, and whether or not higher for longer interest rates will impact when that trough happens, whether it will have to be pushed out further beyond the 2Q, which is what a lot of people were expecting. So Mike Mayo focused on that, the prospect of that trough getting pushed out even further. And then, of course, you have this story in the Wall Street Journal today, which is an interview with Marianne Lake, who runs basically Chase and consumer banking for the bank, talking about how regulations are impacting their need and the potential for their need to pass down some of those fee restrictions onto customers. So the story goes into this idea that the CFPB is proposing of an $8 cap on credit card late payment fees, a $3 cap for overdrafting bank accounts, plus these bank capital rules that we've talked about many, many times on this program would require additional fees elsewhere for consumers. And Marianne Lake is quoted in saying the people who will be most impacted are the ones who can least afford to be, and access to credit will be harder to get. In other words, those fees may be capped in certain places, but you will see additional costs pop up for the consumer elsewhere.
Yeah. Looking at
The
that,
553s are at a buck.
There it is. The last earnings report, this stock got crushed. Now it's made it all the way back, as you can see, and is right around the same performance as so many of the other big cap banks, Bank of America, Citi, Goldman, and Wells Fargo, all sort of up somewhere around 21 to 25%. But that was an ugly report. You might want to just refresh our take on it, because going into next week, it might be worth remembering.
Yeah, no, a lot of it had to do with that NII inflection point that we were talking about, and the guidance that they gave that disappointed the street in terms of what it was expecting for the rest of 2024. However, since that time, there's been significant capital return from JP Morgan. They had kind of an
108.
off-cycle dividend hike. They just hiked the dividend again. I believe they have increased that dividend about 19% this year. That's well and above any other bank in terms of the percentage gains in that dividend, although we did see some significant dividend hikes following the stress tests, which were largely seen as tougher than expected. That said, the banks are kind of evaluating their capital positions relative to a potential watering down of the Basel III capital rules. So they're kind of striking that balance in terms of what to return to shareholders. But clearly, JP Morgan is in a position where they just have an exorbitant amount of excess capital. So they have decided to return a lot of that in
And
dividends.
charge for checking.
And charge.
Yeah.
There you go.
Forget the excess capital
There you
being
go.
used to cover a checking account fee.
I mean, the thought used to be that the way you paid for checking is not getting interest on your balance.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
So,
Well,
no, you get interest. You
Or
get
not.
0.01.
Yeah. Right.
I think the point that Marianne Lake made in the journal article was that, or at least the journal reporter did, was that the Basel III rules would require you to reserve more against the credit card balances that you have. Therefore, you have to kind of rein in the amount that you are able to lend as a result of these policies.
Going into the last earnings report for JP Morgan, the level of outperformance of that stock versus every other bank was monstrous. It was just tremendous. So every sector has like the one big anointed defensive bulletproof name, and that was JP. So it's not quite the same this time around, because the other banks, David said, kind of have participated in
Other than one, Leslie, which is Morgan Stanley.
Yeah.
Under new leadership.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
still up, but it is lagging noticeably. Why?
A lot of it has to do with some disappointment surrounding net new assets. Obviously, wealth management has now comprised about 50% of Morgan Stanley's revenue base. So you've got 50%, which is tilted toward the capital markets, which have been not the best, although it sounds like
Real low volume this morning.
and then the other 50%
Market is kind of sitting here.
wealth management, which has historically done.
It's not sold.
This behemoth, obviously, under James Gorman.
These options 95 to $1.12 on the SPY, and we're double topping
There's some concern among the investor community that that's
on SPY right now.
and that has kind of created a bit of an overhang on this stock so far this year.
Yeah. We on M&A, I would only say that I'll be paying close attention perhaps as soon as later tonight, this weekend, whether we get that final deal for Paramount that we have outlined so many different times. That seems to be the expectation going into this weekend. I had sort of said that already on Wednesday. I'll be very interested to see the overall capital contribution, what that looks like, because you are talking about $7.75 billion or so in new equity. Remember, $4.5 billion to buy the Bs and some of the As. The Bs at 50% of the Bs, $15. $1.5 billion contribution to the balance sheet, and then the money as well going to pay Sherry Redstone some $1.75 billion. That takes me to Oracle stock price, because Larry Ellison's likely to be a lot of that money.
Sure.
And don't forget, as Oracle now hits $400 billion in market value, he owns 41.69%. At least that's the latest numbers I see, Mike.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting when we sort of all is said and done and that transaction does get put into contract to remember that Larry Ellison may well end up being by far not just the control shareholder, so to speak, because of his ownership, but very significant capital contributor to the deal.
What it means for the economics of the business, because if he chose to, he could fund a lot of losses. He could actually backstop that company to a fair degree to a level that, WBD doesn't really seem like it could keep up with.
That is true.
But who knows if that's part of the plan.
$14 billion in debt, we need to remind people, with a tiny little market cap of some $7.7 billion. But stock up again, in part as people try to weigh, of course, listen, when this thing closes, half your equity, you're going to be able to get a nice premium for, at least based on the current stock price.
And you bring up the capital markets, and we've seen some interesting deals this morning with regard to the Saks and Neiman, with the Amazon infusion there. There's reports that the Macy's bid is getting raised as well, so there's some fervor surrounding these department store names, which is kind of an interesting, note for this holiday week.
Yeah, Apollo's, I think their credit fund providing some financing as well to that transaction you're looking at right there. And then, as you point out, Brigade and Arc House in terms of Macy's, that's a report from the Journal saying they've raised, although it's unclear how much traction they're really getting there. I
Meta.
haven't really get a sense.
Or if it's price sensitive.
Everything's kind of at a resistance right now, but AMD.
Maybe just says that private money says that there's rock bottom value. Department store, Macy's trades like 20% of sales, and you
I have
saw that
241.07 for Tesla.
last cycle. So who knows if that's what that means? That being said, it's a little.
And that was
bit
yesterday.
spotty in terms of deal activity, right? It's not like there's a lot of massive deals.
So I'm going to stick with that.
Deals are kind of done, almost done.
M&A is better than
240
but that's not saying
to be
anything.
exact.
It's a horrible year in terms of activity,
right?
And we're not seeing, keeping an eye on HubSpot. I got nothing new to add. We'll see if we actually ever get there in terms of where that leads, but not a lot of big deals. And most recent conversations indicate perhaps there's a waiting game
down
going on
5.5%, almost 6.
as it looms.
Absolutely. Although you kind of get to this point
Carvana getting down there.
it takes how long to get a sticky regulatory deal done? At least a year.
Usually, at least
at
year
least.
to 18 months, at least under this administration.
So if there is some sort of change in control that would, warrant a more friendly antitrust environment, you have to believe that those discussions have maybe ticked up over the last week or so. Let's take a deeper look into the energy sector as we kick off the second half of the year. Year to date, it's been underperforming the S&P 500, but the growing demand for power to fuel AI data centers has put the spotlight on this group. Joining us now with his outlook is Rob Thummel, Tortoise Senior Portfolio Manager. Rob, let's start there. This AI tailwind, maybe unexpected to those of us who don't follow energy closely. Do you see it continuing, or do you think that most of the gains surrounding this excitement have already been priced in the first half of the year?
Oh, good morning, Leslie, and thanks for having me on. So, we think that at Tortoise, we think that there's an opportunity for AI, basically, for the energy in the energy sector. If you think about what's going on, everybody talks about the technology infrastructure. What everybody forgets about is the energy.
Disney down another 57 cents, back to support. Lily up $2 today. Siri looking good.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. We're going to do a little trading, talk some stock picks, and go overlooked in the growth category. Joining us, Bruce Kahn, Senior Portfolio Manager at Shelton Capital Management. Bruce, welcome back to the show. Give us a refresher on your stock search and what you're finding, because it seems like you're kind of moving down the market cap spectrum a little bit, looking for some overlooked themes, and that's been kind of a tough gambit trying to get outside the mega caps.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, Oliver. Great to see you again.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rocky road for small caps, and certainly in the green energy space.
I'm watching
But I
SPY.
think we've seen the bottom, and we saw in June a little bit of a sell-off, but in May, we had seen really tremendous
Little knife here.
resurgence in the area. So there's some choppy waters. We expect that to remain somewhat choppy until we have some election certainty. But a lot of the names that are bolstered by the Inflation Reduction
I'm
Act,
gonna wait
CHIPS
here.
Act, and the joint, the bipartisan infrastructure
That's
bill
definitely the
are
spot.
poised for tremendous growth over the next 3 to 5 years. So I think for investors who are thinking like, what is it too late to invest in the transformation of the industrial economy? No, it's not too late.
Are there any risks, like post-election, that if a new guy comes in, he won't be providing as much money to this stuff, or is the money already there and is the kind of groundwork already paved?
The groundwork's already paved. The money is coming. It requires permitting. So once these bills were passed, operators began bidding projects, and those need to be permitted and then constructed, and so revenues will be coming after that. And some of the Inflation Reduction Act is actual tax credits, so the earnings from those tax credits will get priced in once financial investment is done. But you still have some time to do that today.
Okay.
Just to follow up on your question, if there's a change in administration, does that impede any of this growth? Absolutely not. No. What could get impeded is some rules around regulation from the EPA, and as we saw last week in the Chevron deference case, that may cause more litigation, but these projects are underway.
Okay. A few of the names that you like that you're in that stood out to me. One that I want to follow up on, we've talked about before, I believe, which is Hannon Armstrong, which is a lender basically to a lot of these sustainable companies, kind of a financial way through this. Stock generally has performed pretty well. Are we still finding that companies need to come to capital markets, need to have a lender or a financial sort of partner to get things going?
Yes. So they require projects to be, a renewable energy project, or even a renewable energy power source for a utility to fuel and power AI generation. requires an enormous build out of capex. Hannon Armstrong comes in and provides capital to those projects. So it's lending and taking equity positions in these projects. And those are the projects that ultimately generate yield because they're selling electrons ultimately. Now, what's really exciting about this stock, there's two things. One is last year they announced that they are no longer going to be operating as a REIT. So as a function of that it has unleashed revenue growth at the corporate level, that in the form of equity. And so that's really exciting. And then the second part, which you alluded to, is they recently joined a joint venture with KKR and now have a $2 billion pile of cash to put to work into renewable energy projects. And that's really exciting. And for investors, this is a way for non-accredited investors to really get access to project finance, renewable energy, private equity. This is how a retail investor can get access to that part of the market, which is seeing tremendous growth.
Love it. The shares also did really well and rallied on the last earnings in a pretty big way. So it seems like there's some recognition of some of that spending potential they've got with the investment too. A few big winners in this category that I wanted to hit on: Xylem and Clean Harbor. Let's go Clean Harbor first. CLH. Pretty interesting trade. Firstly, the stock's been going crazy, but this is like waste oil recycling, or how does this work?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Oliver. Clean Harbors, is an oil field equipment service company. So, and not just oil fields, any industrial waste processor requires their equipment to be cleaned. So, Clean Harbors goes out, collects the equipment from the industrial process, brings it back to an environmental cleaning system, which is approved by something called the 1601, which is a standard for requiring all equipment to be cleaned. They are the leading cleaner in this area. And then they return the equipment. Now, what's really interesting about Clean Harbors is, and if you've seen this in the news, there is a forever chemical that has been identified that is in our environment called PFAS. And Clean Harbors is the country's leading expert on how to remove PFAS from the environment, from water, soil, our foods. So the market has understood that this is a huge requirement to clean this forever chemical out of our systems as quickly and as possible, and that is what has led to a lot of the growth prospects for Clean Harbors.
Really interesting, very cool. So kind of a way to almost kind of play into someone trying to solve a pretty big problem there with PFAS. All right, chart looks amazing. I mean, the thing's done great. The other one's done pretty well is Xylem, which is a water tech company. This one I'm actually familiar with either we've talked about before or a few other guests have, but this one's cropped up a few times as kind of a clean energy, clean resources trade.
Well, think of going from a dial-up telephone to your iPhone or your smartphone, that is what Xylem is doing to our water infrastructure. It's turning it from analog to digital. So if you're a water utility and you've got 100-year-old pipes, 100-year-old valves, and maybe 50-year-old monitors, Xylem is going in and providing the gear, the equipment to those water utilities that modernizes the water system. Again, this is a well-known story within the sustainable investing space, but not a very well-known story in the AI space. Why is it important for AI, as is Hannon? Because if you're going to have data centers, you're going to require an enormous amount of energy, because those data centers run 24/7, and it's like enough power that would generate for Ireland in a whole year is in one day in a data center.
Wow.
So coming with the need for that additional energy is the need for additional water, because you have to have water in order to cool these energy plants. So Xylem is, if you were looking for other ways to play AI, the infrastructure that's going to support AI is going to be really important. Energy and of course water.
I love it. It's like we've talked about like the secondary trades. It's like a tertiary trade, and people want as much access to the whole pipeline of things connected to massive data center and AI build out. So they've already been playing the utilities.
SPX double top.
So, Xylem kind of fitting into that theme, and it seems like
absolutely
with the stock doing well. It's one explanation. Good stuff. Really interesting. Nice little offbeat picks for us there, Bruce. Cool. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy 4th. We got Kevin Green joining us with a few ways to trade some of these companies. All right, KG. So these aren't like the most highly liquid, big, heavily traded names, but they got options. Let's start with Xylem. What's the approach here?
Yeah, so if you are bullish on this name, like Bruce actually stated before, you can actually look at trying to do a call spread here, doing a long call spread on this name for the August 16th expiration, looking at the 140 calls and then selling the 150 calls, doing this for a debit of $2.70, which makes the max loss $270, which is the price paid for the spread itself, and then the max gain would be $730, which is the difference between the spread minus the debit paid for it. Break even would be $142.70. This would have to be need a significant move to the upside in order for it to pay off. But once again, you're kind of looking at that chart structure as you talked about earlier. It's still in a very strong uptrend, and the rate of change would make the case, if it continues at this particular path, that this spread actually could be in contention as far as being in the money here. And if not, and the stock does reverse, once again, you maximize, or you have limited losses to the downside with the debit paid for.
Okay. All right. So you get just exposure to the upside. You get capped out, but I mean, you got to get a pretty big move. You're going to be pretty happy with a big move here. So all right, it's steady as it goes. I mean, it's a pretty steady trend. So buy a call spread. Sell the 150, buy the 140, shares of 132, you get a nice upside there. What about for Clean Harbors, which is like, I mean, wow, what a stock. I'm surprised we haven't really heard about this one before, talked about it much.
Yeah, it definitely has a little bit of a secular tone to the shares as well as the industry that it's really trying to address here. So trying to get a little bit more aggressive when it comes to the bullish nature of this particular trade, looking at selling a put spread. And this is going to be, for the most part, an at-the-money put spread, so you can get a fair amount of premium. Looking at the August monthlies, once again, looking at selling the 220s, buying the 200 put spread here.
SPY's hitting my second resistance.
90 cents. So the max gain would be the credit received, $490. Max loss would be $1,510. Difference between that spread, which is $20 minus the credit received, and then the break-even point would be $215.19. Once again, a little bit
SPY at my record resistance.
Structure and how liquid the options are, but this gives you a little bit of time in order for this to try to work out in your favor, and if not, you once again minimize those losses, which once again the max loss is going to be $1,410. So I would say this is more neutral to bullish, but I would say more bullish in nature, as you're not trying to go as far out of the money in order to try to receive a smaller credit.
Okay, all right, so this one you're moving, same kind of approach, but you're just moving it closer, moving it in a little bit. So, the move's already been big on this, obviously, for Clean Harbor. All right, nice, good trades, capitalize on a couple underappreciated energy-related themes. Thanks, KG. All right, when we come back in an hour or two, let's talk some Tesla. Dual trading in those shares as the stock continues to stay strong. Another gain today is helping keep the NASDAQ in big tech bid. Some buying has definitely crept into the giants over the last 10 minutes there. Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, and Meta, Microsoft now all up over more than 1%. Watching to see if NVIDIA will flip green and then maybe NASDAQ can run away with it. But the spread is widened to the Russell, which is still near the lows.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab
There it
Network.
is. Right now we're at 120. This is my profit-taking pressure.
Mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once a client knew that she was hurt, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know
How much you care. That's bullcrap. We don't care what you think.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Here, a spread of about a percentage point between the Nasdaq and the Russell this morning after jobs. You're seeing concentration in tech and a lot of strength in some of the giants. We're looking at all-time highs in some of the key names here as the Russell's down, though, small caps and the other stuff a little bit more sluggish. Participation quite lackluster, but you still have 5 sectors up, so 6 down, 5 up. Comm services, the big winner here. Alphabet's having a really good day. Meta's having a really good day. Market continues to pile in to what has been working. So, jobs, though, not enough really to get the rest of the market excited. We're going to talk some Tesla, as that's been the biggest mover and the fastest breakouts that we've seen for that stock in over a year. Definitely deserves some attention. The trade continues to be very strong. And since it's July 4th, we're going to trade like patriots. Talk about at least one fund that aims to do that, FLDZ. Chartmaster is taking a look at next week for us. Earnings kicking off. We've got JP earnings kicking off. What? Already? That was quick. JP Morgan, Delta, Pepsi next week. Chartmaster will take a look at what's ahead. Got Ben back with me here in studio. Russell futures now down about 0.75%. Ben, the big tech stuff is working. I think that kind of tells us the jobs weren't impressive enough for a broad market rally. We're just diving right back into the stuff that's reliable.
Well, they say in really well-defined trends, the characteristics associated with that trend play out over and over and over again, and that's definitely, what's happening.
Trend is your friend.
Well, that's usually tied to the technicals, but that's what I'm talking about is kind of within this trend, you have these fundamental factors that are playing out also, one of them being, again, this demand for tech, this focus on the positive, discounting the negative, as I've been saying for a while. You've got the dollar, which is coming off as well. I mean, Oliver, I sometimes say a broken record, but put a blindfold on me, spin me around 10 times, give me a dart, I'm going to throw that thing and hit something.
Isn't that what we do every Friday? Around these parts?
I mean,
as long as you aim for the category of comm services or tech or some consumer. I mean, look, these are big moves today. Apple's up $3. I mean, that's a fresh new breakout because it was kind of struggling with 220. Amazon, as we mentioned, just grinds higher. I mean, it's really impressive. Alphabet, too.
Tesla.
Day.
I mean, look at some of these names.
Tesla ripping.
Just really kind of wowing investors, right? And getting things back on track in terms of some of the real strength we've seen here. And the wealth effect, right? I think alive and well right now, So, let's keep an eye on this, though, because, I think that at this point, this type of price activities is not necessarily a sell signal make, right? If you're not long these stocks, you haven't participated, that does not mean that you should be fading this.
No,
kind of along the lines of this
Step
is
in
going too
front
far
of a
too
train.
fast, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could have said that at any point the last couple months.
Absolutely.
You got run over.
But I would also argue at some point we know that the trajectory and sustainability becomes a little bit of a concern in terms of being able to continue along this pace. So we will see a pullback. You know, the question is when, and I've argued for a while, Oliver, we're going to know it's a significant pullback when it's across the board, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be tech's doing well and, you know, some of the retail stocks aren't.
Right.
Or,
well, that, as we've seen, that is net positive. You know, if it's everything else weak, tech strong, we've seen that's net positive.
Sure.
Tech down and then we rotate, that hasn't really, you know, turned into anything
You've
lately.
got stocks like Walmart, you know, to my point, which I've been keeping a close eye on as well, all-time highs. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, it's not just tech, but you know, yields being in a bit of a range, crude being in a bit of a range, which is starting to inch up a little bit right now. So that could become a bit of a concern. Take out those April highs up around 87. But
what about people that were saying yields last week were going up because crude was going up? Well, crude's still pretty strong. Yields have come down pretty hard.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a subject worth exploring for a sec, because crude seems like it's been very stable and grinding.
Spy's coming back to Papa here.
Crude the last couple weeks.
You had that playing out. I think that was a big part of it. I mean, the higher crude prices ultimately going to tie into inflationary pressures, and we all know that a big part of what we saw in terms of the Fed making progress on inflation was tied to crude prices, which were all the way down at 72 to begin the month of June. Here we are, you know, $12 higher as we start things off for this morning, above 84 in the overnight session. I would argue the disconnect there between rates and crude not tracking each other as closely as they did about a week ago is there's been a little bit more focus for the yield environment for traders being the jobs and some of the other reports we've had. But also, I would argue you've got Fed Chair Jerome Powell, who green-lighted this market and really talked us off the cliff, the inflationary pressure cliff, right? He said, look, we're making progress. And so I think that is a big part of it, right? When you've got Fed Chair Jerome Powell saying, hey, we're making progress, as crude continues to inch higher, then the market may not be so concerned about that or may not be directly tied to it.
Or maybe market's assuming that weak jobs data is going to mean lower inflation, but could be wrong. I mean, like, the worst print we had this week was the ISM services, which we talked about was abysmal, fell below 50. All the inflation metrics were still elevated with the prices paid. You know, you didn't see wages come down today. You saw unemployment tick up. You saw the revision down. Wages stayed where they were. You know, there are these pressures still, though, that...
Okay, here we go. Watch it now. Watch the SPY.
The market basically has no maneuverability on the macro till September, which is where I do feel like we kind of opened the door for potential kind of over-tightening, if you will. A lot of folks talking about the Fed mistake. I'm not going to call it a mistake because inflation's still above their target, but it kind of gets you in that spot where you see why people just pour into tech and nothing else. Because you go with what's working and where there's growth, and that's tech. That's AI.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's been working. In terms of the Fed right now, I mean, I sort of wonder, at some point you've got to start cutting rates, especially if you have what Fed Chair Jerome Powell, to my point a minute ago, we're making progress on inflation, yet they haven't adjusted rates accordingly.
Right.
So
they're still so far above their target.
But it becoming more and more restrictive at this point.
It's like you don't bring the wheels down on the plane when you're still at 30,000 feet, you know? Like, you gotta get a little closer.
Well, we'll see. Yes, I agree with you there. But in terms of the market right now, obviously very much agreeing with and liking this environment that we're in, and I feel like rates have been supportive of. The one thing I did want to point to is just a little bit of weakness in Bitcoin today.
Yeah, let's talk about that. It's down 7%.
Yeah, defunct crypto exchange Mt. Gox sending out a couple batches of Bitcoin to a number of wallets, 47,000 Bitcoin on Thursday, basically. So you're talking about, what's that, about 2.7 billion ultimately, and this is just part of the process we heard about in June, the end of last month, a significant payout, adding to some of the sell pressure that we're seeing and hearing. So the idea being that some of these funds have been tied up for some time. They've accumulated, there's been some significant appreciation to some of these holdings, and when people start to get them back, maybe they're just going to say, hey, let me cash in and get my money, right? which I can understand. So this was an exchange founded back in 2010.
Right. How is this not priced in? It's been defunct for a decade.
Well,
Moody's were coming back to
How's it not priced in?
To, you know, the regulator, I think it was, and
they've been doing this for like a week plus, right?
They announced it in the end of June, as far as I remember, and it's just now recently started to go back around.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can see from the wallet associated with it from some of them, some of these reports saying that, you know, you can see them, you know, selling it. You know, the Bitcoiners like to attribute any negative news as a FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. You know, they'll say like, oh, that's just FUD. Whatever the opposite of that is, that's what I think this Mt. Gox story is. Like, because Bitcoiners, whenever it's down, Bitcoiners like go to a story to try, oh, it's this or it's that. Or maybe it's just, it hasn't gone anywhere for months, and despite all the ETF flows, you know, they ran out of buyers. I mean, this thing, if you think about it, we've failed at 70K now for years, for 3 years running. I mean, we first hit 70 a long time ago.
Well,
you know, it keeps struggling every time it gets up here.
The opposite of FUD, it was, you said? That's what it
Yeah,
is?
whatever that would be.
I think that would be the facts, right? And the facts ultimately are that Bitcoin is off those all-time highs.
Yeah,
It just
it's a
posted
price
a lower
action.
high. And we're taking out a lower extreme of a range that we've been in, so it could get serious.
60 was a key
Could
level.
get serious.
So now it's like, do the floodgates open or do people storm back in by the dip? So it's tricky because they've been discounting.
Okay, we're at support right here.
From stocks for a while now. So there's my point in the chart. Is that
74 cents.
I'd agree with you. If they come in to buy the dip right now if you look at the right half of that chart, I mean, a major win for the bulls at this point, especially if they can get back above 75,000.
Right, well, that's where I think it's a big test, right? Are people going to storm in?
Yeah.
Or, you know, the thing about the stock rally is that it's a high quality rally.
Yeah.
It's where the earnings are. It's where the dividends are. That's why people are going for all these big tech companies. It's not just because of a story. The literal numbers are there. They're pumping out massive earnings. And so Bitcoin has none of that. And the other stuff in the market that doesn't have any of that does poorly. It's just like the low quality trade that's getting hit. It's also the bearish divergence on that long-term chart I've been talking about, which could be super negative if nobody comes in and buys the dip. Because when you get failed breakouts multiple times over years.
Come on, baby.
It's the canary in the coal mine, you're saying.
Right, yeah. So, all right, good stuff. Appreciate it, Ben. Thanks. All right, markets also kind of slipped there as we were talking. So, equities under a little bit of pressure. VIX ticking up a little bit. Let's keep talking what's working, which has been Tesla. Jeff Pierce joins us, our senior manager of derivatives trading. Big move here, big story the last couple of weeks, Jeff. We got the deliveries earlier this week that seemed to be enough for the market. And again today, even as we kind of roll over, Tesla's holding in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you've been in Tesla, especially the last 7 days, it's been a fun ride, right? And I think more interesting news coming out for the company today as their Model Y was included in the vehicle procurement catalog for the 2024-2025 Jiangsu province in eastern China. This is the first time Tesla's car has been eligible for official government purchase in China. That Model Y, of course, starts at a little over $34,000. The premium performance version a little under $49,000. And the reason this is an interesting story is they don't expect necessarily to see a big, demand in sales come from this, but it strengthens that relationship for Tesla with China at a time when they've got a lot of competition popping up there. We know China is one of the biggest EV markets in the world. It is the biggest EV market in the world. More than half of the world's EV sales coming from there. It's not too long ago that Teslas, weren't allowed to enter government or military complexes due to, some security concerns there. Those restrictions were lifted in April. Now they've got another.
Take some profit here at the VWAP.
A mega pack project factory, so it strengthens that relationship in an area that Tesla really relies on. I mean, if we look at their 2023 sales, about 22.5% of those sales came from China, so it's an important area for them.
Okay. So this is a pretty big deal because the Chinese competitors have been making some pretty good headway on them. So the fact that they're kind of getting a stamp of approval here keeps Tesla in the game there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're looking at NIO and BYD, NIO's Q2 deliveries more than doubled. First half deliveries topped 500,000. BYD reported June sales volume, sold about 34,000 vehicles. That's up 35% year over year. And it's worth noting, the company is getting some pressure in the U.S. and other areas as well. We see more and more companies start to kind of step up their production capabilities. But, as we look at the delivery numbers we saw from China, obviously down almost 5% year over year, but I think it's a huge sigh of relief for investors out there.
So we got a VWAP scalp here on
continue
SPY.
to see layoffs, we'll see recalls, including the Cybertruck, and a lot of focus has been around other things like the compensation package. So seeing that number, seeing what looks like maybe some stabilization in the EV market, and maybe more specifically for Tesla, has been a very welcome message from investors, and we've seen that in the stock.
Okay. All right. So it seems like the breakout is pretty real. It's been holding. There hasn't been any give back. Stories are pretty solid. And the narrative, I think, is improving, whether it's here or abroad. So let's do some trading. All right. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the latest there. Dan Deming's with us, managing partner of KKM Financial, looking at the stock and the approach. Dan, how you doing? Happy July 5th, sir.
Thanks, Oliver. Same to you. I hope you had a good holiday and thank you.
We're both here, and we're not terribly hungover, and we're talking stocks. So
that's right. Exactly.
Look at us.
We're good. We're good.
What do you think about Tesla?
Tesla. Interesting dynamic here the last few weeks as we've seen this explosive move higher. And, I think as Jeff pointed out, and just some of the general trends, it does appear to me that if we continue to see tech benefit from the levels of enthusiasm that it has experienced, and July is typically a very good month for the market. You got to keep that in mind. There is underlying sentiment in the market in July that's pretty positive. So I would think that if we continue to see, the tech thing and the AI narrative continue to move through July, that Tesla should benefit from that, especially with all the things that they have in the works right now. Not only, the deliveries and some of the dynamics as far as new opportunities, but also as we get closer to
it's going to be a long day today.
Robo-taxi event on August 8th. So to me, it looks like Tesla still has some further upside. So I think that's just the way to play for it when you look at.
So we got an expansion pattern with a 1, 2, 3 bits.
So what I'm looking at, Oliver,
1, 2, 3
bit example is buying a call spread and then financing a big chunk of that call spread by selling a put.
Right now we're at the VWAP.
Tesla does come off about 8 to 9%. Then you can pick up the stock, and if you continue to move.
As a beginner, and you catch the knife, you recognize the pattern, and you jump in it, and you get out, and you scalp it to the VWAP, you're done. As a beginner, you've got to recognize a VWAP. Everybody should have if you're a beginner and you don't have a VWAP chart up, spank. Spank. Damn, that was a strict one, Jimmy. Yeah, it was. See, right now, I'm up $200 on this trade because I waited for that bottom support. Ching, ching. Ching, ching. Ching, ching. You make money every day if you just be patient. And sometimes he says he gets lucky. Ching, ching. Not bad. Chewy was off that there pump from kitty litter the other day. It bounced up pretty good today. Spy don't look too bad today. I mean, it's had that choppy sell-off twice, and both rebounded quite well into an expansion megaphone pattern, and it held that last support very well. That's almost $2. Now, anybody following me, this trade should be out of it by now. We did get to 102. Trading with Jim is not that hard. Well, I'm going to go do my errands pretty soon. Apple made a statement today. AVGO Spies at 101. We've got a Head and Shoulders. In the video, we're definitely at a shoulder line. 110 for these 553s. VWAP, baby. Ching ching. 120. There it is, 120. Again. I will be back. Think we'll have another correction. See if we get back to the 200. AMD had it high, Meta had a high, and Apple did too off this morning. Called that Apple first thing.
Minutes into the trading day. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Nicole Penalese will be back with you next week. Coming up on today's show, let's do the roadmap here. We'll spotlight Tesla and its meteoric move higher over the past week. The disruptor today, that'll be First Solar, and our 360 roundup will break down the all-important job.
Fed monetary policy reported 11.
Let's take a look at all the major averages as we go through the day. The S&P 500 advancing by 6 points, so continuing to add to its gains for the week, looking to extend its weekly run and those records that it's seen this week. NASDAQ 100 better by 105 points. The standout there, the tech has
Monetary
been the
policy.
leader today. Dow under a little bit of pressure there, down by 22 points. Small caps lagging the most compared to the other benchmarks. You've got the Russell 2000 off by 10 points there, or a little more than 0.5%. Let's take a look at some other asset classes and see how they are moving today. Yields have been under pressure in terms of the bond market, whether we're talking about the 10-year or across the board. You're looking at the dollar below 105 today, so losing a little bit of ground. Gold catching a bid, up 18, up above 2,300, 23.87 right now. Crude oil continuing its advance. It's been moving higher week after week after week recently. Crude oil above $84, on track for its fourth week in a row of gains. Bitcoin under some pressure this morning. Once again, Bitcoin down 6.5%. Below 56,000. Bitcoin has been buckling recently.
I'll be back.
Let's start out with some insights on the news that is shaping the markets. For that, I want to welcome in Ben Emmons, Chief Investment Officer and Founder of FedWatch Advisors. Ben, it's always great to hear your perspective. I love kind of diving through your notes. I dove through a few of them from this week. But let's start out with the jobs report today, because obviously that was the most recent big data point that we have. The job market grew by more than 200,000. Unemployment ticked up to 4.1%. What stood out to you the most in this jobs report?
Good morning, Diane. Thanks very much for having us. So it was the unemployment rate that obviously was sticking out, because that's what everybody's watching now, like how quickly that rate will go up. There's always a statistical nuance about it, but if you drill through the report, it does show that basically primates male and primates female, and also younger male and female employment rates all went up about sort of a few tenths of a percent. Now, that could be because of seasonal factors, but it also, I think, underscores that the labor market is indeed really cooling off. It's not yet to a point where it's massively decelerating, but it does indicate what the Fed minutes were saying, like we're getting to a point where there's more supply of labor coming on the market as opposed to demand. And if that starts to become more of a dynamic, then you're going to see some more layoffs. So I think the market takes this job report not as stride, but a kind of a feeling about if one or more of these reports drops next month, the Fed's really close to this rate cut. So that's why you're seeing the probability of rate cut in September, December, pretty close to each other. I think that's the message for the markets today. The unemployment rate is going up, the labor market is cooling off.
So the jobs report, not necessarily alarming. What would be kind of, are you mainly just paying attention to the unemployment rate, or what other metrics, is it the labor force participation rate, et cetera, that you would be paying attention to, or what's the alarming levels to you?
Instead of 2,801.
Well, labor force participation is always a bit static number. You know, that's kind of like people come in and out of the labor force, and there's this dynamic between household and establishment survey, and that's, you know, again being viewed sometimes in a very negative lens. I mean, for me, what I noted was that the revision of the report was very large. It's one of the larger revisions we've seen over several months. So it does show that we probably had some overstating of gains in jobs reports previously. But we also see the duration of unemployment going up a little bit. And you're seeing some of the deterioration happening in different groups, different ethnicity groups, industry groups, except for leisure and construction, which continue to be a driver of the job market, which could be at some point really a cyclical sensitivity to jobs, right? Because those sectors could flip on a dime if it really goes south. So those are all things I'll be watching here. I'm not bearish on it itself. I think it's still a pretty good labor market, but it just shows that the Fed's work is really getting through the cracks, and that therefore, yeah, labor market is getting softer. It's not as hot anymore as it used to be.
All right, and Ben, so one thing in your note that you mentioned today was the Somm rule. I know it's named after Claudia Somm, the economist. So educate our audience on what that means and what you're paying attention to there.
Yeah, the idea is and it's great work that she's done, and well-recognized work. So it's looking at the 3-month average of the unemployment rate and then comparing that to the 3-month average of the trough of the unemployment rate. And if that difference is 0.5% or more, that has been historically the trigger of like the recession will start to unfold from there. And we all know that how does a recession really happen in the United States? Is the unemployment rate going up quite quickly? And that's really when you can say that the economy will be in a recession. So the rule was not triggered today yet, but we're getting a lot closer than we have been before. And I think it takes another 1 or 2 of these type of job reports to do trigger that rule. That isn't to say that you're immediately being in a recession, but you're getting then closer to an environment where there's just more and more people are unemployed, maybe longer unemployed, and it starts to slow down everything in the economy. So we have to watch this metric. It's being fairly precision in terms of its forecasts, but I won't say that right now it doesn't seem to be we haven't triggered the rule yet. So I think too why markets are somewhat mixed on the report, probably paying attention to metrics like this.
Okay, and one of the things that has been talked about with regard to kind of the fluctuation or the state of the job market has been immigration. That's been a factor that's been pointed out. Wednesday's Fed minutes pointed to that. And then you also have the, you know, kind of the labor market still hasn't completely, in a post-pandemic world, you had the pandemic-related distortions that still are kind of playing out in the labor market. Do you see those as possible factors to, you know, what we're seeing in terms of the, you know, ongoing, yes, the unemployment rate is rising, but we continue to have these gains above 200,000 in job growth?
I do think that's the case, Diane, because, you know, as the minutes highlighted, like we've had a fair bit of immigration coming into the labor force, like just whether they're documented or not, and it does add to labor supply. And if you then take these ADP reports that continue to show consistent gains in leisure and hospitality and construction, to an extent healthcare, a lot of that labor supply gets absorbed by particularly those sectors. And those are sectors where, you know, there's maybe somewhat lower skill, lower wage type jobs that these people find work in. So I do think that the immigration aspect of this labor market is probably pushing up labor supply, bringing wages somewhat more further down, as we saw in that report today, against this backdrop of probably somewhat more deterioration over the labor market overall. So you're getting this sort of like, I guess, perfect landing of the labor market after such a hot period from 21 to 22, maybe even last year. But the immigration aspect of the labor market is actually important, because if we have more consistent supply of labor, you know, eventually if we do kind of like find another footing in the economy, a lot of people will be able to find work, and that's very good for productivity. And that's what it's shown. The immigration flow has increased productivity. So I think that is too a positive development.
New high.
Okay, and then how do you think the Fed interprets this latest jobs report? Is this like kind of a too soon to tell for the Fed, or how do you think the Fed is reading this?
I'll be right back.
I think they read it with maybe somewhat of a you know, not smile, if you think, but it would maybe strange. But I think they're looking at it quote unquote pleasantly, meaning it really comes into it plays into their view, right? They keep saying that the labor market is getting more imbalanced, and that's what this report actually shows against the inflation picture that is moderating inch by inch by inch. And so next Tuesday we get the next CPI report, may show again a further inch of the inflation rate moderating. And that just all brings into their view of that they have a perfect landing of the economy, that they kept rates restrictive enough and just restrictive enough to not crash the economy and have the unemployment rate shoot up really, really quickly. So this is why I think the sun will trigger. That's an interesting analysis, but it probably is not true in terms of the overall recession of the economy that were to happen. It's more that the Fed is looking at it. We kept rates high enough for a longer period of time to get this perfect landing. I think the Fed is quite content with this report. It may not lead them to a rate decision in July or September, but we're getting a lot closer now. And I think that's what they're already been signaling, but I think that's what this report also underscores.
And so I want to ask you what your thinking is on the Fed's path forward when it comes to rate reductions, rate cuts. I just looked at the CME Fed Watch tool, and it looks like the odds are back on the more people than not expect to see a cut come September, and you still have the, a group that's seeing December. So now it looks like the odds are for 2 rate cuts, but where do you stand on your view? What are you expecting from the Fed? Are you expecting 1 or 2 based on this latest data?
So the latest data point here tells me that we're at even odds between September and December, because the November meeting is not going to happen. It's just right in the middle of the election. And I think if you listen to Powell carefully at the Sintra panel, he really pushed back on any type of political involvement. Right? So that meeting is not going to happen. That's how the market has priced it. That's November meeting is lower probability than December or September, but it's an even odds between the 2 meetings. And the reason why, again, is because, we are still really heavily data dependent type Fed with no guidance really on rates. So if I take that as an investor, as a strategist, I say the Fed will lower rates when this labor market's imbalance and inflation getting closer to the target, say a few tenths of a percent away from the target. And then it means that really important for the markets is this a 1 rate cut start of the easing cycle? Because if that's the case, that's your 95 scenario of soft landing. If not, and they have to launch into a series of cuts, then we're getting a very different dynamic. So far, the market is priced the start of the easing cycle potentially this year, with just another like 80 to 100 basis points next year. But it's not a major easing cycle. I think this is what the Fed wants to achieve. They don't want to get a major cutting cycle. They just want to get 1 rate cut to alleviate a bit of the pressure on the economy that's been building.
One of the things I noticed that you said that stood out to you in your note about Powell speaking earlier this week was his uneasy laughter and facial expression. And you said that indicated that his careful reluctance to answer the question about where he stood on the 2-cut or 1-cut dot for 2024. So I thought that was an interesting observation of what was unsaid versus what was said. Final takeaways on what you're paying attention to in the week ahead and for the balance of the month, Ben.
Yeah, I think that the CPI report is actually key because, again, we want more evidence of that, the disinflation being on track, as Powell so nicely said at that panel, which was an important message from him, that report does show that we're staying on track. Even if it's slower, still a slow decline of inflation, we have to stay on track, because if not, then we're going to get, different views again about this rate cut and all that. Obviously, bank earnings start next Friday. That's key too, because one thing I've noted, Diane, and I've forwarded this note that I'm not sure, but there's a real interesting development in the market in sectors, right? You have the financials are really on fire, that really outperform well because of anticipation of perhaps a Republican presidency with a red sweep is all very favorable for financial deregulation against the materials and staples that are really underperforming, perhaps anticipating trade policy and tariffs and slower economy. And that difference in performance does imply that certain sectors in the stock market think that, I think, from my view, that rate reductions will be significantly more in the future as we have from here. I think the bank earnings next week are therefore key, because it will somewhat give people a feeling like, are the banks already performing such that those returns are right? 2, is the anticipation about lower rates as the Fed, moves from here right through the lens of the bank earnings? I think that's an important event. So pay real attention to next Friday's bank release.
Bank earnings, yeah, those are coming up. I can't believe the next round of earnings coming up so fast. Ben Emmons, Chief Investment Officer and Founder, Fed Watch Advisors. Thanks, Ben. Have a great weekend.
Have a good weekend, Diane. Good to be on the show.
Thank you. All right, plenty more to come here on Trading 360. Next up, it's the big three: 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Vin Lichtenstein goes through the technicals and bullseye options. Alan Nuckman will take us through the trades for the FXE ETF, Verizon, and Caesars. That's next on Trading 360 here on the Schwab Network.
He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall. Nicole Pedalides will be back with you next week. Time now for the big three: 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Ben Lichtenstein will take us through the charts, and here to take us through the trades is Alan Nuckman, Chief Market Strategist, BullseyeOption.com. All right, it's great to have both of you on. Alan, I want to start out with you, and let's just kind of overall set the stage before we get into all the trades and charts. Let's get your thoughts on the jobs report. We had 206,000 jobs added. The unemployment rate ticked up to 4.1%. What's your takeaway?
Same. So same old. Nothing's changed. We've had perfect price performance if you're bullish. And maybe this gives the Fed a little bit more room. I mean, we know rates are coming. It's just a matter, maybe now it'll be a little bit faster than what we thought. But I look at market performance, and I'll tell you, I don't spend, I'll tell you how much time I spend focusing on Powell's facial expressions. 0. I let the market tell me. And the market's been right, and the market's been on a boom rally run since that October low, which targets S&P 6,000, and we're almost there.
Yeah, it's so funny when you think about kind of broad targets before, again, we get into the trades, and when you think about how analysts after analysts have had to boost their target from the start, even before the start of the year, you had all these analysts set these targets in December of last year. They quickly had to change their targets on the S&P 500. All right, but before
so that's not really a target. That's not really a target then. So it's simple math. We had the S&P sell off from 4,800 down to 3,600 in 2022. That's a 1,200 point drop. You put that on the old top, so a full V recovery targets 6,000. That's it. I'm not trying to predict anything. I'm just telling you what the technical target is based upon what I see on the charts.
So we should be watching levels. All right, so Alan, tell us about your first trade, FXC. It's an ETF. Tell us more about this one.
Couple things. I've been focusing on a lot of commodities plays. So FXC or FCX. FCX is Freeport-McMoRan. And I know we've talked about that, and it's had a nice little recovery, and it looks like it's giving people a second chance. So if you typed in FXC incorrectly and got FCX, you're getting the you're getting the currency, the Canadian dollar currency, which has been sideways now for many years. 4 years between 70 and 80, and 2 years between 70 and 75, setting up for a breakout. Now, if commodities benefit in this cycle and the dollar takes a downturn, which is starting to move below the 105 level, because we are going to start cutting rates, then the Canadian economy, the Canadian dollar can benefit from that. They benefit from the oil. They benefit from all the hard commodities, gold, silver, so forth. So there's an upside here with a strong support at 70. We're trading around 71, 75 right now. The way I'm looking to play it right now is with an in-the-money option. Now, the first thing I'm going to say is these options are not highly traded. So you absolutely, let me say it again, absolutely have to use price orders. So the option I'm looking at, the 68 call, is 375 in the money. So I'm putting in a price for 4 or better, because that's, the theoretical value is about 3, very close to that 4. So even when options aren't liquid, what you do is you put in prices and you'll see that spread tighten up, and that'll allow you to execute, because we're trading an in-the-money option that's going to act like the underlying on the upside.
All right, and Ben, take us through the chart.
Will do. Diane, Alan mentioned 3 Ps, right? He talked about perfect price performance. For me, the 3 Ps are the price probing process. And in this instance, that's been to the downside. So this trade that Alan's looking at is somewhat counter trend, and it's against the grain somewhat. Let's take a look first and foremost at an hourly candle chart, because Alan mentioned somewhat illiquid in terms of the options. The intraday chart is really non-existent for the most part. I mean, this doesn't really trade that aggressive, or that much, I should say, but it has been on a bit of a downward trajectory. We're looking at price activity since the beginning of the year. We're going back to January. It was up around 74, 74.50. Taking a look here on the way down, you can see 3 really well-defined areas where the market's paused, consolidated, and established value at lower and lower levels. Currently balancing around 71.40, and as long as we hold below 72.40, to me it looks like the bears are still in charge here. So let's take a step back, but don't blink, because as we move from some of the price activity we've seen since the beginning of the year to now a daily candle chart, and this is going all the way back to, we're talking May of 2021, April of 2021, you're going to see a very similar pattern, right? Top left, bottom right, areas of consolidation have been and continue to be forming at lower levels. So, I mean, the way I see it is a long at this point is very counter trend. It's a bit of a guess. The thing that I would note is above 73, you could open up the doors for some strength and a retest of this upper extreme, but the bears would be looking to short that upper level, because again, the trend is to the downside, and we have been moving, value has been moving lower. As you take a look here on this daily candle chart, so we've gone from an hourly to a daily. Let's take just a quick check on where we are relative to the 50, the 200, and you can see how that 200 has been a bit of a threat for the bulls for a while now. We're kind of working our way back up towards that. RSI is not really exhibiting any real strength here, so kind of teetering around. It looks like this $72 level, $71, $72 level. But yeah, to me, what I'm seeing, Diane, still a little bit of weakness here. Still a product that looks like we've got bears in control.
Interesting. All right. I have no alliteration to add to this. I know you guys went for it, and honestly, I will get stumbled up. I feel like we need to do Peter Piper, pick the, you know the thing. I can't even say it. All right. Let's move on. I know our next trade is Verizon. Alan, Verizon is up. I mean, it's trailing the S&P 500 up year to date, less than 6%, year over year, less than 10%. So what's the trade here?
Well, the theme of today is finding stocks and positions, and the last trade, for example, wasn't a trade, it was a position. I was putting myself in position because we've had a series of higher lows, and that 70 is a super support level over the last decade. So let's get to Verizon. Verizon is a trading at what, $48, $41 or so. The high, just a few years ago was 62. So we're off the highs, but we've been trading in a range again between 37.5 and 42.5. Essentially for 2024. So breakout of the range target is 47.5. I'm looking at a January option, again, positioning a long-term, low-maintenance in the money position. I'm looking at the 37 call, which has 7 months of time, and an 80 delta. It's trading for about $4.75. It's $4 in the money. It's like being long from 37, which is the low end of that range. And you can see how this stock has underperformed. If you, for example, look at AT&T at its highs right now, I think there's value here. And you also saw some leverage buying in this stock, which is a sign of long accumulation by smart money.
All right, and Ben, so take us through what you see in the charts for Verizon.
Sure will. In our last example, we were talking about a bit of a downtrend and how the bears are going to look to sell an upper extreme. Well, in a bull trend, the bulls are looking to buy a lower extreme, right, and participate in the direction of the trend, basically trying to find opportunistic places to do just that. Let's start off, first and foremost, with a 5-minute candle chart. We're seeing some strength here. You can see across the board over the last couple of weeks, bid activity from, we'll call it 39.20 all the way up to 42, and you can also see a couple areas where the market's paused and sort of established value at these higher and higher levels. 39.40 my eye was drawn to. You get a big breakout to the upside, you balance out around 40, and then again, similar pattern plays out. Wash, rinse, repeat, staircase type pattern reveals itself. And what I like about this is take a look, 41 is the key area, the pivot. Oftentimes when you test it, you can get a nice little bounce off of it here, which continues the bull trend and the energy associated with this move up that we've seen over the last couple weeks. Let's take a step back. Now, a bit of a bearish pattern playing out here, but I'm going to show you in a minute why I'm still giving a benefit of the doubt to the bulls. It's not because of that 5-minute candle chart. It's because of a bigger picture here. But let me just show you what's going on, how we've possibly started to establish a bit of a bottoming pattern here. And because what my eye was drawn to is a series of higher lows coming into play, right? We're continuing to try and get something going to the upside. And we're also establishing higher highs here as well. As you can see, we're taking out some key levels that were established on the way down or some upper extremes. So at the very least here, though, again, taking a step back, looking at a weekly candle chart, you're going to see why I'm giving benefit out to the bulls here. Now, in a similar situation in terms of our last example, get through the middle of this range around 47, and ultimately you open up a door for not only a retest of 62, 63, the highs from 2017, 2018 into 2019, but take a look. I mean, you got highs from way back in like 98, 99, up around 68, 69, 70. That would be the next key level for the bulls to watch for. Last, I want to show you where we are relative to the 50, the 200-day moving average. Getting a little bit of momentum here, right? 200 has held convincingly. I haven't even been below it since last year. And you can see how the 50, we've been kind of teetering around it. But let's see if we can build some momentum here, take out 43 ultimately. And then, yeah, this one could have some legs here, guys.
All right, looking for 43. All right, next up, let's talk about your final trade, Alan. You've got Caesars on your radar. I know I had a big pop about a month ago. What are you paying attention to here?
First off, I don't gamble. I'm a probability guy, but we all know the house always wins. So Caesars is 70% off its 2022 top. And again, it's been trading sideways here between 35 and 45 since October. A move to the midpoint of that range of 40 should send it to a pop to the range top at 45. So the way to play, I also see leverage buying, and I also see a bullish divergence bottom in June that it made a new low, but not a new high in implied volatility. That's a sign of the sentiment shift that the sellers are running out of strength. So I'm looking at a September option, a little bit less time because there's a little bit more expense in this particular stock. I'm looking at a September option about 3 months of time. The 33 call, which is in the money, it's $4.50 in the money. It's trading for about $5.50, $5.75. And it's going to have a nice high 80 delta. And if we just get up to that 45 level, which is that the top end of the range, this option gains 100%.
Okay, all right. And then, Ben, when you look at this chart for Caesars, what do you see in terms of the technicals?
Yeah, well, Alan said the house always wins. They've been losing recently, at least Caesars has. Let's take a look here at some of the short-term price activity, a little bit of decay throughout the week, and then we'll get into a bigger picture, longer-term chart, because that's where that trend becomes really clear, from 40 down to 36.60, and just kind of hanging out in this range right now, right? Where I see it, you've got a pretty well-defined upper extreme, we'll call it 39.20. You've got a lower extreme, 36.60. Everything within this range is very random. But we talk about that. That's value building, right? You can actually see that we were somewhat range bound. We break out to the downside to begin the week, and then basically we're just kind of chopping it up. This is the meeting of the minds between the bulls and the bears, right? This is the market doing its job. It's bringing together the buyers and the sellers, and here it's efficient. Let's take a step back. I want to move away from this 5-minute candle chart, taking a look here, a little bit of a longer term. Not a lot of clarity here, but kind of the mirror image of what we just talked about. Some strength, high conviction trade to the upside. We're talking about sideways consolidation that's been forming around 37. In our last example, we talked about potential to see a little bit of a trampoline or that kind of bounce off the middle of that range and potentially retest the upper extreme. That does play out here. We could stay in this range for a while and see random price activity as long as we're within it, but still on the longer term charts, as we step back, you're going to see how we are trending lower. So yeah, we could see some range bound chop type trade that could provide opportunity for the bulls and the bears while we're establishing value. But if you're really trying to participate in the longer term trend, to this one, it has been to the downside. You can see we're going all the way back to, we're talking this time last year, up around 55 we balanced, broke down. Similar pattern playing out around 43, right? Rotational, overlapping, and that's kind of what we're starting to see play out here a bit. You've got an upper extreme, again, around this 41, 42, lower extreme, we'll call it from May, around 34, and basically here we are kind of hanging out in the middle. So not a lot going on, sideways rotational type price activity, but trending lower right now, and no rejection of this lower level as of yet.
All right, those are the levels to pay attention to with our the 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. So we finalized things with Caesars, before that Verizon, and before that the ETF XXC. Ben Lichtenstein, Alan Nuckman of BullseyeOption.com. Thank you both. Also, Alan, I love your backdrop where you are. I hope you enjoyed your 4th and enjoy your weekend. All right, coming up next, we're going to spotlight Tesla. The stock's been on a tear over the past week, but how long can the rally keep going? All things Tesla is coming up on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall. Nicole Petalese will be back with you on Monday. We are live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Time now to spotlight Tesla. The shares are up once again today. Joining us now for analysis is Steve Wesley, founder and managing partner of the Wesley Group. So Tesla's been on a run this week. First, I should thank you for joining us. The stock is higher once again today. What do you make of what's gone on here? Has Tesla turned a corner?
Well, look, it's a fascinating story here because they've posted better than expected results, 440,000 cars, up about 15% from last quarter. But the big picture is still Tesla's growth has slowed from 71% in 2021, 51% in 2022, down to 19% last year, and they may be negative growth this year. So the stock's been down 30% for the year, and they've lost $700 billion in value since 2021. So why is the stock going up? A little bit's the uptick, but I think what's really going on here is investors are pleased to see the energy storage division taking off. And this is basically large gigapacks that have more than doubled from 4 gigawatts to 9 gigawatts. The punchline here is Tesla's energy division could be 15 to 20% of the company's entire revenues this year. And what investors, I think, are starting to see is Tesla's more than just an electric car company. They're an energy company. They're an AI company. They could be truly enormous.
Okay, let's talk about some cross currents that Tesla has in front of it. There's pluses and minuses it's facing when you think about its positioning overseas. In China, it has a lot of competition from the electric vehicle companies there. There's been this price war that's going on there. But there's a headline today that a local government there in China has included the Model Y among its list of vehicles it can buy as a service car. And that, again, that's been one of the things that's been helpful to Chinese automakers is the access to, the government and government subsidies. On the flip side, you also have Tesla. There's a report, according to Bloomberg, saying that it's not expected to proceed with its planned investment in India anytime soon. So what do you make of its positioning overseas?
Well, I think cross currents is the key word. Look, they've done something no one dreamed. The Model 3, Model Y, best-selling car in the world, electric or gas, and they've done that largely through extraordinary growth in China and in Europe. The big story for the last 6-12 months has been BYD is coming on at such an extraordinary rate, really winning foreign markets, especially Southeast Asia, China going to South America quickly. And what you're seeing is kind of a bifurcation where Tesla is owning the top end of the EV market, BYD and the others perhaps owning the bottom end. But I think the big picture here is Tesla and BYD are still kings of the EV market. EVs are going faster than ever, not slower, as many have said. You're going to see close to 50% of all cars sold in the world being electric within the next 5 years. And now on top of that, you've got the news that Tesla's not only still holding on pretty well in the EV market that's growing, but they're taking over this energy market. Elon Musk has said he wants to turn Tesla into the world's largest utility. That would be a big story if he can pull that off.
Yeah, that would be a big story if he can pull that off, the world's largest utility. I mean, one of the things that is said about Tesla is, as you kind of alluded to this earlier, right? It's not just a car company, it's not just an EV maker, because it has a huge swath of data because it's an electric vehicle. When you think about kind of the road ahead for Tesla, pardon the pun, that was unintended, is it about it becoming an AI company from your point of view?
It's going to be a car company, an energy company, and an AI company. And lots of people have talked about AI, and I want to come back to that in a minute. First, energy is the part that's booming. To go from selling 4 gigawatts of energy, this is largely from their plant in Lathrop, California, which is just launched in full production now, to 9 gigawatts is a big, big deal. I believe they will deliver as much as $15 to $20 million in the energy division. And if people are wondering, what the heck is that? It used to be solar panels on the roof. That's just a teeny part of it. A lot of people are familiar with the power walls. A lot of people have those in their garage and how to store the energy from your solar panels. But the big part of this are what are called the gigapacks. And these are 1.5 megawatt boxes that they're selling to utilities all over the world to help utilities for this huge growing demand of power. And if Tesla can pull that off, and they've quietly applied for permits to be a utility already in Europe and Australia and North America. So this is real. It's happening as we speak. No one is growing as quickly as they are in that sector. That's something that investors, I think, are finally tuning into.
And then let's talk about the Robo-Taxi Day. That's coming up in about a month. August 8th is the date that we'll hear more about that. There was an analyst who put out a note, Webbush put out a note talking about that, and the key to Tesla reaching $1 trillion valuation has to do with the expansion of the autonomous and full self-driving vision taking hold for Tesla. They see obviously the Robo-Taxi as being key to that. How important is the Robo-Taxi event to Tesla and its expansion?
Well, I think the Robotaxi event is huge, and the fact is, AVs have been overhyped for the last decade. And people keep saying it's going to change everything, it's going to be big, and others are saying, where the heck are they? But like a lot of things, including the smartphones, the growth curve goes like this, but when you hit that inflection point, it takes off. We're hitting that inflection point now. Don't take my word for it. You go to San Francisco tonight, or Phoenix, and soon Austin and Los Angeles, and get in a fully autonomous taxi with no driver. So this is coming quickly. Waymo has the incremental approach. Tesla has been capturing huge amounts of data. They've been improving their full self-driving capability, and they're getting pretty darn close to fully autonomous vehicles. Now, they don't have full regulatory permitting nationwide like Waymo has it in 4 cities going to 5 or 10, but they could be launching it in other parts of the world, possibly China. But when you're talking about Tesla's AI edge, it's not just the autonomous vehicles. They're also launching humanoid robots. I have seen the demos of these things. It's stunning. And if you begin to think about them using AI, not just for robotaxis, but to actually revolutionize and drop the cost for manufacturing, Tesla's got a lot going on that other auto companies just haven't gotten first base on.
It does. It certainly caught a bid recently. I mean, the stock is barely above the flat line year to date. It had a lot of challenges ahead of the recent wins recently, so it's certainly one to watch for what's next, especially with the Robo-Taxi event coming up. We'll have to put a pin in our conversation for today. Steve Wesley, the Wesley Group, thank you so much for joining us today. Have a great weekend.
You bet. Happy to be here.
Thank you. Coming up next, we've got the disruptors. George Sillis has his eyes on the solar space. We'll find out what's going on with First Solar. We've got more Trading 360 after this break. Stay with us.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading at 360. I'm Diane King Hall. Time now for the disruptors. George Sillis, senior markets correspondent, here with today's company. That would be First Solar. The stock is lower today. It's fallen since its peak in June, but one day doesn't necessarily make a trend, George. So What are you paying attention to? Bit of an audio issue there. George, I think you can hear me. I can't hear you. I don't know if that's just my end. I think right now we're taking a look at First Solar. The stock is lower today, down by just under 3% at the moment. Year to date, the stock is up more than 30%. Again, shares are off their highs, but not dramatically off their highs. And when you look at First Solar on a year-over-year basis, that stock is up 20%, so it certainly has some strength. We're working on the technical issues that we're seeing with George. I know George has great insight into First Solar. We know a lot about First Solar hinges on its connectivity to, it's been supported by the Biden administration. It's benefiting from tariffs and tax credits, so it's been considered a leader in its positioning, but obviously because it is an election year, there are some headwinds when you think about that. We are going to take a quick break while we work through the gerbils that are hitting our wires, and we'll have George back with you when we come back from this break. Trading 360 on the other side.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It has been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Welcome to Schwab Network.
Daily live exclusive content tailored to today's investors.
Broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago.
And from the heart of Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange.
Up to the minute market insights.
Example trades and stock-specific analysis featuring the smartest minds in the business.
No politics.
No noise.
Analysis ahead of the biggest events for the economy.
From bell to bell and beyond.
Watch live
and on demand.
24/7, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Available anytime, anywhere,
on any device for free.
Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader
every market day.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall. Let's do a roundup of the market action. We've got mixed markets, but largely on the plus side when you're looking at equities. The S&P 500 continuing to extend its record run, better by just shy of 18 points there, so up by 0.3%. Dow better, it's flipped positive, better by 24 points. NASDAQ 100, tech continues to be the leader, rallying 168 points. On the flip side, Russell 2000 continues to be the laggard. Small caps off 0.5%, down 10 points there. So again, mixed market action, but the S&P 500 continuing to extend its advance, looking for another record in this holiday shortened trading week. We had the 4th off yesterday. We had a half day of trading Wednesday, but again, it looks like the bulls continue to run the floor this week as they chew on today's jobs report and what that means for the Fed in the road ahead when it comes to interest rates. We never did work out those gerbils with George. Maybe that was some fireworks from the 4th of July. But stay with us. We're going to take another short break, and on the other side of this break, we'll be back with our 360 round where we will talk all things jobs and dive into that latest jobs report. That'll be on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It's been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
Schwab Network's like no other financial media you've launched because it's all markets, all the time. It's 100% finance. We look at everything as traders and investors, and everything we say, everything we do is through that lens. There's no ulterior motive, and there's no subjectivity. There's no random guesswork about what we think. We are following the numbers all the time, relentlessly. We have the best CEO interviews, hands down. They're longer, more thorough, and tailored specifically to our audience. We never take our eye off the ball, which means we're always ahead of our peers.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim with robust charting and analysis tools.
Yeah, I was checking to see if I placed an order.
And up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
417-818-2456.
Welcome back to Trading 360. Time now for the 360 round where we focus in
Okay.
on today's
Thank you.
jobs report. For that, I want to bring in our panel.
Yep.
We've got Mike
Bye-bye.
Dixon, head of research at Horizon Investments, and Shanab Hendert, author of Investing is Your Superpower. Thank you both for joining us. Shanab, I want to hear your perspective. First up, first take when you saw the numbers, you saw jobs, it came in 206,000, the unemployment rate rose to 4.1%. What's your first take?
First take is I'm hoping the Fed will decide to decrease interest rates because it's a fine balance. They have this dual mandate, stabilize prices, maximize employment, and they don't want to get this wrong and have the pendulum swing too far in the wrong direction. So my first reaction is these are the signs they were waiting for. Now let's see some action. So hopefully we hear more about that at the end of July.
Okay, and then Mike, we had revisions last 2 months and big revision on last month's numbers. What stood out to you?
Yeah, I think that was.
Yeah, I was
actually
checking
quite
to see if I had an
important
order
because when we
placed
look back
online.
at, last month's payroll number, we had a very large beat. And when you look at a lot of the other labor market data, whether it's job openings, quit
James
rates,
Howard.
ADP employment change, continuing claims, et cetera, all of that data is pointing to some softness and cooling in the labor market. So it was nice to see that revision because that kind of reduces the uncertainty.
I'm pretty
and
sure it
the
was, yeah,
conflicting
had to have
signals
been.
that last month's payroll report put out, and markets generally
Okay.
respond well when uncertainty is reduced, and I think we got a little bit of that today, and markets are responding.
Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you.
And Shinabu, I know you are also the author of a book. You're a certified financial planner as well. So what do you tell your clients when it comes to a job market such as what we have now, where you're starting to see some tightening happening?
Just to be proactive. I think especially as you earn higher wages, it's the runway to replace that job with the same type of wage tends to slow. When we see markets like this, people are starting to get nervous. So updating your network, going on Indeed, updating your profile, take advantage of the AI enhancements that they've made for the job seeker. Go on LinkedIn, start making or refresh some of those connections, and then do a temperature check of how much you have in your emergency savings. So if you have to
Temperature
take
check.
a pay cut or you are, out of a job, how many months worth of reserves do you have in your expenses? Of course, the key is to have 3 to 6 months, but do a temperature check of where you're at and also with your budget.
And then, Mike, Shinabu talked about the path for the Fed and, obviously the hope that she has. Do you have any concerns the Fed is not cutting soon enough? When we look at, for instance, the Fed Watch CME Fed Watch tool, it looks like the expectation is back on the table for September.
Yeah, I was
December.
checking to see if
What are you predicting based on what we
you
saw
had
today?
if I placed an order.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, realistically, though, with today's market action, you didn't see much of a change in expectations for September, for example. I think if we get next month's job report to show, let's say, unemployment at 4.2%, or even the month after that, that could definitely put, September firmly on the table. But, the Fed is being very patient, and they're doing so for good reason. And fortunately, with themes like AI and just a lot of the just healthy overall economic growth that we've had, the Fed can't afford to be patient at this point. And so I think that's what we're seeing. I do think that once we get a little bit more clarity on the direction of rates, that'll be a great sign for kind of the rest of the market as some, companies other than just large cap growth and tech names to participate. And so I think that's maybe the next major thing we're watching for is for that broadening out to occur.
And then when you're watching for that broadening out really quickly, because I know you sent us some notes on this, obviously we've seen the mega cap tech stocks really fueling the growth that we've seen in the market. What are you steering clear of or avoiding in this kind of climate?
Yeah, I mean, look, until we actually get some reduction in, interest rate volatility, some meaningful reduction, because we're resolving some of this uncertainty about the future path, I think, some of the cyclical names, small caps, financials, these stocks have struggled in that environment. They're just not, quite built to weather higher rates as much as, some of the, cash-heavy AI-themed names. And so, it's really going to be those names that I think we're going to want to avoid right now until we get some clarity. It's certainly been quite tough to predict when that broadening out is going to occur, and there's lots of talk of over-concentration in the market, but that in and of itself is not a reason for the trends not to continue.
Yeah.
And so we want to be cautious about dipping our toe into the rest of the market too soon.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Some uncertainty resolved.
Right.
Bye-bye.
All right, Mike, that makes sense. Russell 2000, definitely the laggard today. Thanks to both of you, Mike Dixon, Horizon Investments, and Shinabu Hindert, author of Investing is Your Superpower. And thank you for joining us today on Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall. Download the free Schwab Network app available in the Apple App Store. Tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. I'll see you at 2 p.m. Eastern for the Watch List Fast Market. Up next.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was hurt, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know
How much you care.
every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennie.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 or $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Traders, welcome to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Alex Coffey in for Tom White and Kevin Hinks as they enjoy the holiday weekend. We got a fun show planned for you today. We're going to focus on the digital ad space, kicking things off with Meta Platforms. Like Folio is going to look at the trade desk with us. We'll look at TTD, and then we'll close things out with Alphabet. Taking a look at where the market sits here. Now just a couple hours into the session as we kind of round the halfway point here. Noon in New York, 11 here in Chicago. S&Ps, nice day, up almost 20 points, about 1/3%. Dow scratching around the unchanged line. The NASDAQ, which has been the class of the market for what seems like years at this point, continues to do that. Once again, it's up about 0.9%. And then the Russell, the lowly Russell 2000 down again, diverging from the NASDAQ. Usually, at least in the market that we've been in, those two just not in sync, and we'll discuss some reasons why, perhaps with our guests here in a moment. Russell 2000 down 12 points as the more broad small cap index continues to struggle. SPX equal weight also struggling a little bit as it's down about 0.4%. So it continues to be a market of the haves and the have-nots. Joining me now, I'm going to welcome in the co-host for the day, Kevin Green, as well as our first guest, Joe Mazzola. Kevin, of course, senior markets correspondent here on the Schwab Network. Joe, head trading and derivative strategist for Charles Schwab & Co. I'm going to start with Kevin here, Joe. I know you're a champion at the bit. You got some thoughts, but Kev, give me your opening thoughts here as we have a holiday-disrupted week, half-day Wednesday, Thursday's off. But historically, one of the more bullish weeks, Kevin, and it's lived up to that hype.
Yeah, we are continuing to see gains when it comes to the S&P 500 here, Alex. And you kind of talked about the market breadth. It's actually fairly weak today. We only have about 169 stocks that are actually in the green so far today. Now we could actually have some of those laggards kind of turning around here and actually trying to power higher, which could give us more broader gains. But this is really going to be tech heavy as well as consumer discretionary. And so we had that not initial jobless claims. We had the jobs report that came out this morning. The headline number was actually better than the street's expectations. But when you kind of look under the hood, those those revisions were very aggressive to the downside here, and I think that's another reason why the market, for the most part right now, is actually bidding this up, because they do believe that the Fed's going to cut in September. But you gotta watch out for this labor market, because we're starting to see some additional cracks, and if these revisions over the last couple of months continue to stay intact, the revisions for next month or this month's numbers here could actually be pretty dramatic to the downside, and I think that's something that the Fed's going to have to keep their eye out on for at least in the near term.
No doubt about it. Joe, your thoughts on what you make of this week thus far, and of course today's action?
Yeah, Kevin touched on percentages, or you can look at percentages of stocks above their 50-day moving average in terms of that breadth, and that's continuing really to dissipate. I'll give you another one. If you look at the weekly ADs, the advanced decliners, it's almost negative 2-to-1 decliners outpacing advancers. So while we continue to set new highs, just really continues to be a few names that are doing that. Guys, on Fridays, I write the options market update for Schwab.com. And so one of the sections that I look at is new 52-week highs. And, here's the generals, right? You have Meta, you have Apple, you have Google. I mean, these are very common names in terms of, our performance. And then finally we get Tesla. I think at the beginning of the week, that move that we had in Tesla was really important, because we've been talking about the Mag 7 and how the Mag 7 wasn't really the Mag 7, because there was maybe a Fab 4, right, of those 7 that were outperforming. You get that big move in Tesla, and that really kind of cemented this new
excuse me,
Fab 5 we'll talk about now, where you're starting to see some of that
peanut went down the wrong throat.
I don't know if that's going to stop. I think that when you're looking at what investors are looking for in terms of these companies heading into earnings, it's good balance sheets, right? It's profitability, and then it's interest coverage ratio. Those are the 3 factors that we talk about quite a bit. And those are companies that just, at this point at least, are really kind of showing and shining above the rest of the market. And I think that's why you continue to see that divergence between, as you mentioned, Alex, the haves and the have-nots.
Joe, Tesla investors don't want you to draw attention to that rally, as the stock just turned negative on the session while you were speaking. Yeah. But jokes aside, I'll get both your thoughts on this, but Kev, I'll go to you here first on this. It kind of makes logical sense why we're seeing these names outperform despite the rest of the market kind of deteriorating, if we're going to be honest about it. And I guess my thought is, we're watching a growth trajectory that's clearly downtrending now.
If we're going to be honest about it, hearing a lot of that lately.
Trending lower is still being a little bit sticky, so you don't have necessarily a situation where the Fed's running to the rescue to support the economy, but a lot of the economy is already showing signs of cracking. So why go to the cyclical stuff that's not working when you can just go to these cash hogs that are sponges for liquidity, and quite frankly, they've worked, Kev.
And actually, if you look at some of the cyclical stocks that are out there, if you're looking at their multiples, they're actually still fairly high. I mean, so I think that there's still this broadening out scenario that we've seen over the last couple of months here. But you're right. If you kind of look at the logic here, first and foremost, if you have a little bit of weakening when it comes to economic data that's out there, they have the cash balance on they have the cash on their balance sheet, they have the top line growth, so you see institutions kind of putting money to work there. They're also, for the most part, each and every one of them are within the AI theme, secular growth story. They have the cash and the R&D spend in order to try to grow those businesses, and where they're spending money is also in tech when it comes to the GPUs and then some of the infrastructure. So you put your money there because of that. You get some headwinds when it comes to the economic, the equity market as a whole. People continue to go to Apple and the Google. So and then you have like this Fed put scenario where we're not calling it Fed put anymore, but it is a Fed put that's in the market right now. So each and every type of scenario that's out there, you kind of have a reasoning why we see positive flows going into these names. And that will be up until a point where we start seeing CapEx spend starting to max out. And then once we get to that particular level, that's when we probably will start seeing a rotation into more cyclical companies that are out there.
Joe, what Kevin described is hard to argue with, but to me it always kind of sets up this pretty tremendous asymmetric risk. You got almost no shorts left in the market. Sure. You certainly had outperformance, and it's very, very concentrated in a few names. It wouldn't take much. Another way to say it is you kind of got the kindling for a forest fire to start, but you need the spark. We haven't had this spark, but I want to get your thoughts combining kind of what Kevin was saying, what I was saying, and then one more piece to it. Piper Sandler basically on Wednesday said, we're not going to give you S&P targets anymore because the S&P 500, their words, not mine, no longer represents the stocks in the market. Basically saying it's so concentrated, even if we give you a target, it's just going to be whatever these top 5, 7 stocks do.
Yeah, top 10 market cap for the S&P 500 is 38% of the S&P 500 at this point in terms of those top 10 stocks. So, yeah, I mean, you make a good point in that you're looking at really just a handful of names, and there's a big bifurcation that continues to exist. Where I think that becomes extremely important is as we head into earnings season right now, and there's a couple of reasons why, right? Not only just the market cap weighting that we've just talked about, but when you look at some of the momentum that you've seen in these names, you can talk about the multiples starting to creep up, and I think that's something that needs to be addressed. And Kevin mentioned the CapEx spending. That'll be something that we talk about when we get to metal later on. But another thing that I'm noticing is some of the investor bullishness around these names. You're starting to see, or not starting, but you're continuing to see, and I think it's even ramping up further, so much of this upside call buying now that when you look at some of these names, whether it's Meta, Google, I'll add another one into that, Broadcom, you're seeing these call skews, basically these 10% out of the money calls versus 10% out of money puts, are now in like the 5th percentile, meaning 95% of the time they don't trade with the calls to the same levels that they are right now relative to the puts. That tells me that not only are people long stocks, but they're also buying calls on the upside. And as long as these companies continue to deliver, that's okay. If there's a misstep, then you have the problem where everybody's trying to roll out of the same position at the same time. That's where that weakness, could occur. And maybe that's the catalyst that you're looking for, Alex, because right now, I think it's all setting up for a potential continued rally into earnings, which kick off next week with the bank stocks. But then as we move into some of the technology names, that's where it's going to become really important to keep an eye on those.
Kevin, Apple, for example, this was one of the terrible 2, one of the magnificent 7s. We were trying to find a way to get out of there because it was so underperforming. Has rallied basically 3% in 3 months. We're not talking about a micro cap company here. That's essentially $1 trillion in market cap that was just created almost in the last, let's call it 90 some days, calendar days, 60 some days of trading. What do you make of this, Kev? I mean, we know that there's still a recipe out there for this to continue. You talk about market breadth, you talk about S&P names, only like 170 higher. These have been the days that the market's done the best. So what are your thoughts on all of this? We kind of set up this earnings season. We kind of set up potentially the Fed changing its monetary path.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Apple was a little bit oversold there. It hit some key technical levels to the downside around that 167 area, if I'm not mistaken, before trying to power higher. So it's a laggard that kind of turned into a leader right now. So I'm not surprised by seeing the price action there. And then you also have the fundamental catalyst when it comes to the China data. And if that's going to be the case, and it does translate into their top line sales for the quarter, then I think that's that's a different story that we've seen. We've seen a deceleration in revenue growth over the last 5 quarters, if I'm not mistaken. So if they can buck that trend, and it kind of makes sense that you are seeing a catch-up trade there. Is the market cap valuation, as far as how much growth it's seen, astronomical? Yes. But I mean, this is kind of the new regime that we're in right now. It kind of reminds you of the 98 type of market, if you're kind of looking at the same type of fundamentals and then these bull runs that we've had to the upside. So how long can it last? It can last for another couple of years. I think that's going to be the key. And then also look at the earnings growth. So I think Joe was kind of highlighting something, or getting close to highlighting something I think is very key. Those top names are the ones that are really driving growth. When you have NVIDIA that drives 18%, 19% S&P 500 growth on an earnings basis every quarter, that means a lot. And so all you need is to actually have one of them have a little bit of a misstep, and then we have a problem. We're just not there yet. And until we start seeing a contraction in earnings growth, or we see this leveling out, then I think the market's going to continue to power higher for now. The last thing I will say, Q4 will be a problem, potentially. Because right now, if you look at the forward guidance from a lot of these S&P 500 companies, they push down that guidance, push back that guidance for earnings to Q4. And right now, I think we're looking at 17%? I think a 17% earnings growth in Q4, which is something that would be astronomical to say the least here, and it's going to be on the back of those 5 names, 6 names in order for us to actually hit that target. And if we do not, what is the market's reaction going to be? I think it's not going to be a good one. So right now we're kind of just powering forward with the stuff that we have in the near term, but when you're looking farther out, next 6 months, it is going to be difficult when it comes to comps.
Joe, what are your thoughts on the Treasury market as we kind of, maybe watch the Fed's regime change from, tightening to pausing to potentially loosening? IMOs see the Treasury market personally as far less, not necessarily just volatile, but there's less outlier risk at the moment in Treasuries. Feels very range bound. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's been volatile this week, though, Alex. I mean, we hit 4.5 on the 10-year before now dropping below 4.3. So, I mean, part of that was, I think you can make the case that was political risk there, and then what that could mean for the Treasury market move forward. But I do think it's important to look at where you're starting to see that steepening of the curve a little bit and what that could mean. So as we're looking at what's happening with the 10s and the 2s, both of them yields came in a bit today. And as we're going forward, what will that mean maybe for financial earnings? Maybe we don't see it in next week's earnings, but as you look forward to the next quarter, I think that steepening of the yield curve could help some of those financial names. But it is something to kind of keep an eye on. We talked in the past about the MOVE index, and I think that's what you're getting at. You're starting to see a lot of that volatility come out of the MOVE index, and what does that mean for the S&P as a whole? Now, traditionally, you don't necessarily see fixed income volatility move equity volatility. It was really kind of last year that we saw that with what was happening with the smaller banks out there, the regional banks. So as long as you're starting to see some steadying in terms of that volatility, you'll probably continue to see that in the equity markets. You can see that today with the VIX trading around 12.5 within a bit of a tight range. What I do caution though, and this is this dispersion that we're seeing in the markets where you have this very low volatility at the index level, but below the surface, that's where you're starting to see some of that churn. That's something to kind of keep an eye on because, as we talk about the market, the mega caps and what that means to the overall market, those names have been able to kind of steady at the index level, but you're starting to see just a lot of that, churning of the legs below the surface. And I think that's something that investors need to pay attention to in the next few months.
We'll certainly keep our eyes on it as we assess things going forward. Certainly going to be an interesting next few months as we round out the end of summer. Feels like summer just started here, guys. We're taking a short break. When we get back, we're going to talk some meta, little digital advertising theme for the day. We'll get Joe's thoughts and example trade from him on meta platforms. Stock's making a nice move today, up almost $20 a share. We'll be right back.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick. Knock, knock.
#1 broker here for the #1 hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
You're not too happy with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market. Alex Coffey in for Tom White and Kevin Hinks, joined this afternoon by Joe Mazzola as well as Kevin Green. Time to take a look at Meta Platforms as the stock actually highlighted one of the risks that we talked about in the last segment, which is these mega cap names. When they disappoint, what can happen? But that risk lasted for all of about a month and a half as the stock sets a new all-time high here this session. Joe, your thoughts on Meta? We'll get Kevin's after, then we'll look at an example trade. What do you make of this price action? It didn't even take a quarter to make up one of the worst days in the company's history.
Not only did it fill the gap, but it set a new high today. So look, Meta's been a really interesting trade. It's up 8 of the past 9 days, 4 consecutive days. It's up 49% year to date, and it's one of these names that when they talk big capex spending, a lot of times investors kind of turn sour on that. But it's really what that capex spending is going towards. And you know, if they can show that there's a real potential, right? Real potential for the return on investment on that AI spend, then I think that this company can continue to power forward. I mean, just looking from a technical basis, you know, if we close up above today and set a new high, we're breaking out of a bit of a triangle pattern, ascending triangle pattern. That means that there could be some significant upside to this name. Now, you know, like I said, a lot of it depends upon the follow through from what we're seeing today, and if that carries forward, and of course earnings in a couple weeks. But you know, it does have the momentum behind it. And one of the things that I found really interesting is when I was looking at the RSI on it, it's still below 70, so it's not what you would consider kind of overbought territory. So it does seem like, you know, should we get a potential break out above this triangle pattern, there might be some room to go. And even when I was looking at the volatility percentile, kind of where we're at right now, it is a little bit higher, and that makes sense as we're kind of moving into earnings or the earnings cycle. But this is what I found very interesting. When I kind of broke that apart, I said, look, a lot of that current implied volatility percentile is built up into those upside calls. So while everybody's, you know, is kind of buying the same position, you know, buying for that upside, that gives you the ability, if you're going to, you know, maybe do a cover call trade, or if you're doing something like a vertical trade, which is what we're setting up right now, and that's the August 2nd, 525, 540 call vertical. That gives you the ability to sell some of those upside calls, maybe buy something that's a little bit closer to at the money. And what that does is you're reducing the cost of that debit spread of that call vertical because of the value of those upside calls, and you're able to sell those at a much higher level than traditionally you have in the past.
Yeah, let's look at that example trade. Joe has the August 2nd, 525, 540 call vertical, 690 debit. So it's a $15 wide spread, but spending just under $7, so a little bit less than half the width of the spread. Of course, that creates a little bit of asymmetry to the benefit of the trader or investor who deploys this strategy, where they can make a little bit more than they have at stake. Break even would be $531.90. So basically where we're trading right now, let's call it slightly higher, but we're talking about a $530 stock. You know, a dollar here or there is essentially in the unchanged territory. So we're going out about a month from now. That would essentially be, I would consider that a break even pretty close to where the shares are right now. Ken, I want to get your thoughts on the company, but first on this style of trade, this strategy in the market environment we're in. I think it makes a lot of sense. It protects from the asymmetric risk to the downside, but it capitalizes on more of this same, this uptrending market that has rewarded big companies like Meta.
Yeah, and Joe's also buying the deltas too because we have seen these power moves to the upside. So it would be easier theoretically that as we have these dollar moves to the upside that we are going to have an immediate impact when it comes to that spread. So I understand that reasoning there, and then also selling the call against that long call is also reducing the cost for doing so here. One thing to just kind of note that there would be some earnings risk for this particular spread. If it does move in its direction, it's above that higher strike, even before the time of expiration. If you had the market to do so, you could also take this trade off and maybe even roll it up or roll it out to try to minimize some of that earnings risk. I think the only thing is, in kind of going back to the company here, is the conference call. It's not so much the numbers, it's how Mark Zuckerberg can actually talk about the CapEx spend and really put nominal terms or nominal dollars to what they're actually doing. That's why we saw that slide the last time. And if that's going to be the case, as you have like earnings risk there, and if he comes out with the same type of performance, that's where you could have that downside reversal, even though the uptrend for price was leading higher going into the earnings announcement.
Yeah, and of course the earnings are slated for the last day of July after the close. Joe, when you're kind of considering that, of course, there's never a one-size-fits-all answer for management of trades, but when you look at a strategy like this, given those circumstances, do you go into it with some sort of maybe profit target in mind, maybe a
Absolutely.
dollar figure on a loss side for an exit strategy? I always talk about kind of the importance of having a plan going in. Look, it's hard enough to get this stuff right directionally. The last thing you need is emotions getting in the way. How do you approach that?
So I'm looking at the stock right now, and I would say that the channel that is trading in could take it up somewhere around that 550 level or so before, hopefully, right, if you're right in the move, before maybe that earnings announcement comes. Now, that's if you continue to power upwards. If you do get that, there's no reason you can't take it off. You don't have to hold this through earnings. And traditionally, what we've seen with Meta is it does tend to rally into earnings, and then if there is some disappointment, that's when you get the big pullback. The reason that I went for this earnings expiration call spread is because of the fact that those upside calls that I sold have a lot of juice to them right now, and they have a lot of juice because of the earnings. So that reduced the cost of the debit spread relative to if I were to do it a week or two prior to earnings. Now, on the downside, I think that's just as critical of a conversation to have. If you look at kind of where the stock rallied from these last couple of days, it's right at that 20-day moving average spread around 506. If we start pulling back and getting below that, then I think this spread is going to start to deteriorate fairly quickly. And I think at that point you want to look at this and take this off and just kind of take your lumps on the trade.
Makes sense to me. Kev, final thoughts here on Meta, kind of tying things together. You had some
On the
thoughts on
Tesla?
company, kind of tying it in with the strategy as well.
Yeah, I think once again, the biggest risk, I don't think it's the business risk right now. I mean, they've been showing really good top line growth, bottom line growth. The expense management for the most part has been intact, and the investment community has been able to bid that up. I think the biggest risk is just Mark Zuckerberg and the executive team being able to articulate to the analyst community what their outlook is going forward. If you're going to talk about CapEx,
There was definitely a reverse head and shoulders.
Going, and then you need to really also highlight your rate of return, or when you expect to have a decent ROI on those investments. And that was just what we saw. They just fumbled that the last report, where they kind of compared it to some other products that just took a very long time to monetize, like Reels. And if you have that type of same situation here, that's where you can kind of see this market fade, where other companies like Nvidia come out and say, look, this is what we're doing, here's our timetable, this is how we are going to have growth. Google doing the same thing. Meta, not so much. They are a little bit looser when it comes to their outlooks, and I think that's a cause for risk for them for the earnings, not so much really what they're doing within the quarter as far as performance.
Yeah, I think as I kind of tie this together too, guys, I mean, what makes the most sense to me about this strategy, not strikes, not the expiration, those are all going to be unique to the person or trader who's putting this on. But to me, we've all highlighted that the risk in this market for some of these names is asymmetric to the downside, but it might not be a high probability event. This strategy capitalizes on the trend that's happened, which is more upside and continued upside, grinding higher, but it protects against those massive, repricings around disappointment. So to me, it's sort of looking at what the market's giving you, and it's setting something up, Joe, with that in mind.
And I'll leave you guys with one thought. as opposed to owning the shares, right? Where, last time we saw about a 20% pullback. Now you can use this as a stock replacement, as a way to kind of participate in the upside. Yes, of course, it's going to be capped because it's a vertical, but it gives you the ability to kind of mitigate some of that downside risk. So once again, it doesn't have to be a one or the other. It could be a combination. Maybe you own shares and maybe you're looking to do a call vertical as a way to kind of maybe supplement that or replace it. It's just another way for you to kind of mitigate some of that downside risk while also potentially participating in the upside.
Yeah, and of course we know there's differences between options and stocks, guys, right? There's an expiration date, that newly announced dividend by Meta. You wouldn't get that as a call option holder. But you also don't have that huge amount of capital set aside. So there's gives and takes with this, of course. No voting rights either with options. But Joe, it's always a pleasure. You enjoy the weekend. Get back out in the sun, enjoy it. Kev's gonna stick around. We're gonna take a short break though. When we get back, time for our cash tag segment. We're gonna be looking at the trade desk, digital ads on the mind. Like Folio's gonna stop by. We'll be right back.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick. For the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I remember when I first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
Another hour.
Welcome back to Fast Market House Coffee alongside Kevin Green. It's time for cash tags. Tonight we'd like to welcome in Megan Brantley, the Vice President of Research at LikeFolio.com, to discuss the trade desk. Hope you had a great holiday. Megan, thanks for joining us. What are your thoughts on this? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to say thanks, guys. I hope y'all had a nice 4th, too.
Let's talk a little bit about the trade desk. This is a company that I find fascinating. I don't think it gets the same amount of love and attention as a lot of its mega cap peers, but it's as important as any in this online advertising space. What are you guys seeing within that sector as a whole?
You know, this is actually one of our favorite names right now, and part of that is because we think that this sector is set to expand pretty significantly in the second half of the year. We've got some major events. You've got things like the Olympics. You've got a presidential election, and we see just at large an increased rate of ad spend in the second half of 2024, and this plays kind of directly into the trade desk's specialty. And what's even more promising is we've already seen some signs of upward revision in ad spend, specifically digital ad spend. And whenever we break out the different types of ad spend when it comes to growth, we see significant strength in connected TV ad spend. And this is really a major growth driver for the trade desk. And as people are upgrading how much they think that companies are spending on advertising. We think that this is an area that could continue to benefit and propel the trade desk. Even though the company is already doing well this year, we think that this could be, potential ammunition for even more surprise whenever reports even coming in August.
So Megan, it seems like there's also potential for consolidation within the space as well, as we see this rotation in spend going from CTV, from let's say gaming, or maybe some of these other platforms that are out there. What do you think is going to be the biggest headwind when it comes to the trade desk in the near term? We talked about kind of the seasonality that we have with the election, but after that kind of goes and abates there a little bit, what are they going to backfill some of that opportunity with, or some of that optimism with some of the other product offerings? What are your thoughts when it comes to that type of space here?
So I think that the trade desk is pretty well rounded. They have connected TV, but they also have other forms of digital advertising, which is accelerating. And so I think that kind of insulates the trade desk from just the shift to connected TV. But we also think we're in the really early innings of this shift in ad dollars from linear TV to connected TV. And this will continue to benefit the trade desk even after, this election cycle and things like that. If you look at the overall ad spend, you still have more dollars that are being spent on linear TV models versus connected TV. But whenever you look at the shift in households who have connected TVs versus have traditional cable, we now see more households that have exposure to connected TV versus traditional cable. So we think that this shift will continue to tilt in favor of the trade desk. Another area for us that's really helpful and really powerful is we like to look at overall levels of consumer happiness.
I'll be right back.
While the mentioned volume for the trade desk may be relatively low, as this isn't necessarily as consumer facing, we can still see really high levels of consumer happiness at 80% positive, and this coincides with, I think that the company reported a 95% retention rate on its last quarter. So this is almost like Costco levels whenever you think about a company being able to retain consumers. So I think that this consumer happiness level is going to be really important to monitor to see if the trade desk can continue to hold on.
We're at the 63 if we breach that.
The reason why this happiness level is so high.
Back down here.
A lot of consumers who are talking about
552.76
and the scale that they're able to achieve using TTV's platform.
How is a company like Alphabet, which is going to be what we actually talk about at the end of our program, working perhaps against this company? I would see them as sort of rivals in this space, and even within kind of the TV world, you of course got YouTube as a streamer, but the YouTube TV platform seems to be the most disruptive kind of element within this space at the moment, as it's sort of bridging streaming to that traditional cable market, and of course their relationship with the NFL. But I'd imagine Alphabet's doing their own kind of ad sales, as they've already done so much of that work with their search platform. Is Alphabet a problem for Trade Desk, or is this a big enough market for both those companies to thrive?
We think that this is a big enough market for both of the companies to thrive, and we think that TTD has kind of a unique approach in how it is addressing targeted advertising versus, say, a Google or Alphabet that has a lot of this first-party data. We see rising concerns just from consumers about privacy and feeling targeted whenever they're exposed to an ad, and TTD has different methods and a more privacy-centered approach to that advertising. But at the end of the day, advertisers really care, is their ad meeting the audience that they want it to meet? So far, we see TTD doing an increasingly good job of that, but there's certainly opportunity for plenty of other players in this arena to do well, including Google. One not on here also is including Meta. So I think that there are plenty of players in this advertising space, but we see TTD just because of its niche and especially its exposure to connected TV. I think that it recently announced partnerships with Disney and also NBC Universal. So I think that these are really critical moving forward, and we'll continue to watch for expansion there. But for now, we expect this area to continue to be a growth driver for the company.
Megan, we're still quite a bit of ways away from their next earnings release, which isn't until like the first or second week of August. But if it was right around now, do you guys have sort of an earnings score area that you'd have for TTD at the moment?
Yeah, so we're leaning bullish. I'm sure you guys can tell most of my commentary thus far has been pretty positive about TTD. We're watching some acceleration, specifically just in the last month. So I think it's going to be really helpful and really important for us to see, okay, how does the, how does happiness change over the next month? How do web visits fare? We see significant growth just over the last 30 days in that area specifically. So I think that's going to be really critical to watch. But so far, we're leaning bullish, noting that the expectations are very high for this company.
Appreciate it as always. Enjoy the weekend. Thanks for taking the time here on the Friday to join us. Megan Brantley, the VP of Research at likefolio.com, with the optimistic look at the trade desk. Kev, don't look now. $100.01 is the last trade for the trade desk. It's like a perfect symmetrical number. That's the stuff my eyes catch. But when you look at this particular name, what I think is most fascinating is it's clearly had a nice run the last couple years, but it's still nowhere near its 2021 peak. So, like so much of this market, it's been unable to recover from the decimation that the market faced in 2022.
Yeah, definitely. And if you kind of look at the price action leading up to this earnings announcement that we're going to have in the next couple of weeks here, there's a lot of optimism when it comes to this name. And so I think that's another big risk that is out there, right? If you have everybody already getting onto the boat here, what's going to happen after the earnings announcement? And if you kind of look at the August announcement that we've seen in the past here, that it's actually been a little bit of a struggle for them in the past. So kind of looking at that, and then also from a technical standpoint, that 20-day moving average, we typically will see that getting hit, or the 20-week moving average, we typically will see that getting hit between earnings announcements itself, and we just have not seen that over the stretch of the last 2 months, 3 months. So I think that the expectations are already pretty lofty. The chart looks good. It's trying to do a cup and handle pattern here. We're trying to break out to the upside, but once again, I've just heard a lot that goes into this ad tech or ad spend market and the outlook for the Olympics, outlook for the elections, and I'm just wondering if it's already priced in here. Alex, what do you think?
I think it's a really good question. I'll be honest, this is always a name that every time I talk about it, I'm like, everything that this company does, it seems like they're just such an important role within this space for something that isn't Meta and isn't Alphabet. But then it's like, right when the show's over, I forget about it again. It just doesn't seem to be in the spotlight. It's so behind the scenes. It kind of reminds me almost in a different way, sort of the role that Shopify plays within the e-commerce space. It's critical to those small and medium-sized enterprises, but you don't really think much about it. You just kind of interact with it when you do, and then it kind of just fades into the backdrop. When you're looking at trading this name, though, you have to account for the fact that it's basically rallied, alongside the market over the last, 6 months, 46%. So it's outperforming, but we said as you extend out further in time, it's an underperformer.
Yeah, and that's kind of looking at an example trade here, just knowing the fact that we've seen some pretty decent bullish buys going into this stock before the earnings announcement, the risk that it could have from a seasonal basis, and then also the fact that, once again, a lot of these events that we're talking about this year are going to be once in every 4-year type of scenario here, so it's going to be fairly hard comps going into next year. And so kind of like looking at that particular setup, maybe we do have a little bit of a pullback here. Maybe we have a little bit of a disappointment. But this trade setup that I have for an example here is actually looking at a debit put spread. Trying to buy the $95 put, selling the $90 put, doing this for a debit of $1. Now the max loss is going to be the debit that you paid for it, which is going to be $100. Max gain would be $400, which is the difference between that spread minus the debit that you paid, and the break even would be $94. So once again, looking for a little bit of a minor pullback. This is going to actually expire before the earnings announcement itself. So trying to maybe reduce some of that risk, but also maybe try to capitalize on a near-term pullback, as some of this froth could be taken out of names such as this one that has a lot of competition within the space, and I think maybe too much enthusiasm right now.
Yeah, it looks like about a 10 delta option. Probability of a touch is just over, let's call it 22 or so percent. And you got a situation where you got 4-to-1 risk reward. So other way around, 4-to-1 reward to risk. So it's set up in a way that the probabilities make sense. You're not necessarily putting this strategy on expecting it necessarily to work. Perhaps it even could be something that's complementary to a shareholder who has a long position. This is one, if you get that pullback, which maybe isn't the highest probability, but if it happens and it's 10% or so to the downside, you can go 4x on the risk. So that's really the idea, at least how I see it, Kev. Is that sort of your thought process, looking at this, of course, with that fundamental picture that you laid out, where maybe some of the good news that Megan talked about might already be reflected in the shares.
Yeah, definitely. So if you are a long shareholder, this could be a way to hedge this particular position. And actually, if you look at that $90 strike, there's typically some buyers that actually step in at that particular number. So that's also another reason for the setup for this trade. But also, once again, sometimes you have to look at price action, and when you get the key areas of resistance, you have to think to yourself, how much can it actually break up higher from here, especially on a valuation basis. And I think it just looks a little bit lofty at this point. And so, a short-term pullback could be in the cards, maybe it's not, and you have that risk reward scenario here where if it's not favorable for you, very small risk compared to what you could make to the downside if it were to max out.
Well said. And of course, this stays ahead of the earnings announcement, so if you even saw market weakness, a couple days of a pullback, you could see that reflected in a name like Trade Desk as well. We're gonna take a short break. When we get back, it's time to talk some Alphabet. George Tillis is gonna stop by. We're going to look at the ad giant search player that is the parent company of Google. We'll be right back.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com on all your streaming devices. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Fast Market. Alex Coffey in for Tom White and Kevin Hinks. Our next guest is a senior futures contributor as well as the host of futures here on this network. That's Ben Lichtenstein. And he's got his eyes on digital assets and Bitcoin in particular. Ben, this is the move of the day, the move of the week, but it's Bitcoin, so it's always going to be a little bit polarizing. What are you making of this? Because this is pretty brutal, this sell-off we've seen.
Yeah, it has been, Alex, taking out some key lows in a range that we've been establishing for a while. And it actually comes after a failed attempt to auction back towards the all-time highs up around 74,000. So this week, today, in the overnight session, down to 53,635. We're talking about off those all-time highs I just mentioned, up around 74,000. So back to February levels, and again, a big sell-off, right? A significant move lower here, taking out those Feb lows that we saw. Alex, there's some news associated with this. The Mt. Gox, the debunked crypto exchange, has been able to release some of the cryptocurrencies that have been the Bitcoin that has been held, and we've watched, well, since that announcement basically in June that we were going to see this event play out in the beginning of July, we've seen prices come off. So yeah, it's a bit of a disappointment for the bulls, I think, taking out a key level. Let's keep an eye on it next week to see if this does prove to be a lower extreme, a longer term buy opportunity, but yeah, taking out a key low here, not necessarily what the bulls wanted to see.
It's not alone either. Ethereum futures we got up there on the screen actually moving to a greater extent. I guess that kind of makes sense if you kind of see within this space. I don't want this to be confused. I'm making Bitcoin is sort of the blue chip of cryptocurrency and digital assets. Ethereum is sort of that next level. Not totally surprising to see it being a little bit higher beta. Is that your kind of read on this, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you bring Ethereum into the discussion, you kind of tie it back to that ETF catalyst that we saw Bitcoin benefit from, and you know, temporarily or short-lived, but definitely did see a little bit of a lift come initially when the SEC approved, and we've seen the Ethereum Bitcoin or ETFs being pushed back a little bit still. So again, that might be another reason why we've seen some profit taking, possibly a little bit of short selling coming into play here because of the lack of, again, recent catalysts. That was earlier this summer, I should say, supposed to be possibly going to be that next you know, news event that brought in some buying. But let's keep an eye on this. Like I say, this will be a key area of support right now to see if we hold below. Ultimately, if we do, if we continue to see further weakness here, Alex, I don't think it bodes well for that longer-term stock market rally that we've seen either. Again, new all-time highs today in the S&P's 55.57 and the NASDAQ to 20,380. But that risk-off tone and we're seeing in Bitcoin, again, assuming it's you know, becomes something, if it becomes something a little bit bigger, then could start to weigh on stocks.
Sell Bitcoin, buy Apple seems to be the trade of the session. Sell Bitcoin, buy Meta perhaps as well. But Ben, always a pleasure. You'll be joining me on Next Gen coming up next, so I'll talk to you in a few. Let's bring back in Kevin Green as well as our next guest, George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the Schwab Network, to discuss another one of these mega cap names in Alphabet. George, this is one of the most important companies on the planet, not just from market cap standpoint, but just the role it plays in our lives on a daily basis. But we had a theme of digital ads. Talk to us about the role Google or Alphabet plays within that space.
Well, I mean, in the larger context, Google is probably the largest advertising company in the world. So with that said, you know, looking at, you know, search, it represents about 90% of the market share in internet search. It generates about 80% of its total sales from advertising. And you can't really, you know, we talk about artificial intelligence so much. I mean, that's effectively technology that's moving us into the, you know, customized knowledge areas of the world, where we have to think about where all the information comes from. And the information age started really back in the late 1990s with companies like Google and Microsoft in the 80s. But effectively, in order to index information utilized for artificial intelligence as large language learning models, they need Google. So my point is in the backdrop behind AI is the utilization of search and information that is, again, transmitted through Google's infrastructure. So this is an extremely important company for the world because of its market dominance. But at the same time, it's got other areas of growth, which includes you know, social media like YouTube. This is actually, if you look at their last quarter results, has been growing about 20% year over year. The cloud business is actually growing in the mid-teens in terms of year-over-year rate of change. Now they're number 3 behind AWS and of course Microsoft's Azure. But there's other technologies that Google is actually in and part of. That includes things like quantum computing, artificial intelligence, its Gemini models, but at the same time, you have to think about autonomous driving, and Waymo's division, or Google's Waymo division, is also another area of expertise in that particular area of the ecosystem. So when it comes down to search, Google is effectively a global monopoly. There are some challenges going on, and this has been the case for years. The DOJ, you know, is trying to, describe Google as essentially a monopoly, which you could make the case that they are. And of course, Apple also participates with Google, because if you look at the Safari browser, Google is actually the primary search tool for Safari, and they actually have a profit-sharing agreement, which again is actually supportive for Apple.
Yeah, George, I mean, I look at this company, and valuation aside, I'm not saying stock go up, stock go down, but this is one of those companies where it's like, for it to struggle, you have to think a lot of things are struggling. It just has such a strong market position in so many different sectors and market environments. But We got to leave it there, George. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you on Next Gen. Enjoy the hour. Kevin Green back here with us as well. Kev, what are your thoughts on this? Because he might have just highlighted the biggest risk. It might not be a huge one, but it might be the biggest one, which is regulatory risk.
I think regulatory risk is going to be out there, but if you kind of look at it, a lot of these mega cap names have regulatory risk, so it kind of seems like it evens out a little bit. I think the biggest risk that you see with Google right now is if it does lose market share for search because of ChatGPT and some of these other large language models, and if Microsoft is making any type of incremental gains when it comes to the Bing search engine as well, and that actually could have a meaningful impact when it comes to their top line. But when you're looking at the price action for the stock, I mean, it's been doing a very good job trying to power higher here. And if this actual trend continues here and you see these positive flows, you can continue to see prices move to the upside. And for an example trade, for somebody that's actually believing that the stock could actually continue to go higher, you could look at doing a call spread here. So I have an example trade looking at the July 19th 190 calls and then selling the 195 calls, doing this for a debit of $2.50. I'm sorry, doing a calendar here, buying the July 19th 190 calls, selling the July 12th 195 calls, and doing this for a debit of $2.50, trying to capitalize on the positive price movements that we've seen. Joe talked about it earlier, where we have a lot of call buying skewed that's taking place in this market, and trying to reduce that debit by trying to sell near-term premium in order to capitalize on that. And so this is still giving you some upside advantage while also trying to minimize, for the most part, some downside risk here.
Yeah, a strategy that makes a lot of sense, and if you think the stock can go higher, but also in a lower volatility environment as well. Buying the basically at the money call to reflect a positive outlook, and then selling an out of the money shorter dated call to reduce that debit spent. You know, Kevin, I see you as kind of cutting edge, someone who pushes is an early adopter on that technology adoption curve. Are you on Bing? Are you one of those ones who is using the ChatGPT search engine, or are you still on Google?
No, I use Google search and then just ChatGPT itself. I actually, when you ask it a question and it starts to give you that little spinny button or what have you that says it's going to search for Bing, that kind of frustrates me a little bit. So kind of using both right now.
Debit spent on the example trade is the risk, of course. So a $250 debit means $250 in risk. Break even and expiration, you just add that debit to the long call, 192.5. Kevin, it's been a pleasure. I hope you have a good weekend. We'll do it again on Monday as well next week. Thanks to everyone for tuning in to Fast Market. Make sure to download the Schwab Network app on your Apple App Store. And stick around because Next Gen Investing with myself and Ben Lichtenstein is coming up next.
Welcome to Schwab Network,
Daily live exclusive content tailored to today's investors.
broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago.
And from the heart of Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange.
Up-to-the-minute market insights,
Example trades and stock-specific analysis featuring the smartest minds in the business.
no politics,
No noise.
analysis ahead of the biggest events for the economy.
From bell to bell and beyond.
Watch live
And on demand.
24/7, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Available anytime, anywhere.
On any device for free.
Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader.
Every market day.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Welcome to Schwab Network.
Daily live exclusive content tailored to today's investors.
Broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago.
And from the heart of Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange.
Up-to-the-minute market insights.
Example trades and stock-specific analysis featuring the smartest minds in the business.
No politics.
No noise.
Analysis ahead of the biggest events for the economy.
From bell to bell and beyond.
Watch live
and on demand.
24/7, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Available anytime, anywhere,
on any device for free.
Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader
every market day.
He's back.
Happy Friday, everyone. Thanks for joining us on this island of a trading day after the Independence Day holiday yesterday. Alex Coffey, joined by Ben Lichtenstein, of course, the host of Futures, as Jenny Horn enjoys the day off. Ben, let's start by taking a look at the 4 major indices. More of the same, I would say, which is 2 different colors on this screen, but in the same places that we're used to seeing them, which is green in the S&Ps, a little bit more green in the NASDAQ, a lot of red in the Russell, and then somewhere in between with the Dow, it just happens to be teetering to the red today. What do you make of this, and is it a surprise based off of what we've seen recently?
Not really. No surprise, I guess, is the answer, the short answer to the question. And the reason I say that
no
is
surprise,
because, Alex, you know, I'm
Mr. Frankenstein.
Right? And oftentimes when you're talking about trend, you kind of think of it in terms of price. But there's also characteristics associated with an individual trend, a very well-defined trend like what we're seeing in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. And in this instance, one of those characteristics has been, well, strength after economic data, a market that shrugs off the negative and focuses on the positive, and 2 of the 4 major indices tend to be in positive territory, and 2 of the 4 major small caps and large caps are the last.
We got a 1 day, 1 minute of the S&P futures behind us. And one thing that always has stuck out to me that you like to talk about, which is sort of this auction theory, which is periods of sort of value and consolidation, and then these almost fractal-like jumps, these vertical phases. I mean, today is that in a nutshell. You have nothing, big jump overnight, a lot of nothing, big jump in the last couple hours.
Yeah, you go from this consolidation phase to a vertical phase where you're seeking value, in this instance higher. You find it and establish value at a new upper level. And then again, the staircase type pattern plays out, wash, rinse, repeat. This is a very bullish pattern, but we could step away from this intraday chart. We're just looking at some of the price activity we've seen over the last couple days this week. And you can see the same pattern playing out on a daily candle chart, on a weekly, right? I mean, we're talking bottom left, top right. We're just off all-time highs. We're basically making history as we speak today. And again, here you can see that longer term chart, very similar pattern, right? A well-defined trend up.
Which is the idea of sort of the fractal nature of the market anyways, which is kind of think of almost like a piece of broccoli. You break off a little piece, it's just a little mini piece of broccoli. It's what this is. This is the bigger chart that we're looking at. The intraday, just a smaller reflection of that. Of course, the NASDAQ just looks like that on a turbo drive, if you will. But let's set the macro to the side, or at least for a little bit here, and do what we do on this show, which is focus on some of the stock stories. For Upvote Downvote, we're going to spend a lot of time talking some of these mega cap names that have been the leaders, so we'll get to that in a moment. For FOMO, we're going to look at probably the move of the week when it comes to stock-specific stories, and that's been Tesla. We'll go back to Bitcoin. Kevin Green will stop by for that, and then George Chose is going to join us for discussion on Macy's at the end. We've been talking with George on some of these mergers, not merger stories for months now. Macy's has been one of those ones that's been hard to kind of figure out what's going on. Same with Paramount. George always got the latest for us. Looking forward to that. Let's do upvote, downvote, though. Not endorsements, not recommendations. And let's start with, I would say, the most important name to the market right now, if not top 2 or 3, and that's NVIDIA.
Yeah, and I'm sure you guys have covered quite a bit on the show, right? We were just talking about the strength in the NASDAQ, the strength in the S&Ps versus the other 2 major indices, and, well, you can chalk a fair amount of that up to NVIDIA and a couple other names that we're going to be looking at here today that have done really well in this bull market run. NVIDIA getting a little bit of a downtick here, it looks like, down to 127 today. There was some news associated with NVIDIA, a downgrade to neutral from buy with a 1-year price target of 135. That came from New Street Research. The firm said that shares are getting fully valued for the base case. Shares upside will only materialize in a bull case in which the outlook beyond 2025 increases materially, and they don't see that. They don't think that they have enough conviction on the scenario playing out yet. Now, the analyst said that investors in research notes, firms said that the quality of the franchise is nevertheless intact and would be buyers again of NVIDIA, but only on prolonged weakness. I took a look at the stock, Alex, and I was just looking at some of the price activity. NVIDIA shares lower this Friday, but holding near the highs for the week, right? So I think that's key. Stock's been in a bit of a range over the last 2 weeks, roughly 120 to 130. Stock, this comes after we topped out, if you remember, it was back around 140 where we saw that high last month after the split. It brought some buying interest, but not a lot of follow-through after that. And again, the stock's been holding above its 50-day moving average since May. It's been holding above its 200 since January of 2023, which really speaks to some of the strength we've seen. If the selling off that 140 high I just mentioned, if that continues as a gap around 100, that was a key area from the end of May that coincides with an area of resistance we saw back in February to May of last year around that same level. NVIDIA at 100, the question I have is where would that put the S&Ps?
Yeah, it's a good question, especially given that so much of the actual points movement, percentage movement of the S&Ps actually has been because of this particular stock right here. That 140 price, though, Ben, we might have tagged that.
Yeah.
Intraday, I think they spun around like $10 that day, but you can see that all-time closing high up over 134. So it did, of course, close in those 130s 1 or 2 days. But we're effectively at the highs for this stock. Big move this week, earlier in the week on Wednesday as well into the close. So giving back a little of that today. I don't know that the alarm bells are ringing just yet for NVIDIA. Next one on our list is Amazon. Some acquisition deal news here today. Of course, Amazon's not being purchased by anybody, but they're involved in some investments within the retail space.
Yeah, Amazon, well, it does look like part of a Saks deal that's with Neiman Marcus in a deal that's valued at $2.65 billion. Amazon and Salesforce are going to invest in new operations created by the combination. The luxury retailer on Thursday said this is Saks Fifth Avenue is going to acquire Neiman Marcus Group in this deal. Now, the Canada-based Hudson Bay and Neiman Marcus said in a joint statement that HBC will create Saks Global after the deal closes. The unit will comprise the Saks Fifth Avenue Saks Off and, well, ultimately the what is Neiman Marcus and their Goodman business while they operate under their respective brands. Now, according to retailers, Amazon's will be an investor in Saks Global, while Salesforce will be invested in the new company. The value of the investments was not discussed. I took a look at the stock and just taking a look at the technicals in terms of what's been going on with Amazon. It's been on a tear, right? New all-time highs above 200. It's up something like 31% year to date. shares of Amazon basically doubled a little bit in a little over a year. It was back in May that we were down around 100. So a brief dip below the 200-day moving average last fall provided another long-term buy opportunity for the bulls, which have been rewarded handsomely here. Been holding above that a closely watched level. Again, the 200-day moving average since the beginning of the year. It hasn't been below the 50-day moving average since last spring. Off the October last year lows that we saw on a weekly basis, Alex, we've only closed lower 10 times. We've closed higher almost 30 times that on a weekly basis. You got Prime Days coming up in July, right? I think that's the 16th and the 17th. Earnings in the beginning of August. So this is going to be a stock that's on the minds of traders for, I think, the next couple weeks and then some, right, as the dust settles from a couple big events coming.
And for those who like those big round numbers, we are right on 200 right now. So something to watch as well. You know, Ben, when I was young, we used to talk about, you know, what if Warren Buffett or Bill Gates, somebody dropped $100, do they even pick it up? Is it even worth their time? Of course they do, but, you know, the idea, the sentiment behind that. $2.6 billion is essentially that for Amazon. I mean, we're talking about a company that's so big. I know that's the size of this deal, but this is negligible when it comes to Amazon's price movement. So a fun story, but let's not attribute too much of that to what's going on here today or recently in Amazon. Next on the list is Microsoft, another one of those big, massive companies. Sponge for liquidity for this market at the moment, but also one of the biggest AI growth names with that investment in OpenAI. What are we seeing in Microsoft?
Well, according to the New York Times, they actually suffered a hack last year and didn't publicly discuss
the OpenAI.
I'm sorry?
The OpenAI saw this hack.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Correct.
Microsoft backed OpenAI. Right, I'm sorry.
You better be.
Again, according to the New York Times.
You misled a lot of people there.
In 2023, a hacker accessed OpenAI's internal messaging systems and stole AI technology design information, citing two unnamed sources familiar with the matter. While OpenAI executives disclosed the breach to some employees and board directors, they considered the incident no threat to national security and did not inform law enforcement. The breach prompted fears among employees that the company was vulnerable to hacks by China, other state actors, for example. Just looking at the technicals here, Microsoft, a similar situation here as the other names that we've looked at, doing very well to say the least this year. A stock that's been rewarding the bulls handsomely, new all-time highs, briefly above 467 this week. And it's not just this week, right? Since June, Microsoft, I think it's closed only lower 5 times since the beginning of last month. Saw some energy build once the stock traded above 430, an area of resistance we had earlier this spring, if you remember. Since above that, it's been on a tear. Much like Amazon, since coming off the October lows, Microsoft on a weekly basis closed lower only 10 times. The stock's been above the 200-day moving average since March of 2023. I looked at this one, RSI, Relative Strength Index. It's in overbought territory. We saw that in the beginning of the year and the end of last year. We always talk about how that does not a sell signal make, right? And you can see that because, again, it raises sustainability. It raises a little bit of a continuation concerns. But this is another example of a well-defined trend where the bulls have been handsomely rewarded for sticking with this one over the long
Bank
run.
earnings coming up first.
Of course, that was a report of something that happened several years in the past, so not a huge deal, perhaps.
It is a
when
big
it comes
deal.
To what the market's thinking, but this chart looks almost exactly like the NASDAQ chart, so not surprised, super strongly correlated, one of the biggest companies in the world, and of course one of the biggest components of the NASDAQ.
Microsoft.
The last one on our list is Apple. Apple alongside Tesla, they were looking for ways to take it out of the Magnificent Seven. These two were the ones that were holding things back. Totally different tune being sung now as these two lead the market higher. We'll get to what a move in Apple. We were just talking about this over the last quarter.
What a move in Apple.
Rally. We're talking almost $1 trillion in market cap created in that short of a time. Just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, about a year or so ago, you could buy the stock down around 125, 130, right? Didn't spend a lot of time down there, but it did dip below. The news this morning, well, we've got some new all-time highs. Epic Games says that Apple's blocking its Epic Games Store from the iOS App Store in Europe. Epic Games on Friday said that Apple was stalling authorization of its European game store for installation on iPhone in violation of antitrust rulings. The video game publisher Apple has twice rejected Epic Games Store submissions, arguing that its design was too similar to Apple App Store. They said that we are using the same install and in-app purchases, naming conventions that are used across popular app stores on multiple platforms and following standard conventions for buttons in iOS apps. Epic said that as a post on their social media on their X platform. Epic said that they already reported Apple's rejection of its design to the European Commission, which has ordered the company to open its iPhones to all competitor stores as part of the digital marketing.
I don't know about you, buddy.
Markets Act, I'm sorry, but taking a look here at shares of Apple, again, another stock that's been ripping, right? Broke out this week above 220 in a vertical phase. That's where it's seeking value higher in that high conviction phase. We were talking about the two phases earlier in the show, and basically green candles right across the board. A big move up in June through 200. Stock went sideways around 215 for a couple weeks, but this move's a reflection of the market that's, again, rallying, trending higher. You remember this, Alex, after that worldwide developers conference that brought the bid back into the stock above 200 since the end of April and back above the 50-day moving average since the beginning of May on a weekly candle chart. Since the end of April, you're going to see only one red candle. I mean, this move up has been convincing.
And we'll talk more about it in a second. I just want to say, though, technical dream for this stock, right? Sine wave-like pattern, $30 range, breaks out. You'd expect a $30 move. That would be the measured move according to technicians. You got that, 195 to 225. So right at where that measured move would target. We'll get more on that, though, with the chart master in our next segment, as Apple will be one of the names we look at alongside NVIDIA. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Dear. Oh, yeah. Do. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It has been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help
Yeah, you stole that job from me.
the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Time to chart and trade. Let's bring in Rick Ducat. We got the chart master with us to take a look at a couple stocks that we're gonna move forward and bring out as our upvotes this morning, this afternoon. Rick, we've got NVIDIA on our radar. Talk to us about what you're seeing in terms of some of the momentum higher on this one.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a stumble recently for this company here. We had a very sharp rise for quite a while here that topped out in highs near 140.76. gave back some of those gains here. Recently, the 21-day EMA, our yellow line here, has been supportive. You know, we've had some dips below it, but for the most part, we've managed to fight our way back above and close above that level here. So kind of holding firm between a range here. We had some lows around 117. We had a high point and subsequent low points around 127. This is one of those areas around where price has stopped repeatedly. Kind of a messy boundary here for us, but this is the best we can do, you know, given with what we're working with here. Big green candle yesterday, sharp rise up that looked like we were going to clear that old resistance level pretty handily, but retreating back down to it today, kind of right on the nose. So we'll have to watch this 127 line to see if it holds heading into the close here. But overall, above all our moving averages, they're all trending upward. The trend is more geared toward the upside. One other thing I want to point out though too, rather anemic volume recently, you know, kind of low volume numbers, not even close to that yellow line, which represents our 50-day simple moving average of volume. Light trading week here, shortened holiday week, maybe not something to be too concerned about, but I gotta say that when you have a sharp rise upside to the upside on very low volume, it makes me a little suspicious.
Yeah, I think you're not alone, right? You want to see participation, you want to see energy. This could just be, again, a reflection of that holiday type environment that we're seeing here. But let's talk about, again, now moving away from trend and some of, again, losing some of that follow through or that ability to sustain these upper levels. Talk to us a little bit about what's going on here in terms of momentum.
Well, our trend has been interrupted. You know, we had a nice rise to the upside. We had a sharp breakdown. Now kind of more this within this sideways range here. And that's reflected in the RSI. You can see we had a nice matching trend line for the most part with our price trend line. We were spending a good bit of time in the overbought area. However, that's all been erased. You know, the momentum has been interrupted. We're out of the overbought area. We have managed to stay above the 50 midline though. Momentum still geared toward the upside, still trending upward here. Now, what we would want to see would be a break above that resistance and for RSI to make a new relative high above its previous peak. Excuse my kind of crooked line there, but we haven't done that here, even though we've got a higher closing high. Momentum.
What a move on AMD.
Not exactly what you'd want to see here. Wouldn't say it's a head for the hills moment.
What a move on AMD.
You know, not really matching up exactly with what you want.
Yeah, again, maybe just a reflection of the week that we're in, right? The holiday abbreviated.
What a move on AMD.
I guess the best way of putting it, session. Let's take a look here, move away from what we're seeing in terms of trend, in terms of momentum, and give us some key levels to keep an eye on. Should we continue to the upside here, or if we do start to see some weakness?
Well, I like to.
That's a good question, Frankenstein.
The stock is making new highs or close to that point here. You can see that for the most part, we've been, you know, fairly close to that +1 standard deviation. By that I mean we have our linear regression line, blue line here, our line of best fit, 1 standard deviation to the upside. Didn't really manage to clear it very well here. So we've kind of retreated a little bit. Now that's our upside boundary, potential resistance near 135, right at that channel line here. As I said before too, we have to also make sure we have a strong close above 127. That would kind of embolden the bulls a little bit, I think, here. If we were to move to the downside, yellow 21-day EMA has been supportive in recent weeks. Will it hold on again if we start to move to the downside? That comes in near 122.63. Then we have our recent lows we had after that gap up near about 117.50 or so.
Okay, so to your point earlier, losing some momentum, but maybe not all out loss for the bulls. And as I look at it, I don't think that they would mind if we were to build and consolidate, establish a little bit of volume up around this level. Something to keep an eye on here. In fact, let's bring in Alex and get his
I think it would piss us off.
Trade this one, given the levels that Rick has his eye on.
Yeah, the trend starting to stall a bit. Momentum also starting to stall a bit. And then you also had New Street downgrade to neutral, basically saying that the base case might be fully priced in. So if you're
come on.
Thinking, not necessarily thinking the stock's going lower, but then maybe some of the upside has been priced in and it's going to kind of stagnate for a bit. Selling an Iron Condor. Of course, we know that NVIDIA is one of the later reporting names. It's like the 3rd or 4th weekend in August that it reports. So we're able to go to the August monthly expiration and still avoid that earnings event. what I thought was fascinating here, Ben, you'll see that our range is, we sold the 110, 105 put vertical, 150, 155 call vertical. That's a $40 wide window, where if it stays between that, this could be max profit. So for a $1.35 credit, it means you can make 135 if those options expired worthless on the 365 in risk. But you know what's fascinating? That
What?
$40 in NVIDIA, which has almost 25 billion outstanding shares, represents nearly $1 trillion of market cap. So you basically have a $1 trillion market cap range that this needs to stay within. Now, obviously that's for a reason. Volatility represents the fact that the stock can move around, but I thought that was very, very unique. A risk-defined neutral strategy that has that wide of a window over the next month and a half.
Rundy.
Again, $365 in risk, 135 max profit. You can see those break evens. Subtract from the put vertical, 108.65. Add to the call vertical, 151.35. Huge window. Looking for this stock to shop around like it has for the last month over the next month going forward.
Okay, so looking at for a range-bound trade in line with what we're seeing, and again, kind of feeding into that idea that the bulls don't mind a little bit of consolidation up here. It's an area of value that would be established at a new higher level. Let's take a look at our next upvote here today, and we've got a completely different scenario here because taking a look at shares of Apple, AAPL, you can see, well, we did come off a bit, but it was short-lived, right? Dipped down to that 205 level. We're breaking out as we head into the end of the week.
What a change from earlier in the year. A lot of sideways price action for the most part. Then since we hit earnings, it's just been explosive to the upside here. From this yearly low, 52-week low, we're up 37% in only 53 trading days. So a really strong rally here. And one thing I want to point out too is if you look at this blue line here at 198, all the way back over here, you can see that was a high point on our chart. Then another high point is where about we stopped. Then, once we did finally breach that double top,
big time,
very, very strong, explosive move to the upside, breakout move
with
here.
Volume too, it looks like.
Yes, exactly, yeah. And that's why we care about these price levels where price stops repeatedly, because it can result in a strong breakout potentially once you do start getting beyond those numbers here.
Oh.
So in the shorter term, trend line going upward, still in play, white line here. We're above all of our moving averages. They're all trending upward here.
Yeah.
We had a high point here near 220. We backed off, as you said.
To what?
Breaking through it again with some strength. Much like our last chart here, though, rather small volume here. So once again, I think we could probably argue.
It's hard to spit out, ain't it? Past 220.
Short week we've got here. Maybe not a lot of people participating in the markets. Still, something to stay aware of, though. Something to keep in mind.
Possibly, again, another reflection of the holiday type environment that we're in. But as you take a look, this, Rick, kind of makes me think about like a pop bottle being shaken up. Ultimately, lift the top off that thing, and you get quite the move out of that range. Let's take a look here. In terms of momentum, I'd imagine there is some with this.
Yeah,
Friggin'
strong
Steed.
momentum here. We had a bit of a floor that we carved out here, a very slightly sloping upward trend line going across those lows.
What's that mean?
Trend lines and support and resistance lines work on RSI similar to how they work with price. We can see here now, however, a little bit of bearish divergence here. You know, we are making strong new highs in terms of price here. RSI has not quite made it to that same upside level there above the 80 mark.
Now, I like how he said that.
We had our reset here. We already kind of retreated back down and made our way back up again here. And we are once again in the overbought area, which is a sign of strength here. So, you know, when we're making these strong new highs and RSI is overbought, a little bit of bearish.
I'll be there in a second.
I don't know if I would worry too much about it. But once again, just something to point out and consider that the momentum isn't quite lining up with the price action.
Okay, something to watch there. But again, maybe.
Hello, may I help you? Yes. I want you to admit in front of all your people out there on YouTube and anybody that's associated with Schwab that I have learned a few things off this channel already. I've learned how to use the 63 EMA, and I just learned something new today. When I start talking about a start looking like it's going into a bearish looking divergence, I'm going to be looking at the RSI, and when I start to see that second tilt down, I might start bringing up to the room We're creating a bearish divergence now. A lower high from previous. I say it, but I don't say it like he did just now. But I did pick up the 63, and he's made me money using that 63. And I've liked it so much that I got rid of the 51. And we remember how I used to trade the 51. Jim, we're approaching the 51 landing spot.
FBI, open up!
Open up. So yeah. That was interesting, Jim. I'll be sure to help donate to your vacation. Just to get you out of here. Just to get you out of here for a day. Woo! I know, Randy, that was over your head.
Support levels, you only have $2 there, $200 in risk here, $2 per spread. So you look at that and say, I'm protected from the asymmetric shock to the downside, but if more of the same continues, I can benefit and make a little bit more than 1.5 times my risk.
Well, you know what I always say, continuation more likely than change, and it sounds like a trade where ultimately, if that did happen, you'd be able to participate and benefit from it. Thanks to Alex for looking at a couple trades, and we'll keep an eye on those into next week.
SPY made a new high.
Cat, the chart master. Hey, thanks to you for joining us for Next Gen. Stick around, a whole lot still to come on the show. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Damn. See, you kind of took us for a little loop right here today.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Eventually made it to the double top, triple top.
With
But on the way up,
themes, it's easy to invest in
we had a little flag here.
Spot a trend in electric
Got
vehicles?
faked out a few times.
Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is.
There's your
or customize
support,
to align
your
with
resistance level.
all at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes.
Here's your
40
support.
Customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Get each and every angle, the whole picture.
Jenny?
Everything comes full circle on trade.
So we had the flag, almost an ascending triangle, but had a lower low. She came down third time, and then started back up and didn't had a double top and then broke down. So, you know, this here would have been misleading. I would have probably took that trade. Maybe. I definitely would have took that one. We had a fallen wedge right here. So I'd have took that one. I would have took that one over that one, and I would have took that one if we'd have broke this double top right here. I would have took it. And then if it didn't work, We end up doing a double top by the end of the day, but it took a while. So that'd have been a tough one. I would have took this one for sure. 1, 2, 3, breakout, pull back, respect the old resistance, boom to the 200 SMA to a 1, 2, 3. Then it retested it, and I said, okay, I'm getting out. But there's a good looking flag right there. It's just not a complete ascending triangle, but you know, you could call it a head and shoulders. Head and shoulders. Left shoulder, right shoulder, boom. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, breakout, pull back, boom. Okay. Interesting, James. Some find it fascinating. Did he just sound like Kamala Harris? There, man. Fuck. We only win one stock? That's right. That's a great sales pitch. We don't need 500 stocks in the S&P. We only need one stock. Lilly. Lilly. We don't need 5 cruise boat stocks. We just need one. Carnival. We don't need 50 beer companies. We just need one. Damn it, Jim. Okay. That was a good one, Jimmy. You can't find your damn it Jim when you want it. I found it. To tell you I wasn't hallucinating. For you people on YouTube, if you don't know what I'm talking about damn it Jim. Damn it Jim. Geo says SPX is going to 55.63. I put him on the spot. He put him on the spot. Right now it's 12:40, 1:40. Fat cats are back. Geo, look at the spy. Jim, I'm busy right now, please. $55.63. What happened? Did you see that, Gio? Gio gets an A+. And now it's softly springing, for oh my God. The 5530 calls are now at 55. Oh. $3,200. He's all out of coin. Mike's all out of coin. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something just happened. Got another knock on the door. Jim, I keep getting these new highs on the SPY. What am I going to do? Have you measured your heart blood pressure? If it beats over 150, I want you to go ahead and sell it in a relaxed, calmly mode. And if it's just under 120, I want you to go ahead and just be happy you got out of it even. Good job, Jimmy. I was just trying to show a business, make a business decision. SPX. Okay. Well, the market was okay with the employment numbers, the numbers that they were waiting for. So now it must be back to earnings again. We got the bank next week, at the end of the week. AMD up good today. And ARM and Google, Nugget, Meta. Got two arms on here. $20 in 4 days. Very nice. That's telling you a story right there. George.
Management and Brigade Capital to purchase the outstanding shares of Macy's for close to $7 billion. They revised the offer from about $6.7 billion to now close to, like I said, $7 billion, or $24.80 a share from $24. With the original bid that this consortium put in for Macy's going back to December of last year was $21. Now, since then, you can actually see the stock is traded at least up to that level, the original bid or purchase offer price, but it's been in a trading range based upon the fact that maybe management doesn't see this as essentially accretive to shareholders, because potentially here the company may be worth more than what the revised offer is. If you actually look at the real estate for Macy's, right now they have about 718 total stores, but they own about 427 of those stores, lease the rest of them, and that value of real estate is close to $8 billion. Now, the other thing to keep in mind here is Macy's does have a little bit of debt to deal with, about $3 billion in effectively long-term debt. Their enterprise value is over $10 billion. And so right now, it looks like that the enterprise value minus the debt is essentially what the consortium is offering, which again is close to that $7 billion. So this will be interesting to see what will happen, because this will probably be the second revised offer to the upside. But this is a company that still has quite a bit of value from a real estate asset standpoint, even though the sales for the business are still down about $2 billion compared to 2019. They have been cutting expenses and closing on profitable locations. But nonetheless, there are still some challenges for Macy's, because sales are down about 5% compared to last year when they reported last quarter. Same-store sales down 6%. Even digital sales were down about 7%. So this is still a struggling company, but nonetheless, there's still intrinsic value here that maybe calls for a potentially even higher bid than this one, this revised one at $24.80.
Absolutely, George. I'm glad you brought the real estate discussion in to this conversation here, because that's what we were talking about before the break. I was asking Alex, when was the last time you were actually in Macy's downtown here in Chicago? I mean, they've got a commanding presence, talking 5, 6, 7 floors on a whole city block. This store takes up, and again, if nobody's in it, ultimately, I mean, what are they doing in there? Holding pigeon races, or talk to me about the chart, right? What do the technicals tell you? Because from what I saw, this is a stock that's hanging in there pretty well, considering.
It is. So look, at the very least, you can see there's demand for the company, and that's where these bids are coming in. But one could also make the case that there's still a take under bid based upon, like I said, the real estate value, which is close to $8 billion. that has to be offset by the debt. But right now, if you look at the proposed price of $24.80, with market capitalization based on yesterday's close close to $5 billion, you just add the difference of $2 billion, and that's where you get that $24.80. So it looks like the offer is for, $2 billion premium for the equity, but they're going to be assuming both the real estate, the assets, plus the liabilities, which is the debt, and all the other contingent other liabilities as well. So, I think if you look at Macy's last year, even though sales were down, they still were able to eke out some profits, albeit the profit margin was very low. $12 million net income on $22 billion in sales. So they're right near break even. I think what's happening here is that this consortium sees value in the ability to close down unprofitable stores, spin off the real estate, or even sell off the real estate and release back some of those locations for the stores which are still operating in the green or in profit. So, I'm not going to. I can't say what's going to happen here, but ideally speaking, we're still trading under the revised offer price by quite a bit because it may end up getting turned down once again as a take under by management and even some of the major institutional shareholders.
And one has to think that those outstanding offers, though, George, are perhaps holding the stock shares up and perhaps a little bit artificially as well. So we'll find out what happens. I'm sure there'll be plenty more updates as time rolls on. George Chillis, thank you as always. Enjoy the weekend. And thanks for tuning in to Next Gen Investing. We leave you with stocks just off session highs, which of course are all-time highs. So everybody have a great weekend. We'll do it again on Monday. Thank you.
Welcome to Schwab.
I'll be right back.
Daily live exclusive content tailored to today's investors.
Broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago.
And from the heart of Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange.
Up-to-the-minute market insights.
Example trades and stock-specific analysis featuring the smartest minds in the business.
You got that right.
No politics.
No noise.
Analysis ahead of the biggest events for the economy.
From bell to bell and beyond.
Watch live
and on demand.
24/7, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Available anytime, anywhere,
on any device for free.
Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader
every market day. I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was hurt, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
welcome to the Watch List. I'm Diane King Hall. Nicole Pedalese will be back with you on Monday. It's about 2 p.m. Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange. Let's start out with what's coming up on today's show. We'll be previewing second quarter earnings season that begins next week. We're looking ahead at the key sectors to watch. We'll also take a closer look at the carbon market and ways investors can get involved there. And with the 4th of July now in the rearview mirror, our panel looks at groceries, inflation, and the retail outlook. But before we dive into all of that, let's do a quick check of the markets with only about 2 hours left in the trading day. Let's start with the equity side of the equation. We've got the S&P 500 better by 25 points, so continuing to extend that record that we saw earlier in the week before we had a break for the 4th of July holiday, and that half day of trading also earlier in the week on the middle of the week. NASDAQ 100 rallying 205 points, up 1%, so tech continues to be the leader in the market today. Dow better by 17 points. It had been under pressure earlier, but it's flipped positive and managed to hold on to those gains. Small caps continue to not participate today in the gains that we are seeing. The Russell 2000 off by 0.5% there. Let's take a look at some of the other asset classes that we've been watching in today's session and see how those are moving. Those coming up on the chart right now. Dollar still below. It's around 104 now, below that 105 level. Gold holding on to a gain, better by 1%. Crude oil has turned a little bit lower. Crude oil is still on track. It's been posting gains week after week after week, but it's below that $84 level that we saw earlier in the session. So now a little lower, off by 0.5%. Crude oil trading near $83 a barrel. Bitcoin continuing to flag. It's fallen lower, it seems like day after day, down 5% now, trading around 56,000, below 57,000. Now, for some of the biggest market stories that we're watching, I want to welcome in Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent here on the Schwab Network. Kevin, happy Friday, first of all, or should I say happy 5th of July? I know that's random. All right, we're seeing the shares of AMD, they're getting a boost, but this is not because of something happening to AMD. What's this about a downgrade over at NVIDIA?
Yeah, we are seeing NVIDIA actually pulling back here a little bit. Now, it's recovered some of the earlier losses, down about 0.5%. We are actually seeing New Street downgrading the stock to a neutral from a buy with a price target of $135. Now, they do acknowledge that obviously the stock has had a really decent run here, but they do believe that the shares are getting fully valued at this point in time, and upside valuations will really only materialize with the bullish scenario beyond 2025. And they really do believe that the 2025 story is already really baked into the cake right now. Now, they did say that if we saw a little bit of a pullback when it came to the price action, it might actually interest this particular firm in the near term, but right now, just doing a little bit of a health check, they do believe that AI stocks are implying around a 35% growth rate when it comes to revenue in 2025 when you're looking at the GPU business, so the graphic processing business here. So, you know, unfortunately, I mean, NVIDIA's had a really decent run, but we're kind of maybe seeing some cracks in the armor here when it comes to analyst expectations and seeing a little bit of selling. Now, on the other side of that, you talked about AMD. That has been actually catching a bid over the last couple of trading sessions. It does appear that there's a little bit of a rotation taking place, and it is trying to power higher. Now, from a technical standpoint, still need to make some gains here, trying to get to around $175. That would be a key area of resistance here in the near term, but you can kind of see this churn that's taking place in the market. Now, they also have a price target set for AMD right now at $235. That would be around 38% above the current levels, and they're also bullish when it comes to TSMC or Taiwan Semiconductor. So once again, a little bit of a headwind here for NVIDIA, but overall, it still has had a really great run for this year and over the last year.
I do wonder if there's a little bit of a contrarian view. But let's kick things forward. You're looking ahead to next week. We'll get more key inflation data. What are you watching out for in the week ahead, Kevin?
Yeah, definitely got over the hump when it came to the jobs report here this Friday. And so next week, it's going to be focusing on Powell and also other Fed speakers. We have Powell actually speaking next week and testifying next week. So that could actually be a pretty decent market mover. And then we also have inflationary data coming out on Thursday when it comes to CPI. That's probably going to be the headline for the week. Powell talking to Congress there, and then also PPI on Friday here. We've had some pretty mixed data, I would say, Diane, when it comes to the economic landscape here in the United States, especially when you're looking at the labor market. had some really positive data when you're looking at this month's print or June's print. But we did see some negative revisions to the downside here, which kind of signifies that maybe the labor market is seeing some cracks right now. Now, how is the Fed really going to kind of curtail any type of labor market squeeze at this point? That's to be seen. I'm sure he's probably going to get a question about that next week, which once again could cause a little bit of volatility in the markets in the near term.
Great stuff. Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent here on the Schwab Network. Thank you, Kevin. And Kevin tees us up nicely for the economic landscape to widen out to the bigger picture. I'm joined now by Joe Brusuelis, Chief Economist over at RSM. Joe, it is so great to have you. It's always great to hear your perspective. And you don't have an earpiece in, so you couldn't hear Kevin was kind of talking about the economic data points that we had come in today, this week, and then in the week ahead. So let's start with today. The big picture has been about the jobs picture. We know there was a gain of 206,000. The unemployment rate ticked up to 4.1%. What do you make of kind of the overall numbers? And then we'll dive a little deeper into things like labor force participation rate, et cetera.
All right, so this is what an economy that's in full employment looks like, right? You're adding not too many more jobs than the break even, which we think is around 150 to 175,000. The unemployment rate inched up to 4.1, but if you lift up the hood a little bit, it was 4.054, barely a 4.1. It was really, I mean, this is just noise around the median right now. So as I take a step back and I look at the labor market, it's solid, but like the economy and inflation, it's cooling. Now, I know it's very fashionable to say there's cracks in the labor market. You know, I don't see that here. What I see is that the economy's normalizing. This is what you want to see to move back towards a much more sustainable trend across economic activity, pricing, and hiring on a monthly basis. So that's a pretty good takeaway from my point of view. Now, if you're an investor out there and you're thinking, what does this tell me about the direction of policy? The 3-month moving average of hiring, because of the 111,000 downward revisions
over the last 2 months.
Right, has brought the 3-month average to 177,000. That's just above that 150 number that I identified. So it's solid, but not spectacular. And again, that's probably going to push the Fed towards, you know what, we have an economy that's likely to grow right around trend in the second quarter, 1.8%, maybe a little slower. We've got an inflation rate of 2.6%.
Right.
You take that out to 3 decimals, it's 2.563.
You love your, widening out the picture.
Well, if you talk to fixed income traders, especially in the big, $32 trillion U.S. liquid market, they want you going out to those decimal points. They're not okay with rounding up and rounding down. They want to know, and it's important when you reach these pivot points that you communicate in the most clear and concise way that one can. So again, cooling activity, cooling inflation, cooling hiring, that's setting up for a rate cut, we think, in September.
Okay, and then when you think about some of the other economic data, we had a flurry of economic data this week. It was like they're trying to kind of crush everything in, especially because we had the holiday ISM, manufacturing, we had other jobs data, ADP, jobless claims. Does that kind of support what you're talking about here, just the overall cooling?
Yeah, they all play into that normalization framework. Look, we were growing at the end of last year at 3.1% on a year-ago basis.
Right.
At the end of first quarter, it was 2.9 year over year. We're going to cool back towards that 2%. 1.8% is a long-term trend, but right around 2%. That's very good. What it means is we're no longer at risk of the economy overheating like we were talking about 6 months ago.
And when you say we're normalizing, what are we normalizing from? Is this the kind of still working out post-pandemic kind of economy?
That's right, that those large and persistent shocks that were then met with unorthodox monetary and fiscal policy, we're still working through the long tail of that, right? So what I see is the economy is looking a lot like it did prior to the pandemic. That's pretty good. But what we don't want is the Fed to keep its policy rate so high for so long that it causes an unnecessary end to the business expansion. That's clearly, I think, the narrative that will start bright and early on Monday morning.
When you say what we don't want is for the Fed to keep it so high for so long, when I looked earlier today on the CME Fed Watch tool, the expectations had risen again for a cut in September, whereas before it was kind of a coin toss before some of the recent data that we got in. And now it looks like the expectation is back at like 2, even though there was some chatter for possibly 1.
I knew you'd ask this question, so I opened up my terminal.
Yeah.
73% probability September, 75% probability in December, 25 basis point cuts each.
Yep.
The Fed's got 3 cuts already on the table for 2025. Let me tell you what, we see a little bit more cooling, that'll look 4 or 5 real quick. So that's very pro-market. That's a very constructive and encouraging forward view over the next 18 months. And I would expect that that'll crystallize here in July. Now, I'm going to be honest. I'm somewhat worried about the Fed falling further behind the curve than they already are. I am very comfortable with even a July rate cut. Not going to happen.
They wouldn't do it.
They're not going to do it.
Yeah.
They won't have adequate time to prepare the market. But don't be surprised if we begin to see the Fed heads begin to talk about, hey, you know what? It's time to begin thinking about a less restrictive policy rate. And this is important.
Yes.
We don't swing from 0 to 1 in the economy. Just because the hiring slowing doesn't mean there's cracks in the foundation. What it means is the Fed recognizes that it's got a policy rate. It's way too restrictive. Make it less restrictive. And then once they really are confident they're going to get back to target, then they'll start talking about multi-year rate cut phase.
Now, this week, Powell kind of danced around, was he in the 1 or 2 dot plot camp? What are you looking to hear for Powell next week when he speaks before Congress?
Well, what I would like to hear more on, and hopefully, and I'm not going to hold my breath on this, that he's asked questions around the multivariate core trend on inflation. Where does he think that's going, right? The Fed targets the top line PCE. Yep. Privately, all of us economists and the Fed know that the best longer-term measure is the core PCE. Well, you know what? They're both sitting at 2.6% right now. I think we're soon we will all have the confidence we need to begin saying the economy's normalizing and let's get on with this.
And then I want to ask you for the
SMI great bounce.
What's the most important data point that you're paying attention to? Is it CPI? Is it okay? It's not. Go ahead.
No. Without a doubt, it's the CPI for the month of June. We're thinking a very muted increase of 0.1. Of course, we'll all decompose the internals. We'll be looking at owners occupied housing, or what's listed in the series as owners equivalent rent. That's really the only thing left propping up inflation. You exclude housing, we're already pretty much at 2% on this.
And that's been the argument, is that kind of a dated metric to include because it's been so, I don't know if it's, I don't want to say because, but it has been so hot compared to the other components within CPI.
Well, one of the cool talking points right now in the world of economics, finance, and central banking is the United States measures owner-occupied housing in such a different way from the other G7 trade partners that perhaps we ought to start looking at what's called the harmonized index of consumer prices, which measures housing in a different but perhaps more thoughtful way.
Right.
We do that. You know what? We're at 1.95% right now.
Oh, the Fed would love that.
That's right. Well, what it also means is it highlights the risk for the remainder of the business cycle. That the Fed just waits too long, they could tip the economy over.
Right.
And I just don't think that's necessary at this point. With the multivariate core trend at 2.4, the top line at 2.6, and clear signs, growth, all economic activity, pricing and hiring are just cooling.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Joe Brusuelas. That was Joe Brusuelas, Chief Economist of RSM. Thank you so much for joining us today, Joe, and have a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, we've got Options Corner. Rick Ducat will join us to highlight unusual options activity from the day and how investors are looking to trade on recent news on NVIDIA, Amazon, and Micron. That'll be on the other side. Stay with us.
Oh, I'm muted. How long have I been muted? No way. No way. Great time for jazz.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network.
Damn,
Available
Jenny.
anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Diane King Hall. Time now for Options Corner, where we analyze unusual options trades seen throughout the day. For that, I want to welcome in Rick Ducat, chartered market technician here on the Schwab Network, or as I like to call you, Rick, the Duke of Data. All right, let's start with NVIDIA. Caught a downgrade today from New Street. You found a bullish play here.
Yeah, you know, the downgrade doesn't seem to bother this trader here because we've got a substantial, in terms of our dollar amount here, trade. And it's also not the most common trade. You don't see this kind of trade every day here. And what we've got here is a synthetic long. So we have plus 12,000 July 19th 110 strike calls at a 1748 debit, and at the same time minus 12,000 July 19th 110 strike puts at a 35-cent credit. So we have long calls and short puts. The short puts are helping to finance the long calls here. What we result with then when we look at our risk profile is just a straight line. It's the same as a stock. You know, it would be the same exact trajectory as a stock here. So make no mistake, this is a hefty size trade here though. The cost of this trade is about $20 million to put on here. Now, that's not the max profit or the max loss. The max profit is unlimited, just like long stock. The max loss, if it were to go down to zero, would be about $152 million here.
Damn.
Now, why would we do this synthetic long trade here? Well, you can get similar exposure at a fraction of the cost here. So, you know, if we were to buy the equivalent amount of stock, which would be about 1.2 million shares of stock, that would be how much it would cost in terms of like our max loss. It would cost about $153 million. So, for this trade, we only spent $20 million. So, we were able to get similar exposure, much less money here. Now, what's the downsides to this? First of all, you miss out on any potential dividends that you would get if you own the stock. That's one thing. Two is that long options are wasting assets here. So we have the danger that our long option loses value. We only have about 14 days until it expires. If you don't play this right, if the stock goes down enough, you could potentially lose a lot of this money, maybe even all of it.
All right, and next up, you've got Amazon in your sight with a neutral to bearish trade there. So walk us through what you found here.
This is another unusual type of trade here, one that you don't really see every day here, and what it's commonly called is a risk reversal spread here. So bear with me, plus 2,000 October 18th, 175 strike puts at a 350 debit. At the same time, minus 2,000 October 18th, 235 calls at a 336 credit. So total credit here is a 16-cent net credit here. So, you know, the cost of this trade, you know, it's not a cost. We get a $32,000 credit. And I know you might hear that and think, wow, Rick, this is peanuts compared to a lot of the stuff we usually do here. That's not really a very big credit. But here's the thing, though, is that this is still
Vacation fund.
Amount of activity here. And the nice thing about the risk reversal spread is that it gives us a long cushion here. So between our two strike prices, pretty much we have a flat period where we're going to have that credit of $32,000. You can see there's that long flat area in the middle of our risk profile there. Once we start getting below that 175 put, the money starts to add up quite a bit here. If we went down to 170 at expiration, that would represent $1 million of profit. So, pretty big dollar amounts once we start, getting beyond that flat period there. So this is kind of an interesting scenario then, because it's got some advantages over just straight up buying long puts. We do it at a credit, we were getting paid to have our long put exposure here. So what's the downside? Well, we have short calls, so we have potentially unlimited risk there. Our max loss is infinite there. Once we start getting beyond that break even of 235.16, which is about 17.5% to the upside. Still a lot of wiggle room on this trade. An interesting trade here, more geared toward the downside. We've got about 105 days for this one to play out too, so a decent time frame there.
All right, decent time frame there. And last on your list, you've got Micron in focus. That stock is down today, continuing a downward trend we've seen. It's off a little more than 3%, around 3.5%. But you have a neutral to bullish move that you saw. Rick, take us through what you saw.
This is definitely our most simple trade here. This is the most straightforward one. The trader here is simply selling 1,000 December 18th, 2026 year 80 strike puts at a 740 credit here. So long duration here. That's the first thing about this trade, is that it's almost 900 days till expiration here. So this is a pretty long time frame here. The second is, it's a sizable credit. We're going to stand to collect about $740,000 here based on the credit received here for this one. And, another notable thing is that our break even is very far away here. We're trading the 80 strike, puts here, and the current price is $132 or so. We've got like 45% to the downside before this trade would start to lose money. So granted, we do have a long time frame here, a very long time for this to play out. But 45% over the course of a couple of years, that would be significant for Micron. So the other thing that interests me about this trade is that there's no corresponding long put to make this a spread. It's just short puts here. There's a big difference between a cash secured put, which is where you would have the equivalent amount of money in order to buy the shares that you would require if you were assigned on this one. So that would be a more safe type of trade, or I should say less risky, I guess. Now, the other hand, it could be naked puts, which would be quite risky here because it would be a very different beast in terms of risk potential there. That would have the opportunity for runaway losses because we don't have the long protective put here. So, an interesting scenario either way here for this particular trader.
All right, that's a look at Micron for our final options trade that we're watching there. Rick Ducat, as I like to call you, Duke of Data. Thank you, Rick. Coming up, we're looking ahead to second quarter earnings season with Zacks Investment Research, why they're expecting growth in energy and tech, and the key sectors that could face challenges. That'll be after this break. Stay with us.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 or $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Accelerate your market knowledge.
And shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Second quarter earnings season kicks off next week with Pepsi, Delta Airlines, JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo among those reporting. For some insight into what to expect in the bigger picture, we're joined now by Shiraz Mian, Director of Research, Zacks Investment Research. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Let's set things up with the expectation for second quarter earnings season. I've seen that the expectation is that when we look at growth, that we'll see more than 8% growth on a year-over-year basis. What are you expecting?
Yes. So thanks for having me, Diane. 8.4% growth for the S&P 500 index on 4.6% revenue growth on a year-over-year basis. This will be the best growth since the beginning of 2022. So almost a 7-8 quarters period when we are seeing a lot more ramp up in growth. And if we look beyond Q2, there is a significant ramp up toward the end of the year and into 2025. So the setup for Q2 appears to be that not only is growth pretty good in Q2, but it's expected to get even better in the coming periods. So a lot of the qualitative commentary and actual guidance from management teams will be key to give us a sense of how reasonable or otherwise those expectations are.
How much of that growth are you expecting to come from the Magnificent Seven?
So they are a big contributor. I would say about half of the year-over-year growth is a function of the Mag 7. The broader tech is a big growth contributor as well. Energy went back into positive territory after a number of quarters of year-over-year declines. So yes, tech and the Mag 7 are big contributors, but they aren't the sole drivers for growth in Q2.
When you think about the energy sector and the expectation for a turnaround there, what's driving that?
So it's primarily the commodity price at the beginning of the period. The outlook for underlying commodities, oil in particular, was a lot more positive. So we saw a fairly pronounced positive revision trend for energy. Towards the middle of the quarter, that started petering out. So it's trends in the underlying commodity. That's always the primary reason how and why analysts will pencil in the estimates. And this was one of the 6 sectors that we saw enjoying positive estimate revisions during the 3-month period from the beginning of April to the end of June. Tech was another one.
Okay, and speaking of tech and the kind of like, let's take it back to the Mag 7 and the gains that we've seen there. We saw a rare downgrade for NVIDIA today, but I wonder, is that a misstep based on the expectations for earnings growth for NVIDIA and other participants in the Mag 7 and the tech sector?
Nope.
I think there's been a lot of optimism about not so much the numbers for Q2 or perhaps even Q3, but the long-term sustainability of the positive trend. And I'm talking about positive trend in terms of the underlying business, the demand for NVIDIA's products. And there is some question marks on that, particularly if the macro picture is relatively softer than everybody is expecting. If the tech spending outlook is not as robust as everybody has been hoping for, then it's perhaps reasonable to be a little wary that the gains we have seen in that stock, in particular, and then broadly the AI stocks, perhaps maybe getting a little overdone.
Okay, and then we have a lot of the big banks reporting next week. You got JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Wells Fargo. What are you expecting to see in terms of the earnings growth, margins for the banks and finance sector?
So, very good question, Diane. The banks, despite their, particularly like the JP Morgans and the Cities of the world, despite their enormous size, tend to be more domestic, U.S.-centric businesses and also very cyclical, very closely tied to the outlook of for interest rates. So, a number of key things. There's not a whole lot that is expected in terms of earnings growth, about 7-8% growth year over year for the quarter as a whole for finance. But the banks in particular, the points of interest are more qualitative and more forward-looking than the specific data for Q2 as a whole. And those relate to what these management teams see in terms of evolving trends in the business. So whether it's about
SPY coming in on the 200 SMA.
Household finances are shaping up. So delinquency rates on the credit card side and other consumer credit, the demand for credit from businesses and households. And then beyond the core banking, in terms of the investment banking side of the business, the trading activity has been decent, but the investment banking activity has been soft and squishy. And for a while, we have been hearing about these green shoots and improving pipelines. So some more clarity and visibility from them will be useful. And a number of these management teams, Bank of America in particular, also JP Morgan, they tend to comment directly about the state of the economy and what they see as the evolving picture, and that will be very interesting as well.
And then what sectors are you concerned about seeing weakness when it comes to their earnings?
So consumer-centric businesses are most at risk because what we have been seeing over the last 2-3 quarters has been this view and narrative of the soft landing where the economy just slows down in a beautiful way, and the Fed swoops in and picks it right back up by cutting rates. These things are very hard to choreograph as smoothly and accurately as everybody has been hoping for. And it will be interesting to see from the consumer-facing businesses as to what they see. So you mentioned Pepsi next week. There's obviously the air carriers in terms of the longer-term outlook. And then later on, the restaurants, the retailers, all of that. We need to get a better handle as to broader household spending trends, and then some visibility if we segment the households based on income or spending levels as to where the pain points may be and what we can reasonably expect in terms of expectation for the coming periods.
All right. And we'll have to leave it there. Shiraz Mian with the analysis of the week ahead for earnings as second quarter earnings season gears up. Zacks Investment Research, thank you so much for joining us today. Have a great weekend. Still ahead, we are putting the carbon market in focus, including ways investors can access that space. That'll be on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
He's a hard one to listen to.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Diane King Hall. Nicole Petalese will be back with you Monday. We're coming at you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at the markets with 90 minutes just about left in the trading day. Let's take a look at where the S&P 500 is. It's still been up. Okay, waiting for that chart to populate there. The S&P 500 better by 24 points, so nearly 0.5%, looking to extend its advance for the week. It achieved a record early in the week, looking to extend that record. NASDAQ 100 rallying 186 points, so up nearly 8%. Tech continues to be the standout there. Dow is holding on to its gain after flipping positive. It is better by 30 points. Small caps not participating, still down by 14 points there. So continue to watch if that flips positive before the close of today's trading day. Before our overall broader market update, I want to bring in our very own Ben Lichtenstein, senior futures contributor. So Ben, what do you make of where we stand in this last hour and a half of trading roughly?
Hey Diane, a nice move for the bulls, right? Another new all-time high in 2 of the 4 major indices. So keeping a close eye on this rally, which continues to play out here. Just wanted to identify the strong move we've seen in the SPX. Just off those all-time highs, we head into this Friday afternoon, and after the jobs report earlier this morning, and as we gear up for another round of earnings next week and some inflation data, we are and continue to be holding on to these upper levels. So here you can see we traded all the way up to 55.65 today, and at 55.61 we are currently, again, positive on the day by about 0.5% here right now, just under that, around 0.4%. Take a look, bottom left, top right, well-defined trend. This is a 1-minute candle chart, just looking at some of the price activity over the last couple days, but you're going to see a similar pattern as we lay out a daily candle chart here, right? Again, off the October lows. If you remember, we were trading around 4,100. I'm also reminded of how we were briefly below that 5,000 level. If you remember, that was back in April. And look at this move up here. We're talking about adding 500 points on to that short-lived dip down below that key level. And again, another example here in Diane, where I feel like
always clean this
2
gym.
steps forward, 1 step back. We're in that 2 forward right now. The 1 back is a little concerning, but along this pace and this trajectory to the upside, it does look like the bulls are being rewarded still handsomely.
All right, bulls being rewarded there. Let's pivot over to where we're not seeing so much reward. We've continued to see this downdraft in Bitcoin. What's the latest that's kind of causing some pressure there, Ben?
Yeah, it sounds like a fair amount of supply hitting the market right now with that Mt. Gox and some of the release of those funds, those Bitcoin holdings that had been held up. But here you can see exact opposite of what we just looked at, right? Talking top left to bottom right versus the indices, which have been rallying. Bitcoin has been selling off. Briefly down below 54,000 today, 53,635. So that's essentially 21,000 points off that all-time high. We'll look at the longer-term chart here in just a minute, but struggling, right, this week and for some time now. Taking a look here, basically since the beginning of June, that's up in this area here. We were around 72, 73. We failed to get back up to that 74 level, so a bit of a double top forming up there. I looked here. We've been positive only 6 days since the beginning of last month. So, again, not what the bulls wanted to see, that's for sure. Also taking out a key low here, but possibly just a longer-term buy opportunity on this trend, which still remains to the upside intact, testing a lower extreme range that we've been in, basically going back to, what is that, I think it's February. Yeah, beginning of March, end of February. So levels we haven't seen since earlier this spring, end of the winter, and definitely, again, not the end of the week that the bulls would like to see here.
Not for crypto, not for Bitcoin. All right, Ben Lichtenstein, host of Futures and a senior futures contributor here on the Schwab Network. Thank you, Ben. All right, let's take a closer look now at the carbon market and recent trends driving performance. For that, I'm joined by Luke Oliver, Managing Director and Head of Climate Investments, Crane Shares. Luke, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the state of the carbon market. What does the state of the carbon market look like now for investors?
We're going through massive change in Europe. We're seeing energy prices starting to normalize, but they're still in flux. You know, natural gas is the energy of choice, and we're seeing new embargoes on Russian exports of natural gas. But very interestingly, not the gas being exported into Europe. So Europe is obviously the biggest carbon market, and also one of the biggest consumers of Russian liquid natural gas.
LNG, yeah.
So seeing that LNG prices starting to come down, despite the we're seeing inventories up, but we're also starting to see big usage over the summer, the hot months, more use demand for power. So we're seeing that European carbon price starting to recover now. So we saw a big drop over the last few years with the reaction to the Ukraine invasion. Now we're starting to see that normalization of gas prices. We're seeing European carbon starting to rise. Go over to the US market, completely different story. California carbon's up 7% this week. And the big story in the carbon markets is Reggie, which is the Northeast US. We're up about 84% over the last 12 months. So very mixed bag when you compare the different carbon markets, which all speaks to how differentiated. There's not one cohesive market.
So since there's not one cohesive market, what's driving the trends in the U.S. right now?
Yeah, well, so in the US, we've got a couple of things happening. One is in the Northeast, we're seeing increased power consumption. We're seeing tightening markets starting to really price in that future expectation of that tighter carbon price. So if you remember, that carbon prices tightened by this tightening cap. It's a cap and trade program, it's in the name. As they tighten the cap, the market gets tighter, and the market has been far too lax for far too long in the Northeast. So we're really seeing that catch-up trade. In California, on the other hand, everybody is watching the regulators. The state of California has made has talked in all of its workshops that we're seeing a shift from a 40% carbon emission reduction by 2030 to a 48% carbon reduction. So it's a 20% increase in their ambition. So the market has long waited to see them starting to make those, or confirm the timeline for those changes, and we're starting to see that July 10th.
How important is, you have certain companies make pledges for zero emissions. They have these targets for 2030, 2050. Like I think about, for instance, the cruise industry, because those are often considered massive floating cities, basically, and they're heavily, their carbon footprint is huge, and they're trying to convert to liquefied natural gas. We know that's kind of the most sustainable form that would exist of what they need in current times. How important does that push towards that affect activity in the carbon markets?
It's a great question, a loaded question, and you're right. Given current technology, the next step would be natural gas, but of course that's still a fossil fuel. The aspirations move on to green hydrogen and nuclear and other things. But this is the interesting thing that makes this an investment versus something that's nice to talk about. It's nice to talk about companies decarbonizing and making commitments, but can you invest in that? That's difficult to invest in. What we invest in the carbon markets is the government-run cap and trade program. So their commitment actually doesn't matter too much to me and our investors.
Okay.
What matters to us is that the state of California, the European Union, the states in the northeast of the US, the UK, are tightening their government-regulated price of carbon. That you can invest in because it's backed by law. So the buyers of these credits are legally bound to buy these credits for every ton of emissions. So it's forcing companies, whether they make commitments or not, to buy it. So seeing the commitments is great for the environment and great for that direction of support to the market. It's a tailwind. But the real value to us comes from regulation. And that's why European policy tightening and California policy tightening that's coming out in these coming weeks is what we're watching to drive prices higher.
All right, let's talk about the impact of elections. You just had an election in the UK. You have an election coming up here in the US. How much does that play into the impact to the carbon market?
Yep. So these carbon markets, and I should remind people, this is a $900 billion market. This isn't a niche asset class. What is this guy talking about? This is a $900 billion, almost $1 trillion asset class. Very institutional, but through the products that we've launched, we're bringing this into the broader mass affluent investment pool. So elections are important, but the way I look at the elections as they create volatility, the outcomes are relatively low vol. So the state of California, carbon price is trading about $38 a ton. They are planning on that price being around $134 by 2030, so a significant increase. Europe's trading about 70 euros. All of their forecasts are about 150 euros. So the elections, though, add sentiment. So when you have a swing towards the right, say in France, you might think, or Germany, you might say that's bearish for the price of carbon, and we do see vol. Europe, UK has just swung more to the left.
Okay.
You might see more support for the program. And in the US, even though I think a lot of people are anticipating a swing to the right in this election, the states that have embedded these programs are not federal programs, they're state programs, like California. And so the California program, which is the second or third biggest carbon market in the world, is not that affected by the federal elections. So good news, bad news, you get volatility from elections like any announcement of news, but the fundamentals don't change with a change on who is in the White House.
All right, Luke Oliver, we will have to put a pin in our conversation there. That was Luke Oliver, Crane Shares. Thank you so much for joining us today, Luke. All right, still ahead, we bring in our panel to discuss the grocery and retail outlook as companies move to bring in inflation-weary consumers. That'll be on the other side of this break.
All righty. They're not using the election that much either as a ploy as I thought they would. But I feel a lot of hesitation in the market today. Maybe that's just me. I mean, AMD had a good breakout. So did Amazon. It all happened this morning. QQQ. I don't think I got Baba on here. I don't even look at Baba anymore. Oh, that's Donald. Donald's under 30. Nice little run yesterday. That's interesting. Morgan Stanley down 81. Yo.
All right, Rob, you crunched the numbers. You found grocery prices have seen around a 25% increase over the past few years. How do you think consumers, or actually for that matter, retailers, are adjusting?
Yeah, there's a couple things going on. I mean, roughly 25%. It depends on the category. You know, we've seen, huge rise at times in eggs and poultry. You know, we've got some issues going on right now in the cocoa markets. Seen prices there go up as much as 500%. They've come back down. So I think everyone's kind of readjusting to what is the new normal. You know, the example of cocoa being up 500%, but now it's down to only 200%. But it looks like that's probably where it's going to stay for a while. So what a lot of food manufacturers, and what we're advising to do is to really look at their product design and find things that are valuable. And if you're in a product design that, one of your ingredients is just, prone to high volatility, then, what's your substitutes? What can you do to work around it? Can you prioritize that? And how do you control those commodity costs going forward? So there's a lot of different levers still to be pulled, but I think we're going to start to see some things kind of moderate here as some of the commodity prices are stabilizing.
Okay, and then Chris, when you think about your scorecards, I know that you will always do this kind of thing for different industries, and let's think about retail scorecards, and when you're thinking from back to school through the holidays, what are you looking for as you build out these scorecards?
I mean, I think one of them is value, the ability to deliver value to cash-strapped customers. I mean, I totally agree with the inflation thesis. One of the things Walmart's been very successful in doing is getting shoppers who make more than $100,000 a year, which shows you that everybody is trying to save money and concerned about inflation. And then the next thing I think we'll be looking for is whether there's a change in the trend a little bit that moves investors' focus from the focus on food and staples to a little bit more discretionary spending. So we'll look for the retail sales numbers, and then we'll see the conference calls in August.
Walmart's had a good day
and
today.
We'll hopefully start to see that people are spending a little bit more broadly across the big box stores rather than just in the grocery departments.
And then, Rob, let's kind of stick with the grocery department, though. When you think about kind of the
I want to
persistent
sell a
inflation
medical
that we've
clinic.
seen in some, you've seen some companies kind of roll back prices. Excuse me, I don't mean to like use the Walmart term for it. But what food or grocery items have been the stickiest in terms of pricing?
Chicken,
Yeah, I mean,
steak,
I think part of it is consumers
fish.
are going to continue to trend towards fresh ingredients. We've seen, vegetable produce. Those prices hold pretty stable, and they're right in line with the other categories. But I think the shift in spending is what to watch for. As consumers continue to go down the path of more fresh ingredients, more shopping at the perimeter of the store, candidly, and less in the center. What's that going to mean for the retailers? What's that going to mean for trade promotions and so forth? The other aspect is a lot of the foods that are sitting in the center of the store, for those consumers that are going to more online or click and collect shopping, what does that mean for overall spend? And can the retailers and the manufacturers get some of that spend out of the system that wouldn't be valued by an online shopper? Whether that means promotions or displays or things like that.
She didn't ask that.
I think there's more collaboration right now than we've seen probably before between the manufacturers and the retailers. The whole focus is on consumer value.
All right, Rob Dunkowski of Kearney and Chris Gray, Argus Research, thank you both for joining us for our panel this afternoon. Diane King Hall, download the Schwab Network app. It's free, available in the Apple App Store. Tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Thank you for watching. You've got Market on Close with the one and only Oliver Rinnick next up here on the Schwab Network.
Well. That's a touchy subject. Me and food. So, I don't know if it's just my imagination or correlation but I've complained about how much food is. Big reason is because we had this business that wasn't doing hardly any good because their prices were way too high. Go up the street and bought out our local grocery department price cutter, or at least we bought them out, which was a good location. Everybody went up there and bought their groceries. It's in the better side of town. It was always, back in the day when it was newer, it was like the store to go to. So 30 years down the line, they sell out to this jalopy of a company that came in that couldn't run a business here. They act like they came out of New York or something. So they bought them out. They'd hardly changed anything up. They upgraded a few things. But the prices. Now the prices were more than 30%, 40% increase overnight. I mean, then came COVID. And then all of a sudden the prices. I'm going, what the? A head of lettuce that used to sell for a little under $2.50, now selling for $5. I say, are you kidding me? I still go to Walmart and save just on the chicken alone $22 for 5 chicken halves, 6 chicken halves, 5 to 6. Over there it's $12.99. So at least $7-8 difference. The same size, same everything. So I tried to be cheap and protest, and all it did was made me sick. Because I'm sitting here eating canned soup, canned this, canned that, just, trying to put a dinner together because I'm sitting here protesting. Now I'm spending double, $400 or $500 a month now, maybe more, on just one person. I mean, it just. But I just had a salad. I love them salads. I figure if it was before Trump, I would probably be spending about $350. I mean, before Biden, about $300. That's that's pretty good. Now it's probably $650. They're a bit of 30-40% more, maybe more. Because I've added a few items like honey. But I don't look at hamburger. I can't compare hamburger. I don't look at it. I drove by and looked at it yet this weekend, but I haven't bought hamburger in 2 months. I went to go get paper, my towels, not paper, but Walmart's not carrying them no more. So that kind of threw a loop. I got spoiled on these towels. Now I don't know what to do. Probably have to buy them online. Alrighty. Oliver.
Up in momentum in the Mag 7. Look at the Mags ETF. That's the top mover of the day. Thing is cruising, and over the past year is really off to the races, just blistering melt up now. The most interesting thing has been that in the absence of NVIDIA, you've got giants leading the pack from Apple to Tesla now waking up.
SMCI.
Up in the Mags ETF, which is really the best way to play it. Essentially, the hyper concentration, get even more concentrated. You can see the bottom panel there, RSI heating up, almost making another high again. So this is really not a train you want to get in front of. It's unstoppable. And Meta's having the best day with a 5% move. Meta's pretty crazy. Make sure you check out the Zuckerberg video. Gotta love it. What better way to celebrate July 4th? There it is. Nice. Okay, we got it. He's even got the chain on top of the tuxedo, which is just excruciatingly confident.
Zuckerberg.
All right. Pretty great stuff. He's got good moves. All right, but the economic situation does soften and continue to soften a little bit. Bonds are really well bid. That continues. Notice throughout the day, bonds have been also picking up the pace basically since the print this morning. But we do have to be careful about projecting that out onto any dovish implications. Not sure it works like that when the Fed's not going to go this month. And then you've got no meetings. September maybe is getting cemented in, but of course we've heard that story many times before. I would argue bonds are more catching a bid because of the slowdown nature and what that might mean from a risk-off perspective. Dollar coming off a little bit, but generally still range bound. Not a whole lot has changed with the dollar hovering around 105. But bonds definitely reversed from weakness over the last 10 days. Because remember, yields had been spiking and moving higher. There wasn't a lot of great reason for it. I was a big doubter of that move. Some were trying to say it was debate related, but no, it really started around the inflation print where we faded real hard from Friday into basically like Tuesday.
That's pretty cool.
Picking it back up and running again with the bulls here. You can see there's a major battle happening in the treasury market, but generally I think still shifting more towards the bullish side. Bitcoin's in a kind of a world of its own. Maybe it signals something for risk off in other places, but so far it's been very disconnected from stocks. And to me, Bitcoin is more about buyer exhaustion. I'll talk some more later on, but my risk radar has been red there because of the bearish divergence on the long-term chart. It just seems like anybody who wanted to buy it bought it when the ETF came out, and now there's no one really left to buy it. Instead, people are buying gold, and I think that does more fit into what's happening in bonds and the overall decline in the quality of our economic data, which have been missing expectations by a mile. So people are a lot more interested in buying a little extra safety for their portfolio, gold, instead of a little extra risk, which is Bitcoin. Got Alex Coffey here joining me in the studio, host of Next Gen. I mean, Alex, the move in Meta's incredible today. Apple too. Tesla, I mean, the handoff from NVIDIA to the rest of the mega caps has got to be the story of the last 8 days, I think.
Yeah, and it's not like NVIDIA has been that bad of a trade.
Sure.
It was just up $5.50 on Wednesday. So
true.
It had a Meta-like move just last session. So giving back a little bit of that today. It did get downgraded to neutral at New Street. You don't got a believer in me to think that that's the reason why the stock's underperforming. It may be. It might not be. They basically have an interesting thought, though, around this. They have a one-year price target of 135. They talk about their base case being fully priced in, and they think that the only way to get serious upside in the stock beyond their $135 price target would be meaningful shifts in increases materially to the outlook beyond 2025. So basically saying, like, you got to see parabolic growth continue, and at some point, that's just very difficult to do. They also do kind of hedge the other side, saying they also don't necessarily have conviction in that happening, but they have no real reason to think that the brand is in jeopardy or that there's serious downside. But they said that they're only really buyers on prolonged weakness. And they said of those AI stocks, they like AMD and TSM a little bit better.
Okay.
And so it kind of makes sense. TSM is sort of the actual hardware behind it. They're doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and then AMD's been of course, underperforming, getting a lift today, though, huge move. You mentioned Apple, you mentioned Tesla, you mentioned Meta. All of these, I would argue, are catch-ups, right? Meta got pummeled after its last earnings event, and it took all of, a month and a half to claw its way back, setting a new all-time high today, so that alone is impressive. Apple on the buyback news finally got that spur of excitement. It was almost in a sine wave-like pattern sideways, broke out around 195. That measured move would target around 225. We're there now. So super interesting move there. And then Tesla, we talked about this on Next Gen today, but if you took a line, you connected all the previous highs basically down, it was like a perfect trend line. It broke out of that 2 sessions ago, and it's been off to the races ever since.
Woo!
Tesla's another one. This is a market that's been trending, and technicals are taking over. So I'm not a chart master. I don't pretend to be.
I am.
But I'm also not, unwilling to look at what's worked. And right now, that's what's been working.
That's where the momentum is consistent and reliable until acted on by something exogenous. Trend is your friend. There's a bunch of
I am the chart master.
Baseline assumption is there. Tesla's a good example because that's a stock that has extreme.
Hello, Schwab. Hello. Did you not get my application? I am the chart master. Schwab.
To respect them, whether it's Tesla reversing, breaking out, or if it's Meta and Apple getting above their previous highs on the margin and making fresh ones. It's incredible.
And I think that there's a fundamental reason why the momentum names and these market leaders are leading still, if not even more so. And I think there's a reason that makes sense. And the reason would be
Schwab.
This is supported by the jobs data. We're watching the economy slow down. Mm-hmm. It's a matter of how far it slows down from where we're at now, and how long does it take for that slowdown to kind of work its way through. You also have the inflation issues that are sort of, making things complicated in terms of what support may come.
Oh, yeah?
And the support that has come, in the case of fiscal, has actually caused the inflation in many
Oh,
ways.
God.
Or can be contributory to it as it's increasing, supply of money out there. And so when you look at that, it would make sense that there's parts of the market that are starting to struggle. You don't want to put your money where things are about to get worse.
Yeah.
What has led? The stuff that's been doing well fundamentally, and it's probably the stuff that's going to continue to do well, at least for now. So they become,
Hey,
and they just have
mister.
the biggest companies on the planet too, so there's the liquidity there, but they're almost like sponges absorbing money right now. There's not a lot of reasons to be super confident in a rally in treasuries or,
Well, he
or
ain't
elsewhere in
kidding.
fixed income without a slowdown. So not a place right now that a lot of people are fearful of. Volatility is certainly not screaming fears at the moment. And then somewhere else where you could have seen that excitement would.
Damn, talk about a Debbie Downer. Michael, overhead resistance. Overhead resistance, Michael. He's never around when you want him there. He says, I'm busy. Overhead resistance and SPY. No. SPY overhead resistance. I'm going to let the people out there and the commoners know about it. Wonder if they know that. Commoners, commoner IERS. Commoners. Commoners. Overhead resistance. Damn, Jim. You're right again. Uh-oh. Is he really speaking at a rally? I got to get my headphones on. Joe Biden speaks at a rally. I was getting ready to watch here Nate Diaz and George Masvidal get tuned up a little bit. Masvidal. Phil Masvidal. Tuned up. I guess you didn't get my little pun. They're fighters. Masvidal. Masvidal. Uh-oh. And then they invited Stupid to the podium. So far, I ain't seeing Jolie. There are some people showed up. Well, he's going to miss out on me. It's 2:16. These are my favorite Bulldogs right now. Okay. So overhead resistance on a 1-2 bit. That's a pennant flag. That's on a monthly. Could we see what it looks like on the 1 hour? On the daily? Sure. Yeah. Oh, there's plenty of room to move. If we break 250.40. Yeah, if we, I'm going to say 250.50. Now I can go 256, 250.79. Well, if you look at the yearly chart, we have room to move up. But the weekly chart right here is telling us we could be good enough right now. And if we stay here and open up higher in the Monday, we have a good opportunity to do a 1-bits, 2-bits, and a freebie just right under 260. 256, 257, 258. Yeah, 258 for sure. Okay, crowd's going wild. They just can't wait. How dare you, Randy? Are you promoting Joe Biden in this room? I am not receiving any paid money for Joe Biden. That ain't a bad idea. Say, hey, Joe, here in the trading world, we call you Brandon. How about if you give me a little bit of piece of that pie, big guy, and I'll say a few good things about you. And we'll get it started in a few rooms, and by the time you know it, you've got 4 or 5 new million voters on your hands. That'll take about 250,000. But damn, Jim, that's a good idea. I'll get my son here to work on that right now. Tesla just now starting to respect this 250 area. This is huge. This means 275. $200 was huge. Now this is really huge. It was you, Jim, that said 250. I remember it. Wasn't this Dan Ives? Yeah, it was you, Jim, that laughed at him. Because he said it. Okay. I think that's enough. Enough said. Very interesting. Wish I still had those contracts. I'm going to start looking at these swings a little better. Apple was a good one. From 207 to 1530. 700% increase. Oliver.
More on the price leading side is more of the looked at as like a department store, someone who sells multiple different brands of other people's products. Right now, what they're doing is they're focusing a lot on competing on price, on getting a relationship with the customer early right now in the July time period so they can hopefully build that over time and really capture more consumer spend in the holiday season at the end of the year.
How much optionality, how much leeway and creativity do sellers have in sort of the structure of their own market through the checkout process, through the platforms that they use? Are there ways for them to kind of increase their margins still, or is the market pretty much set after such an e-commerce explosion over the last decade?
It's interesting. I think what we're seeing is that merchants that are able to focus on the lifetime value of consumers that they're interacting with, looking at the transaction with the consumer more as one of many, they're seeing increased margin and increased growth in sales over time, frankly, across the board for all the merchants that we see with the deep data that we have. On the other side, merchants that are focused more on just maybe individual transactions or race to the bottom, they're struggling. They're struggling with maybe a monolithic tech stack that they've adopted and they're kind of pigeonholed into and is taking a lot of their expenses. And they're really trying to find a way to get out of that. We're getting a lot of merchants that are trying to find a way to get out of that race to the bottom on pricing.
What's the solution? Is there one? I mean, I guess this is where Bolt comes in to a certain degree, right?
Yeah, we like to think that we're a really important part of the solution for these hundreds of large merchants that work with us. I think that the solution is developing a relationship with the customer. So when the customer is thinking about where they want to go to shop, they don't go to an environment that is more of maybe a marketplace where they're just comparing multiple sellers selling the same
Banks all
thing.
took a kind of a trip together.
They're going for more of an experience. They're going for a spot that replicates more of the physical retail environment that some of us have experienced in the past, where you like to go there, you like the holistic experience of it. That's where we're seeing a lot of investment right now. How do we develop intimacy with the customer, get to know the customer over time, and then provide a seamless and smooth experience all the way from shopping and exploration through checkout and delivery at the end.
Okay, so something that might come a little bit more naturally in an in-person environment now, they're kind of pure online, has to figure out a way to do that. Now, we've got Amazon Prime Day coming up. I said in the tease that it feels like one of the most talked about Amazon Prime Days. I don't know, maybe that's because we're looking for those discounts. What would you say if someone who's running a business is watching, thinking about kind of how to capitalize on the opportunity, or what kind of influx of data they're going to get as everybody storms Amazon?
I think you touched on the key point right there. If I'm a merchant and I'm thinking about Amazon Prime Day, I need to take a step back and recognize a little bit what Amazon themselves is able to do with their scale. And what they're able to do is use this as an opportunity to see how shoppers in 2024 in the e-commerce environment are behaving when they're making a special holiday-like purchase. Amazon has done this amazing job of almost creating a holiday shopping period around Prime Day. Well, what that does is it allows them to extract and work with a lot of data from shoppers of what people are going to buy in these special moments. And what's the next big special moment that comes after Prime Day that they're thinking about? Well, it's the holiday season at the end of 2024. So if I'm a merchant right now, I'm thinking Amazon's doing Prime Day not only so they can get the sales and all of the obvious stuff, but they're also doing it to refresh their information about shoppers that they might only see
Did you hear what he
once
said?
or twice or 3 times a year. And they're doing it so that they can project in the future what,
Someone in the room asked another person and me, what do you think? Are we bearish or bullish? And here's this guy talking about, what's the other person thinking right now? It kind of leaves us in a guessing game. And your gut's telling you something right there. After having Thursday off, we had another day like this just recently, June 10th or whatever you want to call it. was on a Thursday or Wednesday, one or the other. Well, we had the numbers that they've been waiting for, and that was them employment numbers today, and the market didn't really mind them too bad. And today's doom and gloom on Schwab wait and see kind of attitude. It's been a scalper's day today once we got in the bottom down there and called that bottom. So I think we're still waiting for someone to, one of the fat cats, to put the word out. It's time to wait and collect your. We don't want to scare the market too bad. But let's put the word out that we're kind of in the hold back mode right now. And we've got to look for opportunities. Like all of a sudden we get a big knife or so right now we can go to the 200 and stop right there. Or we could just go a little bit below it, have a little fake out and hit a double bottom. We just got through having a new high. So, and the volume's not there. They're still at the beach. I'm not seeing that selling going on. Joe Biden getting ready to mumble. Well, my name's Joe Biden. I'm the President of the United States. There he is.
Just do what they do. Really, the options positioning right now is really not controlling or constraining the flows. We haven't seen this type of compression like we saw last week. Right now, we're in range-bound market.
When you get knocked down, you get back up. And I'm not letting one 90-minute debate wipe out 3.5 years of work.
It's more like 50, you idiot.
From the depths of pandemic to the strongest economy in the world, and that's literally true.
Googly poop.
I and you are not finished yet. Now, you probably also noticed a lot of discussion about my age. I know I look 40. I keep seeing all those stories about I'm being too old. Let me say something. I was too old. I wasn't too old to create over 15 million new jobs. To make sure 21 million Americans are insured under the Affordable Care Act.
Woo!
Farmer, the first farmer ever to do that and lower the cost of $35 per acre.
Son of a bitch.
Was they too old to relieve student debt for nearly 5 million Americans and grow the economy?
All right. Woo! I don't know what to do.
Tuesday, we should start seeing some buying taking place, some hedging activity taking place. Actually, Monday.
IWM looks bad.
Monday. And the reason being is we have Powell testifying on Tuesday and Wednesday, I believe. That'll be your first kind of major area or major economic data point or economic event that could actually shake the market. So then that's when we should see some of that activity. And then we also have inflation on Thursday. That should also kind of increase the put flows. Now, if that does not happen,
didn't want to buy this thing.
Once again, that's going to be bullish for this market, and we have not seen any type of appetite to be able to hedge downside pressure right now. I mean, in fact, we're seeing more risk on sentiment taking place when you're looking at equity options. A lot of the exposure that institutional traders are taking right now, or maybe not even getting into long stock, they're getting in the long options so they can still have upside exposure but minimize their downside risk and also stay within their risk parameters when it comes to their overall portfolio, so they're not overweight one area or another in the market.
Okay. And so the JP Morgan, the collar trade, that too, all the risk, it seemed like any risk that there was from like an options perspective, I mean, that all basically evaporated when we kind of pushed through the upper levels.
Exactly, especially on a week that we have low volume. So I think on Wednesday,
we're definitely right at support.
Day that we've seen throughout the whole
IWM.
Half day. And today we actually have a full day, Oliver, and it's probably going to be the lowest volume day outside of that Wednesday. And so when you have these low volume type of markets, you can have price action advance to the upside or downside, these melt up or melt down, really on just momentum trading. It really doesn't even have to involve really large volume taking place in this market. That's what we're seeing. Now, today's option volume was actually very notable. It's actually higher than I would have expected. We did see a couple of contracts that traded over 80,000 contracts a day. Probably will finish the day at around 95,000 or even 100,000 contracts. That's also pretty good from an option standpoint, but if you don't have anything to back it up from an equity standpoint, it's not really going to have a major impact. So we're in a lull period, basically what we're kind of highlighting here. On Tuesday, we kind of talked about what this could actually result in for this week. It's coming to fruition right now, and next week we'll probably once again start seeing some backfill of those flows. But right now it appears that those flows are still going to indicate upside potential. 5,600 is going to be your key area to hit next week.
All right, great stuff. Thanks, Kevin Green. Nice, good job keeping tabs on it for us. Appreciate that very much. All right, bulls cruising in stocks, but the picture gets mixed when we move outside of equities. Bitcoin under pressure. Gold, though, having a good day. We got Phil Strebel for the Friday check-in coming next. Always fun. Don't miss it.
Anthony. 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 Jimmy's going to call the new resistance 901.98. 201.98. My IWM. Right now it's 241.
Spotlight the biggest market trends on Trading 360.
You know, I think you need to have a clearer mind there, Randy, when you sit down and you listen to Joe Biden speak. Those are words of wisdom. So I want you to go home and listen to this here album this weekend.
Dear unbreakable spirit, you roam on paths called the...
When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary,
I'm gonna block this video.
speaking words of wisdom,
Let it be, let it be.
and in my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of
Let it
me,
be.
speaking words of wisdom. Let it
Let it
be,
be, yeah.
let it be,
Let it be.
let it be.
Let it be, yeah.
Whisper words of wisdom.
You will not speak badly about. I hope that helped you out, Randy. Randy doesn't know what to do. There she goes to the upside, just like I told you. I'll take my grade now. Damn, Jim, you're right. He said no matter what you bought, it would go that direction. Don't you remember me answering that question, Magnificent? Which, are we going to buy puts or calls? Come on. I spent 10 minutes on it. Joe Biden. Oh boy. Do. Coin had a nice recovery today. Oh yeah. After hours yesterday. That'd have been a good one. I'd have probably took that this morning. I think I would have. If I'd have caught it right there, I would have. Washboardjim just broke out. I was just looking at it. So did all the others. SPY broke out to a new high, 555. Back at the 63 on SPY. The IWM's there too. I'm back. Gonna go to 200 now. IWM. Oh boy. Alrighty. Three white soldiers on the daily. Nope. I think I did a SPY though. Yep. Yes. Three white soldiers. Okay, what a week.